brilliant, yet reckless, a heroic general, yet a suspected traitor, a beloved celebrity, and a reviled exile. Alcibiades. Few figures in ancient history inspire as much fascination as him. The comic poet Aristophanes captured Athens' conflicted feelings for Alcibiades. It yearns for him, and hates him too, but wants him back. He was born into wealth and nobility, endowed with dazzling good looks and exceptional charisma. A man seemed destined for greatness. And indeed, the Roman biographer Cornelius Nepos wrote that nature bestowed on Alcibiades every advantage, producing a man remarkable in both vices and virtues. And that is his story, one between vice and virtue. He's complicated, old Alcibiades. That's why the video's a bit longer. But he's a very interesting character. In any case, if you want a very deep understanding of who he was, well, you've come to the right place. I am your host, and welcome to the channel. Thank you to everybody supporting, keeping us ad-free. Links to the Patreon, merch store, YouTube memberships, and donations are in the description if you are inclined. If not, that's fine. Just give it a like, comment, and subscribe, and tell your friends about us. Anyway, let's begin right from the start. The story starts in 450 BCE, when Alcibiades was born into two of the city's grandest families. He claimed descent on his father's side from Eurysakes, the son of the hero Ajax, and through his mother he belonged to the famed Alcmaeonid clan. Raised in privilege, he became an orphan in childbirth when his father fell in battle, and the boy's guardians included none other than the great statesman Pericles, a family relative. In his youth, Alcibiades was entrusted to the best tutors and received a first-class education. Most notably, he attracted the attention of the philosopher Socrates, who took the handsome and quick-witted Alcibiades under his wing. Ancient writers record that Socrates formed an almost fatherly attachment to the boy, hoping to guide his tremendous talents towards something more virtuous. The feeling was mutual. Alcibiades admired Socrates deeply, and their bond was strengthened on the battlefield. At the Battle of Potidæa in 432, Socrates reportedly saved the young boy's life, carrying the wounded youth to safety. A few years later, at the Battle of Delium, it was Alcibiades who helped rescue Socrates from danger on horseback. This mentor-protege relationship became legendary in Athens. Plato would later immortalize it in his work Symposium, where Alcibiades lavishly praises Socrates' character. Despite Socrates' influence, however, Alcibiades' own character proved to be mercurial and self-willed. He wasn't going to have anybody tell him what to do, you see. From a young age, Alcibiades displayed extraordinary self-confidence, but also a craving for attention. Dozens of anecdotes survive, illustrating his bold and eccentric behavior. As a boy, he was strikingly handsome, a quality that made him a darling of Athenian society, and even a minor speech impediment, a slight lisp, somehow added to the charm. He could also be quite unruly. Plato recounts that while wrestling as a child, Alcibiades resorted to biting his opponent's hands to escape a hold. When scolded that, "You bite like a woman, Alcibiades," he retorted, "No, like a lion." In another incident, he was playing dice in the streets when a loaded cart approached. Rather than yield, the boy lay down in front of the wagon until the startled driver halted rather than run him over. Such stories, whether real or not, certainly paint a picture of a fearless and stubborn youth. But there's also this thing about he expected the world to accommodate him. And that's a prevailing theme You'll see what I mean as we keep going. Alcibiades received the full training of a young aristocrat. He was taught oratory, athletics, music, though in one famous episode he rejected learning the flute, calling it an undignified instrument that distorted one's face. He jokes that the flute was fit for Thebans, whom the Athenians stereotyped as uncultured, whereas, quote, "we Athenians have Athene and Apollo as our patrons, gods who preferred stringed lyres and would have none of the flute." By such reasoning, Alcibiades convinced all his schoolfellows to drop their flute practice as well. Even in youth, he set trends that challenged the norms. I bet the boss of the flute store was quite annoyed at that one. Flute sales plummeting. But he also at this time developed a reputation for wild extravagance. As a teenager, he became the ward of the wealthy politician Hipponicus, and he soon did the unthinkable. He struck his guardian with a punch, supposedly as a prank and wager with friends. Scandalized Athenians murmured at this offense against a respected elder. Yet Alcibiades managed to repair the situation with characteristic audacity. Yet, the very next morning, he went to Hipponicus's house, removed his fine cloak, and offered to be beaten to atone for the misdeed. Charmed by this apology, Hipponicus not only forgave him, but later gave Alcibiades his daughter Hipparete in marriage. Hipparete became Alcibiades' wife, bringing him a rich dowry, and in time 2 children were born. But domestic tranquility was not Alcibiades' forte. He openly kept mistresses and courtesans, throwing lavish parties with notorious debauchery. Eventually, Hipparete, though by all accounts she was a modest and loving wife, still grew so distressed by his infidelities that she moved back with her brother and filed for divorce. When she appeared in public to make her case, as Athenian women did, required by law to do so in person, Alcibiades simply marched into the court, seized her, and carried his protesting wife back home through the crowded agora. No one dared intervene or stop him. Hipparete lived with Alcibiades until her death a short time later. Some sources say she died of illness, others of heartbreak. Now here's the thing. Athenian law actually condoned the husband physically preventing a wife's divorce in this manner, but it was still a shocking spectacle nonetheless. This incident fed Alcibiades' scandalous reputation in Athens as a man who obeyed nothing, not even social decorum or his wife's dignity. All he cared about was his own desires. Another story from this period shows Alcibiades' deft touch in managing public opinion. He owned a large, handsome dog that he had purchased for the astronomical sum of 70 minas, which was a fortune at the time. To the horror of his friends, Alcibiades one day cut off the dog's beautiful, fluffy tail, leaving the animal conspicuously mutilated. When confronted as to why, he laughed and explained, "I want the Athenians to talk about this, so they won't say anything worse about me." In other words, he created this uproar on purpose to distract people from the greater criticisms of his conduct. This conscious courting of notoriety suggests a keen understanding of the public psyche. The Athenians would gossip about the dog tail and perhaps forget the more damaging rumors about him. Such calculated hubris was unprecedented, but Alcibiades seemed to revel in being the name on everyone's lips, for better or worse. By his early 20s, Alcibiades was poised to make his mark on public life. He had distinguished himself in combat during the early years of the Peloponnesian War, and could claim considerable military experience for his age. In 420, just after Athens and Sparta agreed to pause hostilities, the Peace of Nicias, Alcibiades was elected a strategos, a general, for the first time. His family connections and war record opened great doors to public service, as Plutarch observes, but it was Alcibiades' personal qualities, his persuasive speech and sheer force of personality that truly propelled him upward. Even rival orators acknowledged his powerful charisma in assembly debates. One contemporary described Alcibiades as an orator who sometimes struggled to find the right words, but nevertheless held audiences spellbound. He could rally support, seemingly at will. Almost immediately, the young Alcibiades emerged as a leading political figure in Athens, positioning himself against the older generation who had negotiated the uneasy peace with Sparta. Foremost among those elder statesmen was Nicias, the general who crafted the peace treaty in 421. Nicias was cautious, moderate, and highly respected. Alcibiades, ambitious and restless, resented seeing Nicias celebrated as Athens' savior. According to Plutarch, Alcibiades envied Nicias' influence so intensely that he sought to undermine the peace accords and rekindle Athens' wartime glory. So he began maneuvering to shatter the Spartan-Athenian détente. One avenue for this was foreign policy in Greece. Alcibiades spotted an opportunity in the Peloponnesian city of Argos, a traditional enemy of Sparta. Now, the Argives were democratic and chafing under Spartan dominance. In 420, Alcibiades secretly reached out to Argos, encouraging its leaders to ally with Athens and stand up to Sparta, despite the peace treaty. He portrayed Athens as ready to abandon the accord and support Argos in a new anti-Spartan coalition. At the same time, he seized upon the Spartan missteps. For instance, when Sparta returned a captured Athenian fortress, dismantled rather than intact, violating the treaty's terms to stoke popular anger in Athens against Nicias' peace. Alcibiades stirred up public distrust of Sparta's intentions and cast Nicias as either naive or too friendly to the enemy. In 418, these tensions would come to a head. Sparta and Athenian forces clashed at the Battle of Mantinea, the largest land battle of the war. Alcibiades had hoped a grand alliance be engineered, uniting Athens, Argos, Mantinea, and others against Sparta. In the battle, the Spartans ultimately prevailed, but Alcibiades' diplomatic handiwork had dealt Sparta a significant scare. As Plutarch notes, had Sparta lost at Mantinea, the very existence of Sparta would have been at the stake. Even in defeat, the alliance of Alcibiades shook Spartan prestige and destabilized the Peloponnesian balance of power. In the political arena at home, Alcibiades proved to be equally cunning. One famous episode occurred around 416, involving the ancient Athenian institution of ostracism, a period vote by citizens to exile for 10 years any man deemed a threat to the state. At that time, the public seemed poised to ostracize either Nicias or Alcibiades, or a rising politician named Phaeax. Sensing he might lose, Alcibiades made a deal with his rival Nicias. Their two factions conspired to redirect votes against the third party, an unpopular rabble-rouser named Hyperbolus. The ploy worked. When the shards of pottery, the ostraca, were counted, Hyperbolus, a man of no great rank, found himself unexpectedly ostracized, much to his own astonishment. This was the only time in Athenian history that ostracism was used on such a disreputable figure. Even contemporaries remarked that the mechanism was never meant for the likes of Hyperbolus, and that his ostracism was a travesty to the institution. But for Alcibiades it was a personal triumph. He had deftly eliminated an annoyance and ensured that his own political survival was safe and sound. By now, Alcibiades' extravagant lifestyle was the talk of the town. He spent money lavishly and lived in a style that many considered pretentious. even semi-royal. For example, at the Olympic Games of 416, Alcibiades made a sensational display of his wealth by entering 7 chariots into the 4-horse chariot race, far more than any private Greek citizen had ever supplied. To general amazement, teams owned by Alcibiades took first, second, and according to one account, 4th place in the Olympic chariot race that year. The playwright Euripides even composed an ode congratulating him for this unprecedented feat of victory in multiple placements. His success at Olympia was not just a sporting glory, it was a kind of advertisement for his clout across the Greek world. He entertained crowds in lavish victory banquets, funded in part by admiring allies. Cities like Ephesus and Lesbos competed to shower Alcibiades with tents, provisions, and sacrificial animals for the celebration. Yet even here, there were rumors of foul play. You see, one story claimed that Alcibiades had tricked a friend, an Argive named Diomedes, by purchasing a champion chariot on his behalf and then entering it at Olympia under Alcibiades' own name, cheating Diomedes of the credit. Apparently a lawsuit followed, and an oration by the young Isocrates against Alcibiades' team of horses was said to have been written about the dispute. True or not, they certainly show Alcibiades' image as a man for whom winning eclipsed honor. As his influence grew, criticisms of Alcibiades also mounted among the Athenian elite. Many older aristocrats saw in him the traits of a would-be tyrant: ostentation, impiety, and contempt for traditional limits. He took to wearing a long purple cloak in public and traveling with a private retinue, aping the style of a Hellenic prince. He even had a personal shield made for battle that bore not his family crest, but an image of Eros, the god of love, wielding a thunderbolt of Zeus. A bold, some said blasphemous declaration of his personal might. To sober-minded citizens, these were quite shocking affectations. The critics grumbled that he behaved like a tyrant in training. The comic poets took aim at Alcibiades' ambiguous standing. One chorus wryly remarked that the city loves and hates him all at once, and warned that raising a lion cub could prove dangerous once it had grown. The misanthropic philosopher Timon purportedly greeted Alcibiades one day with the prophecy, "Congratulations, young man. Grow big and strong so you can bring ruin to all this rabble." Such gibe reflected a wary view that Alcibiades' ambitions might one day tear Athens apart. No spoiler alerts, though. Still, the common people's fascination with him only grew. They tolerated his excesses as the price of his brilliance. His generous donations to the city and dazzling public entertainments he sponsored like plays and choruses won him plenty of goodwill. Ordinary Athenians dismissed his scandals as youthful exuberance or spiritedness, excusing much that they would not forgive in a different man. Alcibiades had become virtually untouchable, a man too useful and too charismatic to punish, a license to transgress that would last only as long as he continued delivering success. By 415, Alcibiades was at the peak of his influence and eager to embark on a new adventure. For years, Athens had eyed the rich island of Sicily as a potential theater for expansion. When allies in Sicily called for help against the powerful city of Syracuse, Alcibiades seized the moment. He became the chief advocate for a massive Athenian expedition, an audacious plan to conquer Syracuse, and maybe even the whole island. Whereas the cautious Nicias argued strenuously in the assembly that attacking such a distant, formidable foe was unwise, Alcibiades countered in soaring arguments about Athens' destiny and the spoils of war. In Alcibiades' vision, conquering Sicily was only the beginning. He spoke of pushing westward to Carthage in North Africa, and even conquering Italy. turning the central Mediterranean into a big old Athenian lake. His youthful followers were enthralled and excited, as were many ordinary citizens seduced by the prospects of wealth and glory. Basically, they were thinking, wow, we can rule the world. Alcibiades thinks so. Amid this fever, the assembly voted to launch the Sicilian expedition, sending a fleet of well over 100 triremes and 1,000 troops, the largest force that Athens had ever put together for a single operation. They elected Alcibiades, along with Nicias and a seasoned general Lamachus, as co-commanders for the campaign. Nicias was reluctant and pessimistic, but Alcibiades' energy and grand strategy carried the day in the planning sessions. To many in Athens, especially the young, Alcibiades appeared to be the visionary leader of their generation, about to spread Athens' wings to new horizons. But something happened. On the eve of departure, a scandal nearly derailed the whole thing. One morning, Athenians woke to a shocking sacrilege. Throughout the city, in public squares and doorways, dozens of small statues of the god Hermes had been vandalized in a single night. These statues, called Hermae, were sacred boundary markers, each consisting of a bearded Hermes head atop a square stone pillar. Now almost every Herm in Athens had its face chiseled off, or its phallus hacked away. The city was thrown into an uproar by this act of impious vandalism. Not only was it a bad omen for the voyage, Hermes being a patron of travelers, but many suspected a conspiracy. Defacing so many religious images simultaneously suggested a coordinated group plot, perhaps to demoralize the populace or even to destabilize the democracy. A reward was offered for information on the culprits, and a special inquiry convened. Almost immediately, suspicion fell upon Alcibiades and his circle. It might seem absurd, though, right? Why would the expedition's champion sabotage his own endeavor? But Alcibiades' enemies seized on the moment. They whispered that such a daring, synchronized crime against the gods was exactly the sort of thing that Alcibiades and his friends might do during a drunken revel. Indeed, other allegations of impiety surfaced. Several months earlier, a rowdy party of young aristocrats had allegedly staged a parody of the Eleusinian mysteries in a private house, complete with someone acting as the Hierophant, the high priest, and others as initiates. Rumor had it that Alcibiades was involved in that blasphemous charade. Now, in the hysteria over the mutilated Hermae, those two sacrileges were conflated as part of a presumed subversive plot. Political foes of Alcibiades argue that both the Herm statue's outrage and the mock mysteries were symptoms of a conspiracy to overthrow the democracy, and that nothing so outrageous could have happened without the hand of Alcibiades. They cited his well-known, undemocratic lifestyle, as they called it, evidence of his treasoned tendencies. Athens buzzed with a nervous fear, and the atmosphere verged on paranoia. Informers and accusers crawled out of the woodwork with wild tales. In this fevered climate, an official indictment was brought against Alcibiades for impiety, specifically for the mock mysteries. A prominent citizen, Thessalus, son of Cimon, lodged the formal charge that Alcibiades had profaned the sacred rites and mimicked the mysteries in a drunken gathering. Alcibiades strenuously denied any wrongdoing and immediately volunteered to stand before trial so that his name could be cleared. He knew that the rank-and-file soldiers and sailors eagerly supported him. Many of the 1,000 Argive hoplites and other allies in the fleet swore that they were sailing only because of their confidence in Alcibiades. If he was gone, well, the entire morale of the expedition would collapse. Facing the assembly, he emphatically demanded an instant inquiry. If guilty, he would accept execution. If innocent, he wished to lead the army without a cloud of suspicion. The bold stance nearly worked. The people were indeed reluctant to cripple their enterprise at the outset. But Alcibiades' enemies employed a devious trick to avert an acquittal that would strengthen him further. They argued that so important a trial could not be rushed. Better to let the general sail as planned and try him later, rather than delay the departure of the fleet. Behind the scenes, his accusers planned to bring heavier charges against him in absentia, when he could not defend himself. Swayed by these voices, the assembly postponed his hearing and ordered the fleet to depart at once. Frustrated Alcibiades had no choice but to set sail, knowing that a dagger of accusation was aimed at his back. In the summer of 415, the Armada weighed anchor in the pageant of optimism. As it left Piraeus, the entire city, citizens, foreigners, women and children, lined the harbor to see off the ships and the men on whom Athens had pinned such high hopes. It was said to be the grandest fleet ever assembled by a single Greek city. Alcibiades, Nicias, and Lamachus each commanded a part of the force. After regrouping in Italy, they began operations in Sicily. Alcibiades' strategic plan was to win over the local allies and strike Syracuse swiftly. He succeeded in his first diplomatic move by persuading the city of Catana to join the Athenians. But before any major battle was fought, fate and his enemies in Athens caught up with him. A few weeks after the fleet's departure, back in Athens, the investigation of religious scandals reached a fever pitch. Panicked citizens jailed dozens of suspects. A key breakthrough came when one terrified conspirator turned informer, a friend of Alcibiades named Anatolia, who later became an orator, saved himself by confessing that a small group of young men, some from his own aristocratic club, were responsible for mutilating the statues. In exchange for immunity, Alcibiades even implicated himself in the crime and named others. Most of those named fled Athens or were executed, effectively purging the city of its immediate perpetrators. Yet even after this, the public's anger did not subside. It simply refocused on the still unresolved charge against Alcibiades. The people continued, as from the start, to thirst for slanderous stories about him. They regretted not forcing him to stand trial at the outset and grew paranoid that he might yet overthrow the democracy from afar. Finally, the Athenians dispatched the state trireme Salamina to sail to Sicily to fetch Alcibiades home and drag him back for a trial. Significantly, the officers of the Salaminia were instructed not to arrest Alcibiades by force, a telling sign of his popularity with the troops. They were simply to inform him of the summons and request him to return, so as not to incite his army to mutiny. The Salamania reached Sicily and delivered the message. Alcibiades agreed to sail back, taking his own ship and a small crew, while the bulk of the fleet continued under the command of Nicias. But he had no intention of facing what he believed would be a politically rigged trial. He didn't want to walk into his own grave. When the ship stopped at the Italian port of Thurii, Alcibiades slipped away. In a masterful escape, he and a few loyal friends simply disappeared. Shortly thereafter, news reached him that in Athens he had been tried in absentia and condemned to death, his entire estate confiscated. So he really was walking into his own grave. The city's priests solemnly cursed his name, along with the other profaners, a public damnation. Only one brave priestess refused, saying her job was to pray for blessings, not to curse citizens. Yeah, fair enough, didn't sign up for that, didn't you? Upon hearing of his death sentence, Alcibiades sardonically remarked, "I'll show them. I'm alive." Indeed, he was very much alive, and about to make Athens deeply regret driving him away. Well, Alcibiades' parting from his country was as dramatic as everything else in his life. When a Thurian acquaintance asked whether he dared not to trust his own city to give him a fair trial, Alcibiades replied that for matters of life and death he would not trust his mother to cast a straight vote, lest by mistake she put a black stone for conviction instead of white. This quip revealed his bitterness at Athens' volatile public. Now a condemned exile at the age of 30, Alcibiades had to decide his next move. He chose the course that would hurt his motherland the most. He defected to Sparta. In the winter of 415 to 414, Alcibiades journeyed to Sparta, Athens' mortal enemy. He sent word ahead offering his services and asking for immunity. The Spartans, though famously cautious, could not resist the chance to turn a prize Athenian, Pericles' own ward no less, against his former city. They welcomed him eagerly, and he wasted no time in proving his value. Almost single-handedly, Alcibiades reshaped the Spartan strategy for dealing with Athens in the war in Sicily. First, he urged Sparta to send immediate aid to Syracuse. Up to that point, Sparta had been indecisive about helping their Dorian kinsmen. Alcibiades convinced the Spartan authorities to act decisively, dispatch a general of ability to rally the Syracusans, and organize a resistance to the Athenian invasion. The Spartans heeded this advice and sent General Gylippus to Syracuse, a move of enormous consequence. Gylippus' arrival galvanized the Syracusan defense and ultimately led to the complete defeat and destruction of the Athenian expedition. This coup de grace was made possible in no small part by Alcibiades' counsel. Second, Alcibiades advised the Spartans to break the peace of Nicias outright and renew full war on Athens at home. He recommended an aggressive strategy in Greece, while Athens' forces were tied up overseas. In particular, and most faithfully, he urged Sparta to occupy a fortified position in Attica itself. He identified a strategic hill in northeastern Attica, a place called Decelea, from which the Spartans could harry the Athenians year-round and cut them off from their countryside. This was a masterstroke of insight, essentially turning the Peloponnesian War into a permanent presence on Athenian soil. The Spartan king Agis and his council adopted the plan. In early 413, a Spartan garrison fortified Decelea, only about 14 miles from Athens, and from that vantage point, they raided and blockaded the Athenians continuously. The results were devastating. Athens was deprived of access to its rural estates and silver mines, and thousands of Athenian farm slaves escaped to the Spartan lines. The occupation of Decelea inflicted economic and psychological ruin on Athens for the remainder of the war. Thucydides later remarked that Decelea was the single worst blow that Athens suffered. It was effectively placed under the siege year-round. This idea, more than any other, was Alcibiades' greatest gift to Sparta, and it was a gift that kept on giving to Athens' misery. Having so witheringly demonstrated his strategic brilliance and his vengefulness toward his homeland, Alcibiades settled into Spartan life. Ever adaptable, he made a show of embracing Spartan austerity. The once luxurious Athenian aristocrat, now cut his hair short, donned the simple rough cloak of a Spartan, took his meals of coarse barley bread and black broth in the public mess hall, and exercised vigorously with the troops. To see Alcibiades living like a perfect Spartan caused a general astonishment. He, who had once perfumed himself with exotic oils and worn flowing purple robes, now went unwashed and barefoot in the Spartan manner. Plutarch marvels that Alcibiades possessed a chameleon-like ability to assimilate and adapt himself, be it to the ascetic discipline of Sparta, or the indulgent luxury of Ionia, or the sophisticated culture of Persia. A contemporary quip observed that the only color a chameleon cannot turn is white, whereas Alcibiades could mimic anything when it suited him. In Sparta, he played the role of the ideal Lacedaemonian, so convincingly that people joked that Lycurgus must have trained him. Yet behind this carefully cultivated facade, he remained the same old opportunist. A Greek epigram cited by Plutarch hints that while Alcibiades appeared outwardly as disciplined as Achilles, judging by what he actually felt and did, one might have cried, "'Tis the self-same woman still," end quote, i.e. he had the same heart of a flamboyant trickster, despite his new Spartan costume. Now, sure enough, even in Sparta, Alcibiades could not resist creating a scandal. Sometime during his residence, perhaps around 412, he managed to seduce Timea, the wife of King Agis II. I mean, he could have chosen someone else, certainly. Had to go for the high-priority target, right? I mean, the king's wife, come on. Well, the young queen became openly infatuated with him. According to Plutarch, Alcibiades corrupted Timea while King Agis was away on campaign, and she became pregnant with a son believed to be Alcibiades' own. When her baby boy was born, Timea did not hide the truth. She whispered to friends that the child should really be named Alcibiades, though publicly he was named Leotychides as a royal heir. Alcibiades supposedly joked that he only committed this adultery in order that his descendants might be kings of Sparta. If true, this was an outrageous affront to Spartan honor. King Agis eventually heard the rumor and was understandably furious, especially since the timing made it plausible. It was said that an earthquake had driven Agis from his wife's bed for a period of 10 months, so he knew that the child conceived in that interval was not going to be his. Indeed, years later, the boy Leotychides was disqualified from the succession on suspicion of illegitimacy. Thus, Alcibiades managed to turn a Spartan king into a cuckold and inject his own bloodline, if the gossip was true. Well, this incredible breach of hospitality, I suppose, proved his undoing in Sparta. It was just a bridge too far. No one's going to laugh off this one, aren't they? However much the Spartans admired his strategic genius, this treachery was too much. Agis harbored a lethal grudge, and other jealous Spartan leaders began to view Alcibiades as a dangerous snake in their midst. By 412, his position in Sparta was unraveling. Ironically, at the same time his strategic successes continued. In the wake of Athens' catastrophic defeat in Sicily in 413, in which he had a hand by prompting Sparta to aid Syracuse, many of Athens' subject allies in the Aegean and Ionia saw a chance to revolt. Sparta decided to foment these uprisings, and Alcibiades was dispatched to Ionia to help persuade Athenian allies to defect. He coordinated with the Spartan fleet and traveled among the cities of Ionia, inciting revolt wherever he went. In this he was highly effective. Important islands like Chios and cities like Miletus and Ephesus all broke away from Athens under his instigation, joining the Spartan side. Each success enhanced Alcibiades' clout, and perhaps the envy of Spartan commanders. Indeed, King Agis and several Spartan nobles grew increasingly envious and tired of the Athenian upstart getting credit for Spartan victories. Agis, nursing his private resentment, helped convince the Spartan ephors that Alcibiades had outlived his usefulness. Quietly, the Spartan authorities issued orders to their generals in Ionia. Alcibiades was to be assassinated at the first chance. The Spartan love affair with Alcibiades was over. Now he was a dead man. Fortunately for Alcibiades, he caught wind of the plan just in time. His survival instincts kicked in and he slipped out of the Spartan grip. It was now mid-412, and he had to find refuge. Spartan daggers were everywhere. So Alcibiades jumped from one camp to another again. He fled this time to the Persian satrap Tissaphernes, who was the Persian Empire's governor over Western Asia Minor. This move was not as outlandish as it might seem. Persia, ruled by King Darius II, had been watching the Grecian war from the sidelines, happy to see its old enemies Athens and upstart Sparta wear each other down. Tissaphernes, in particular, was playing a double game, giving just enough gold to the Spartans to keep their fleet active against Athens, but not so much to let Sparta win conclusively. When Alcibiades arrived offering his services, Tissaphernes welcomed him. The Persian was reportedly charmed by Alcibiades' cleverness. No disposition could resist Alcibiades winning daily companionship, writes Plutarch. The two became fast friends and co-conspirators. Alcibiades quickly became Tissaphernes' chief advisor on Greek affairs. He encouraged the satrap to continue his policy of measured support, give the Peloponnesians just enough minimal aid, just enough to keep that war going, but never enough for a decisive victory. Wear both Athens and Sparta out, and then Persia can safely dominate Greece. That was Alcibiades' advice, and it aligned perfectly with the Persian interests, too. Tissaphernes appreciated this counsel, and his personal admiration for Alcibiades grew, so great that he reportedly named his most beautiful pleasure park after Alcibiades. Such an honor was extraordinary, a sign of how disarmingly persuasive Alcibiades could be, even to a foreign aristocrat known for his own cunning. Thus, by late 412, Alcibiades had reinvented himself again, now as a quasi-diplomat at the Persian court, living in luxury and pulling the strings behind the scenes. For Athens, ironically, this turn of events offered a glimmer of hope. The Athenians were reeling from the Sicilian disaster and a wave of revolts. The situation was dire, to say the least. But they took note that Alcibiades, of all people, was now influencing Tissaphernes and seemingly holding back full Persian aid to Sparta. Some began to whisper, could the exiled Alcibiades be brought back to save the city he once betrayed? Even though they had condemned him, many Athenians began to regret it, seeing how effectively he was in thwarting Spartan efforts in Asia. Alcibiades himself started to entertain the possibility of returning home. However, he knew he could not simply show up in democratic Athens and expect forgiveness. Too many enemies there. His path to restoration would have to be through political upheaval, and what he did next showed the same audacity and calculating genius that defined his whole career. By early 411, Alcibiades held a unique position. He had the ear of Tissaphernes, and thus significant influence over Persian resources in the war. The Athenian fleet, now based on the island of Samos, were very aware of this. From Samos, the exiled democratic leaders and the remnants of Athens' navy were doing their best to contain Sparta in the eastern Aegean. Alcibiades opened a secret line of communications with Athenian officers at Samos. He dangled an alluring proposition. Basically, if Athens would welcome him back and make certain political changes, he claimed he could bring over Tissaphernes, and by extension the Persian king's wealth, to the Athenian side. In effect, Alcibiades offered to broker a Persian-Athenian alliance that could turn the tide of the war. But hang on, there was a catch. Athens must abandon its democracy and be governed by the best man, i.e., an oligarchy, who would be more to his and Persia's liking. Alcibiades did not trust the Athenian common people, you see, who had cast him out. He preferred to strike a bargain with a smaller circle of aristocrats who could ensure his peaceful recall. Many in the Athenian fleet were willing to consider this dramatic proposal. They knew Athens was desperate for Persian financial support. If that hinged on recalling Alcibiades and curbing democratic excess, well, so be it. One general at Samos, Thrasybulus, not to be confused with the later democratic hero with the same name, this was Thrasybulus, son of Lycus, became a key advocate for Alcibiades' plan. However, another Samian general, Phrynichus, distrusted Alcibiades' motives. Phrynichus suspected that Alcibiades cared only for his own return to power and would discard any oligarchs as easily as he did the Democrats. In fact, Phrynichus was so alarmed that he attempted a treason of his own. He secretly informed the Spartan naval commander that Alcibiades was manipulating both sides. But this intrigue backfired comically. The Spartan admiral Astyochus promptly betrayed Phrynichus' letter to Alcibiades and Tissaphernes. Astyochus feared displeasing the Persian more than anything. Alcibiades then exposed Phrynichus to the Athenian camp as a traitor, prompting Phrynichus to panic, to double down by actually attempting to betray the Athenian fleet to the Spartans for real. Well, that plot too was foiled, and Phrynichus was later assassinated on the Athenian side by those who suspected his treachery. It's a bit of cloak and dagger, isn't it? Well, the outcome of Alcibiades' scheming was that the overthrow of Athenian democracy in summer of 411 BCE was done and dusted. At Samos, Alcibiades' partisans, led by Thrasybulus and another officer named Peisander, coordinated with sympathetic aristocrat blocs in Athens. Peisander returned to Athens and rallied the oligarchic clubs, arguing that only by taking the affairs of the state into their own hands and recalling Alcibiades could Athens secure Persian support. In Athens, amid an atmosphere of crisis, an assembly was intimidated, and a group of oligarchs seized power, establishing the Council of 400 to govern. They claimed to represent a broader body of 5,000, but in reality it was just the 400 conspirators. Power rested upon them. And this was a radical regime change, because you see, Athens had been a democracy for almost a century, and suddenly, in 411, it was ruled by this narrow junta. The new oligarchy, however, did not immediately recall Alcibiades or fulfill his hopes. Once they were in power, the leading oligarchs, many of whom were aristocratic stock that disliked Alcibiades personally, pursued their own agenda. They never secured Persian aid. Alcibiades' promise proved empty, perhaps by his own design or because Tissaphernes was never fully committed. In fact, Tissaphernes strung the Spartans and Athenians along, breadcrumbing them without delivering decisive help to another. Well, which in retrospect seems to have been his plan all along, I suppose. Possibly encouraged by Alcibiades too. The 400 in Athens, though, they soon ran into trouble. They lost the trust of the fleet and failed to win any significant advantage. Within a few months, this oligarchic experiment collapsed. Pro-democratic forces aided by modern oligarchs overthrew the 400 and replaced them with a broader government of the 5,000, essentially a democracy but limited. Crucially, the Athenian navy, based at Samos, never accepted the 400's authority in the first place. The sailors and soldiers at Samos remained loyal to democracy, and when they learned of the coup, they were quite furious. They even considered sailing home to attack the oligarchs in Athens. In this heated moment, they turned to Alcibiades as their champion. The forces at Samos formally elected Alcibiades as one of their generals and implored him to lead them to Piraeus to topple the tyrants. It was a remarkable turn. The very citizens who back in Athens had cursed Alcibiades' name now begged for him to return as a liberator. For Alcibiades, this was a vindication, but also a real test of leadership. He found himself effectively commander-in-chief for a rebel Athenian fleet with a mandate to restore the democracy. It's one way to make yourself a hero again. So he rose to the occasion, with a bit of uncharacteristic caution. He realized that an all-out civil war between the fleet and the oligarchs would only weaken Athens further and invite Spartan conquest. So he resisted the impetuous calls to sail upon Athens. In what Plutarch calls an instance of genuine statesmanship, Alcibiades opposed the blind fury of the democratic crews and patiently convinced them to refrain from a reckless assault. He argued that if they abandoned their posts in Ionia, the Spartans would overrun Athens' remaining allies and even the Hellespont, leaving the city utterly vulnerable. His personal pleas, going soldier to soldier, imploring and even coercing them to stay focused on the external enemy, prevented a potential fatal folly. In this, at last, Alcibiades can be credited with helping to save Athens from destroying itself. Even those who disliked him later admitted that he had been the manifest salvation of the city in this particular crisis. With the immediate spectre of civil war averted, Alcibiades next took action to bolster Athens' strategic position. He promised the fleet that he would secure Persian support, or at least neutralize the Persian threat. Soon after, he traveled personally to meet Tissaphernes' representatives and to intercept the rumored Phoenician fleet, one of about 150 Persian ships that the Persian king was supposedly sending aid to Sparta. At a harbor in Aspendus, Alcibiades managed either to delay or dissuade Tissaphernes from bringing the Phoenician squadron into Greek waters. The Phoenician ships never joined the Spartan cause, a fact for which both sides give Alcibiades credit. The Spartans bitterly believed Alcibiades had instructed the barbarian to let out the Hellenes to destroy one another. His words, not mine. Well, rather than give either side a knockout blow. By 410, the extreme oligarchs were gone. The democracy was largely restored, and Athens had won back the goodwill of its compatriots. Alcibiades too, I suppose. The Athenians officially rescinded his exile and invited him to come home. But Alcibiades, knowing his fellow citizens' fickleness, preferred to return not as a supplicant but as a conquering hero. He therefore delayed his homecoming, and instead concentrated on delivering military victories that would force Athens to welcome him with open arms. And in this endeavor, he succeeded brilliantly. With renewed authority as an Athenian general, Alcibiades led the navy to a series of stunning successes between 410 and 408. Shortly after the fall of the 400, Sparta dispatched its fleet under Admiral Mindarus to the Hellespont, hoping to sever Athens' vital grain supply route. Alcibiades pursued them with determination. The two sides met in a hard-fought naval battle off Abydos in 411. At a critical moment in that battle, Alcibiades, who had been absent gathering funds, returned with a squadron of 18 triremes. Initially, both friend and foe were uncertain of which side these ships were on. The Peloponnesians briefly cheered, thinking reinforcements had arrived for them, while the Athenians grew anxious. But Alcibiades quickly raised Athenian colors on the ship, and the morale shift was dramatic. He charged straight at the Spartan fleet, turning the tide of battle. The Athenians routed the enemy and captured 30 of their ships beached on the shore nearby. A trophy of victory was erected to commemorate this pivotal win. This battle of Abydos restored Athenian control of the Hellespont and demonstrated that their navy, under able leadership, was still a force to be reckoned with. Emboldened by success, Alcibiades decided to show himself to Tissaphernes in a flush of victory. He traveled inland to Sardis to meet with the satrap and give him gifts, perhaps boast that he could defeat the Spartans even without full Persian help. But things did not go as planned. Tissaphernes, under suspicion from his own Persian superiors for his ambiguous dealings, saw an opportunity to prove his loyalty. As soon as Alcibiades arrived, Tissaphernes had him arrested and thrown into custody. This sudden betrayal might have spelled doom, but Alcibiades' luck held. After about a month in confinement, he managed a daring escape from Sardis, bribing or tricking his guards. He fled to the coastal city of Clazomene and rejoined the Athenian forces. Ever resourceful, he even spun his captivity to his advantage. He spread word that Tissaphernes had secretly let him go, a claim which further undermined the Persians' credibility with the Spartans. Free again, Alcibiades immediately set about planning the next blow against Sparta. In the spring of 410, the Spartan admiral Mindarus, now reinforced by the Persian satrap Pharnabazus in the Hellespontic region, regrouped at the city of Cyzicus on the Sea of Marmara. Alcibiades, alongside his colleagues Thrasybulus and Theramenes, determined to strike the Spartan fleet there. In a masterful operation, he coordinated a combined land-sea assault. First, he boosted his men's resolve by frankly telling them that victory was essential. Athens was bankrupt, and unless they captured enemy resources at Cyzicus, the army could not be paid. Well, that's interesting. With his troops grimly determined, he moved under cover of a sudden thunderstorm, which concealed the Athenian approach. Alcibiades then executed a clever feint. He advanced with only a fraction of his ships, luring the Spartans out by appearing weak. Once the enemy fleet took the bait and engaged in his contingent, the rest of the Athenian ships emerged and surrounded them. A fierce battle on the water and shores ensued. Alcibiades personally led a landing party of Athenian marines, crashing into the Spartan crews as they fled to land. In the fighting, Mindarus the Spartan admiral was killed, and Pharnabazus' Persian troops were driven off. The result was a complete Athenian victory. Every Spartan ship captured or sunk, and the Athenian fleet took control of Cyzicus. The Spartans at home received a terse dispatch about the disaster that read in full, quote, "Our ships are lost. Mindarus is gone. Our men are starving. We know not what to do." End quote. Well, that's not very reassuring, isn't it? Well, this triumph at the Battle of Cyzicus was a high watermark in Alcibiades' military career. Alcibiades followed this up with further successes in the Hellespont region. He re-established Athenian control over cities that had revolted. At the city of Seleumbria, for example, he pulled off a daring coup. A faction inside Seleumbria was ready to betray it to him, but an accident forced them to signal earlier than planned. Alcibiades, not missing a beat, rushed to the city gates with merely 50 men, 20 of them lightly armed, and bluffed the Seleumbриans into thinking a full Athenian force had already infiltrated. He had a trumpeter demand the city's surrender in the name of Athens, which sowed confusion and hesitation among the defenders. By the time the rest of his troops arrived, the Seleumbриans were inclined to negotiate rather than fight. But Alcibiades showed restraint. He knew Thracian mercenaries in his service would be tempted to sack the city, so he sent those troops away and promised the inhabitants that no harm would come to them. Seleumbria opened the gates, and Alcibiades kept his word. He took only a sum of money and installed a new garrison, but there was no massacre, nor was there any looting. This kind of clemency was pretty shrewd, as it ensured that other wavering cities would consider returning to the Athenian fold voluntarily. Alcibiades then joined forces with other Athenian commanders to besiege Chalcedon, a rebel city on the Bosphorus. During that siege in 409, he won a battle against a Spartan garrison and Persian relief troops led by Pharnabazus, further burnishing his record. Finally, in 408, he co-led the siege of Byzantium. the key gateway between the Black Sea and the Aegean. Through a combination of blockade and covert contacts with sympathizers inside Byzantium, Alcibiades orchestrated yet another dramatic capture. He feigned departure with his fleet, sailing off by day as if in retreat, only to return under cover of night. While the Spartan and allied garrison rushed to repel an Athenian assault at the harbour, Alcibiades and his men scaled the walls from the landward side with the help of turncoats on the inside. A bloody fight raged in the streets, but in the end the Athenians won. Some 300 enemy soldiers were taken prisoner. Notably, Alcibiades honoured the terms he had offered to the traitors. The local Byzantines were neither killed nor exiled after the city's fall. When one of the inside conspirators, an officer named Anaxilaus, was later charged by Sparta with treachery, he defended himself by saying he saved Byzantium from starvation and ruin at the hands of foreigners, and merely returned the city to its real friends. Surprisingly, the Spartans acquitted him, seeing the logic in it. With Byzantine and Bosphorus secured, the Athens once again controlled the vital grain route from the Black Sea. In the span of about 3 years, Alcibiades had helped reverse the catastrophic fortunes of 413. Athens' empire, though weakened, had been partly restored in the northwest Aegean. The Spartan navy, after Cyzicus, avoided major engagements, and it was a stunning comeback. Everyone knew who to credit. Alcibiades now felt it safe to return to his native city in triumph. In 407, Alcibiades set sail for Athens, for the first time in nearly 8 years. He took care to choreograph his return as a spectacle worthy of his achievements. His fleet of Attic triremes was arrayed in grand procession. They carried the spoils of war, captured enemy weapons, armor, and other booty, displayed prominently on the deck. More than 200 captured enemy ships' prows were towed behind as trophies, vivid proof of the number of ships he had sunk or seized. According to later embellishments, the oarsmen rowed to the music of a flute played by a renowned musician, and a famous tragic actor gave the cadence orders, or while Alcibiades' flagship sailed under a luxurious purple sail. Plutarch and others doubt some of the details as exaggerations. It's unlikely that Alcibiades would have flaunted Persian-like pomp at the very moment that he sought reconciliation at home. But the essence is clear. He wanted his return to be seen as a glorious homecoming. And a glorious reception he certainly received. As his trireme entered Piraeus harbour, Alcibiades hesitated on deck, unsure of how people would respond to him. He saw his cousin and other friends on the shore, joyfully waving. And then the dam broke. A tremendous cheer went up. Throngs of Athenians poured out, not to jeer or attack him, but to welcome home the prodigal son. When Alcibiades stepped onto Attic soil, the crowd pressed around, placing wreaths on his head, shouting his name, practically lifting him in celebration. They completely ignored the other generals who accompanied him. All attention was on Alcibiades alone. Elderly men pointed him out to the young, many remembering the brilliant youth they had exiled and marveled at his return now. Tears mingled with smiles. People recalled with regret that had Alcibiades been leading them, perhaps the Sicilian catastrophe would have been avoided and their earlier misfortunes averted. But now here he was, having raised the city up from her lowly plight and given them victory again. The collective catharsis was extraordinary. Formal measures soon confirmed the restoration. The assembly convened, and Alcibiades addressed the people. Showing political tact, he did not cast blame on the people for his exile, but rather lamented his own hard lot, and put the past down to malice of his enemies and ill fortune. His speech stirred both sympathy and renewed confidence. The Athenians voted to rescind all sentences against him, to restore his confiscated properties, and to crown him with gold in honor of his service. The priests were directed to lift the curses previously laid on him. Most did so without objection, and one high priest cleverly declared he had only cursed Alcibiades if he had done wrong to the city, implying that no retraction was needed now Alcibiades was deemed its savior. Finally, in a striking gesture, the Athenians elected him general autocrat, giving him essentially plenary command and authority on land and sea. An extraordinary grant, reflecting an almost desperate faith in his leadership. In effect, Athens had handed over Alcibiades the trust of its fate. One of his first acts back on the home front was ritually symbolic. The annual Eleusinian Mysteries were approaching. For years, ever since the Spartans fortified Decelea, the Mysteries procession from Athens to Eleusis, a distance of about 14 miles, had been suspended. The initiates had been forced to travel to Eleusis by sea because the route on land was too dangerous with Spartans about. Now Alcibiades proposed to restore the ancient tradition. In the autumn of 407, he marshaled an escort of Athenian hoplites and cavalry to accompany the celebrants on the sacred road. Taking every precaution, he posted scouts on the heights and set out at dawn, guarding the priests and initiates in a hollow square of soldiers. King Agus and his Spartans at Decelea dared not attack this sanctified procession, with Alcibiades at the head. Thus, for the first time in years, the city's most cherished religious festival was carried out in full ceremonial splendor on land, in the sight of all the city under the protection of Athenian arms. To many Athenians, this was a deeply emotional moment. It seemed that Alcibiades was not only a good general, but almost like a high priest and protector of the gods' rights. Well, in any case, the people exulted, and Alcibiades' troops, fresh off meaningful service, felt nearly invincible. Some of the crowd even openly suggested that Alcibiades be granted a tyranny, not in a pejorative sense, of course, but in the old sense of a sole ruler to guide Athens decisively. Well, Alcibiades himself likely understood that he couldn't rest on his laurels. Sparta was down, but they were not out, and Persian support for the enemy was growing through Prince Cyrus, who had arrived to bolster the Spartan war effort. So, in the winter of 407, Alcibiades set sail once more from Athens, at the head of a fleet of 100 ships to continue the war. Athens' renewed confidence was such that they allowed him to choose his own subordinate generals. He sailed to the Aegean theatre, and soon targeted the islands of Andros, which had revolted. There he won a victory over the Andrian forces, and a Spartan garrison in battle, but he did not capture the city of Andros itself. This was a relatively minor setback, though. Andros remained under siege, but it was the first time since his return that Alcibiades had fallen short of complete success. Back in Athens, an ever high-strung in their expectations populace, murmurs of disappointment began. Alcibiades' long string of victories made the Athenians believe he could achieve anything. Almost instantly, the veritable golden boy. Well, if something wasn't done, they suspected he was simply not applying himself. As Plutarch astutely notes, Alcibiades became a victim of his own legend. People thought nothing could escape him if he wanted to take it, so any failure was attributed to lack of will, not difficulty. They expected him not only to retake Andros, but to swiftly recover the large and wealthy island of Chios, and all of Ionia. Well, they gave little thought to the enormous challenge that he faced, dwindling Athenian finances and the entry of Persian funds directly fueling the Spartans. Indeed, in 407 to 406, the balance began to tilt again. Sparta sent out a new admiral, the shrewd and ruthless Lysander, who forged a close alliance with Prince Cyrus, the Persian satrap's son. With Persian gold, Lysander could now pay his rowers a higher wage than the Athenians had paid hers. Well, this attracted the best sailors to the Spartan side. Meanwhile, Alcibiades found himself forced to leave the fleet periodically to raise money for payroll by collecting tribute or plundering enemy territory. On one such fundraising foray, Alcibiades stationed the bulk of the Athenian fleet at Notium near Ephesus, under the command of his trusted helmsman Antiochus. He then ordered Antiochus strictly not to engage Lysander's navy in his absence. But guess what? Antiochus was, he was a feckless sort. He was a little bit too brave, but also kind of foolish. Low-born, as Plutarch says. Or perhaps he was seeking glory. He disobeyed. He took a couple of triremes and sailed provocatively close to the Spartan fleet at Ephesus, taunting them with insults and rude gestures, apparently. Lysander, a patient fox, saw his chance. He sent a few ships out in pursuit, drawing more Athenian ships out piecemeal to support Antiochus. Then Lysander launched his full force. The result was a rout. In the Battle of Notium of 406, Lysander destroyed or captured 15 Athenian ships, and Antiochus himself was killed. Not too much glory in that. When Alcibiades hurried back to regroup the fleet and challenged Lysander to a rematch, Lysander prudently avoided battle. But the political damage was done. Alcibiades' enemies at home had their opening. Chief among them was Thrasybulus, ironically not the Thrasybulus who had helped restore him, but another aristocrat, this one the son of Thraso, who had always resented Alcibiades' preeminence. Thrasybulus sailed to Athens and laid blame for Notium right on Alcibiades' shoulders. In the assembly, he accused Alcibiades of neglecting his duty, saying he left manners to unqualified subordinates while he caroused with Ionian courtesans and roamed the seas in search of money. Exaggerated stories circled that Alcibiades had built for himself a private fortress in Thrace as a bolt hole should he need to flee Athens again. This was referring to a castle that he had actually constructed in the Chersonese, that is the Gallipoli region, likely intended as a strategic stronghold against Thracian rebels. But his detractors painted that as evidence of treasonous intent. With fear and anger stoked, the Athenians reacted swiftly. They relieved Alcibiades of his command. The very people who had only recently begged for his return now turned their backs on him. They elected new generals to replace him. Well, without so much as a summons or hearing, he was effectively cast out again. So, with the news finally reaching Alcibiades, he must have felt a bit of déjà vu. Sensing that he was unsafe and unwelcome, he withdrew from the Athenian camp altogether. He still had some personal followers and mercenaries, and with these, he sailed north. For the next several months, Alcibiades operated as an independent warlord on the fringes of Thrace. He attacked some of the unruly local Thracian tribes, plundering their territory. This actually provided measures of security to the neighboring Greek colonies, even as it enriched Alcibiades' coffers. One imagines Alcibiades brooding in his Thracian stronghold, contemplating yet another reversal of fortune. He had survived such falls before. But with Athens now in dire straits, where exactly could he turn next? In the autumn of 405, there was a final cruel twist. The Athenian navy, now commanded by other generals, had positioned itself at the Hellespont again, near a place called Aegospotami, the Goat Rivers. Lysander, reinstated as Spartan admiral, anchored his fleet just across the Strait of Lampsacus. For 5 days the Athenians rowed out each morning to challenge Lysander to battle. Each day the Spartans refused to emerge, so the Athenians would row back to their breach, growing lax and bored. From his base nearby in Thrace, Alcibiades observed with mounting alarm. He rode to the Athenian camp and urgently pointed out the dangers. Aegospotami's shore had no harbor and offered no shelter. The troops had to scatter miles away to Sestos for food. The Spartan fleet was well drilled, ready to strike at an opportune moment. He begged the generals to move to a safer anchorage and maintain tighter discipline, but these commanders, Tydeus, Menander, and Adeimantus, were either too prideful or foolish to heed advice from the deposed Alcibiades. One of them rudely told him to leave, saying that we're in charge now, not you. Dismissed and insulted, Alcibiades did just that, supposedly warning his friends that such incompetence could only be explained by treachery or hopeless idiocy, and predicting that if he had been allowed, he could have forced Lysander to fight or flee within days. Well, whether that was realistic is debatable, but Alcibiades had certainly identified the peril, that's for sure. Sure enough, on the very next day, Lysander sprang his trap. Watching the Athenians' routine, Lysander waited until the Athenian crews had gone ashore for lunch and rest. And then he struck, catching almost the entire Athenian fleet unmanned and helpless. It was a total victory for Sparta. Only a handful of Athenian ships managed to escape. Roughly 170 ships were captured on the beach without a fight. Lysander rounded up some 3,000 Athenian sailors and marines and executed them all in cold blood. The Spartan navy then sailed to Athens' harbors, blockading the city. With its fleets annihilated, its walls surrounded, and its food supply cut off, Athens capitulated in 404. The long walls were torn down to the sound of Spartan flutes, and the Peloponnesian War, after 27 grueling years, was over. The Spartans had won. Alcibiades, watching these grim events from afar, knew his last hope of returning to Athens was gone. The city fell under the control of Sparta and an oligarchic regime of the 30 tyrants. But worse yet for him, Sparta was now supreme in Greece, and the Spartan leaders had long memories and many reasons to hate Alcibiades. King Agis and Lysander, in particular, would not rest easy as long as their wily adversary lived. Alcibiades quickly decided to leave this Thracian refuge. He gathered whatever treasure he had accumulated and headed northeast, aiming for the one great power that might stand against Sparta, Persia. His plan, it seems, was to present himself to the new Persian king, Artaxerxes II, who had just succeeded Darius, and offer his advice and services against the Spartans, much as Themistocles had done decades earlier when fleeing Athens. Perhaps Alcibiades imagined persuading Artaxerxes to intervene in Greece and restore Athenian independence, with himself as a mediator. It was a long shot, but one consistent with Alcibiades' grandiose confidence. But he never got the chance. Alcibiades traveled into Phrygia, in Asia Minor, to seek an audience with the regional satrap Pharnabazus, as a stepping stone to the royal court. Pharnabazus did receive him kindly. After all, Alcibiades had never directly crossed Pharnabazus, and had even spared his life at Gisgus. Alcibiades lay low for a while, residing in a village in Phrygia with his last companion, a devoted courtesan named Timandra. But the long arm of Sparta was reaching out. In Athens, the new oligarchs, including Critias, feared Alcibiades as a potential rallying figure for exiles. In Sparta, King Agis and Lysander wanted him eliminated once and for all. They pressured Pharnabazus to assassinate the Athenian refugee. At first, Pharnabazus hesitated, but eventually a directive came from the Persian court itself, possibly at Spartan urging, giving sanction to remove Alcibiades as a dangerous agent. Pharnabazus reluctantly agreed, and sent his brother and uncle with a band of armed men to do the deed. One night in 404, Alcibiades dreamed a pretentious dream. He imagined that Timandra was dressing him in her own clothes and painting his face like a woman, or alternatively in another account that assassins were cutting off his head and burning his body. In either case, a vision of emasculation and death. He awoke with a start. Outside, the assassins had quickly surrounded his fat house and set it on fire, hoping to burn him alive. But he wasn't going to go that easy. He grabbed his sword and cloak. Using his cloak as a shield against the flames, he burst through the door, a tall figure silhouetted by fire. The assassin, seeing him emerge, initially fell back in fear. No one dared close this formidable warrior. Alcibiades charged directly at them, the Spartans' barbarian accomplices. Perhaps locals hired for the tasks kept their distance, pelting him with javelins and arrows. Alone, he couldn't dodge them all. He fell to the missiles, pierced and bleeding out on the ground outside the burning house. Thus, Alcibiades, the former golden boy of Athens, died at about 46 years of age. When the killers cautiously approached and confirmed he was dead, they left the scene. It was Timandra, the same woman of ill repute who stayed by his side, who cradled his lifeless body. In the grey morning, Timandra wrapped Alcibiades in her own fine garments, and performed what funeral rites she could. Far from his native Athens, without state or family to mourn him, Alcibiades was laid to rest. Timandra, it is noted, was said to be the mother of the famous Corinthian courtesan Laius, an ironic footnote that the man that once consorted with queens and pretense ended up tied to the line of a harlot. Some later accounts tried to romanticize his death differently. One story claimed he was killed not by Spartan agents, but by the brothers of a Phrygian noblewoman who he had seduced, suggesting it was personal vengeance for his wanton insolence that did him in. But this version is generally discredited. It smacks of moralizing, as if to say his libido finally destroyed him. The more likely truth is that Sparta could not rest easy until Alcibiades, the perpetual traitor and schemer, was eliminated. Of course, Persia was willing to oblige. When you think of Egypt, you think of pyramids, right? Well then surely when you think of Sumerians, you think of ziggurats. But you see, ziggurats were a little bit different to pyramids. A ziggurat was a temple that formed the heart of the city, and in the middle of that temple is the Sumerian priest, carrying that vessel of purified water drawn from the Euphrates. He begins his ritual ablutions, cleansing himself to prepare for the sacred duties ahead. A robed figure, just doing his daily routine. In ancient Sumer, such dawn rituals were a daily reality. You see, each city's principal temple was believed to be the earthly home of its patron deity, and the priesthood, well, they were the custodians of life, not just responsible for worship, but maintaining cosmic order, the very well-being of society. And so here we are today, to talk about the daily life of the Sumerian priesthood, priests and priestesses, keeping the whole show running. Now before we begin, just a quick welcome. Hello everybody. Thank you for supporting the channel, keeping it ad-free. Relevant links are in the pinned comment, and if you can't afford to do that, a like, comment and subscribe goes a very, very long way. Now with that being said, let's get straight to it. The daily life in the Sumerian priesthood. Well, of course, we have to explain what the temple in Sumer actually was the workplace of the priesthood, it was far more than just a place of worship, rather a nexus of economy, governance, and community. Each city-state, let's just think Uruk, Ur, Nippur, of course there's plenty more, but each one of them was considered to be owned by its patron god, with the priesthood simply administering the city's resources on the behalf of the deity. By the 3rd millennium BCE, Sumerian temples had evolved somewhat. There were large complexes that dominated the city skylines, often built atop high platforms. If you were approaching a Sumerian city from the distance, you would see this big ziggurat sticking out of the middle of it. Pretty easy to spot. And of course, anywhere in the city, well, you would have some kind of view of the ziggurat. And if you were on top of the ziggurat, you'd have a view of everything. So over centuries, as temples were rebuilt on the same sacred spots, they formed layered mounds, and this is what became the ziggurat, symbolically elevating the shrine toward the heavens little by little. Within the precincts sprawled courtyards, workshops, kitchens, storerooms, even bureaucratic offices, which fortunately for us we get a lot of our clay tablet primary evidence from them. Unfortunately not really the narrative stories of a daily life of a priest, but we certainly get a lot of receipts for things like trade and inventories, things like this. That's what we got to piece it together from. Now, our priest, in his normal capacity, after finishing his purification, might walk through a courtyard where bakers were already preparing the day's bread offerings, and where the other temple workers were busy with their tasks, whether they be gardeners, potters, or cattle tenders. In Sumer, temple staff and dependents formed a significant workforce, and the temple's grain silos and herds supplied rations to craftsmen, widows, and orphans. As a matter of fact, the temple often functioned as a vast household or estate of the god, managing land and distributing food, a model of an institutional economy that other civilizations would also adopt in time. It is quite telling to compare this scene with other ancient cultures. And, as we mentioned at the start, we do think of Egypt in terms of big monuments, but the ziggurats tend to unfairly be pushed aside. But let's understand this in contrast to the Egyptian system. In pharaonic Egypt, temples likewise owned huge tracts of land and were economic powerhouses by the new kingdom. The temple of Amun at Karnak, for instance, employed tens of thousands and amassed orchards, herds, and granaries on a massive scale. But of course the pyramids themselves are not the temple. This is a different kind of thing. Of course the temples would be around pyramids sometimes, but temples were more burial mounds in Egypt. Now, priests in Egypt, as in Sumer, oversaw these holdings, and temple bureaucrats kept meticulous records on paper, as their Mesopotamian counterparts did on clay tablets. Of course, the clay tablets tend to last quite a lot longer. Meanwhile, over in the Indus Valley civilization, from 2600 to 1900 BCE, the situation is a little bit more murky. The great cities of Mohenjo-daro and Harappa have yielded no clear remains of ziggurat-like temples. There are no towering shrines in the archaeological record, at least not akin to those of Sumer and Egypt. Instead, we find something else. We can find structures like the so-called Great Bath of Mohenjo-daro, suggesting that communal ritual, perhaps purification, bathing, took place. But this is without the obvious centralized temple economy that we see in Mesopotamia. This absence of monumental temples has led scholars to a few speculations, one being that Indus religious practice may have been more decentralized, possibly conducted in household shrines or open-air sanctuaries, Nevertheless, a famous Steatite statuette from Mohenjo-Daro, the bearded priest-king figure with a patterned robe and a headband, hints at an elite who combined ritual and secular authority. That artifact, only 6 inches tall, has become an icon of the Indus Valley civilization's spiritual life, even though we lack any written texts to explain his role, at least as of 2026. Fingers crossed we'll find something, The images of that priest-king resonate with what we know about early Sumer, where initially city rulers likely served as both the king and also the high priest, which blurs a bit of political and religious leadership. Back then there was no real separation of church and state. The church was the state, and the state was the church. So it appears that in the dawn of urban society, both in Mesopotamia and possibly in the Indus, leadership may have carried a priestly mantle, a pattern echoed later in cultures like the Maya across the ocean, and more immediately in nearby Anatolia and modern-day Iran. Within a Sumerian temple complex, daily life followed a structured rhythm, one that would be recognizable in other ancient temples. The early morning was devoted to opening the shrine, attending to the god's needs. Midday might bring administrative work, measurements of grain and recording of donations. Sometimes if there was a festival upcoming, you would do some preparation for that. And the temple would bustle with scribes and officials. By evening, additional offers and prayers closed out the day. The temple was also an educational center. Young novices and scribes in training learned their craft in part of the temple known as the Eduba, which is basically the tablet house. Just as Egyptian temples housed in their scribes in the House of Life, that is Per Ankh, where religious texts were copied and studied. Sumerian temples cultivated their own styles of learning, of course. Now in these schools, students memorized hymns and the lists of gods, practiced writing cuneiform signs on clay, and mastered mathematics for calendars and accounts. A student might start as a lowly acolyte, sweeping the floors, fetching water. But with a bit of hard work, and maybe some divine favor and talent, he could rise up to become a learned priest, adept in ritual and scholarship, both equally important. Now the fruits of such temple education are evident in the literary tablets that we have recovered from sites like Nippur. Myths, prayers, incantations, many of which were likely composed or preserved by priest scribes. Notably, the first author known by name in history, Enheduanna, was a Sumerian high priestess, daughter of Sargon of Akkad, by the way. She was the high priestess of the moon god Nana at Ur, who composed exalting temple hymns and poems in the 23rd century BCE. Her writings, which praised gods and recount her own devotional experiences, attest to the high level of literary culture nurtured within the temple walls. And so, as morning progressed, the priest would not be alone in his duties, or at least not for long. The Sumerian priesthood was a specialized and stratified order. Texts and temple lists from Mesopotamia reveal a quite complex hierarchy of priests and priestesses, and each level had its own title and functions. At the pinnacle of a city's religious hierarchy stood the chief priest or priestess, called the En, a Sumerian word meaning lord or high priest. Well, intriguingly, the gender of the En often complemented the gender of the deity. For a city whose patron was a goddess, such as Inanna in Uruk, the high priest was typically male, whereas the city with a god, such as the moon god Nana in Ur, the high priestess was typically female. Now, remember that name, Enheduanna? That's got N in it. See how it all comes together. Well, in this way, En was conceived as the consort or chief servant of the deity, effectively the god's earthly spouse. These high priests and priestesses, whether male or female, underwent elaborate installation ceremonies and were held in immense prestige. They performed the most important sacrifices, led major festivals, and were believed to embody a living link to the will of the god. In later periods, kings often sought to control this sacred office. For example, the Akkadian king Sargon the Great installed his daughter Enheduanna as the high priestess of Ur around 2300 to secure his influence over Sumer. Thereafter, it became customary for Mesopotamian kings to appoint royal daughters as high priestesses in Ur, reflecting both a divine service but also a political strategy. Now, what about Enheduanna herself? Well, she provides a pretty good window into the life of a high priestess. She left behind a moving account of personal and political turmoil in her hymn, The Exaltation of Inanna. At one point, a usurper named Lugal-Ane seized power in Ur and drove Enheduanna out of the temple. In her poem, the priestess describes her anguish. A quote from the poem goes like this: "He has destroyed me utterly. He stood there in triumph and drove me out of the temple. He made me fly like a swallow from the window. I have exhausted my life strength. He stripped me of my rightful crown of the priestess." End of quote. Well, this frankly rare first-person testimony shows that even a revered priestess could be subject to political exile and danger. But it also shows how the symbols of office, the crown or the ceremonial garb of the high priestess, really had deep significance. Indeed, high priests and priestesses were distinguished by special vestments. A male might don a robe and headdress befitting a king in ritual, while a high priestess, often titled Entu, wore a turban, or elaborate headgear and a fine white garment, as the bride of the god. These details recall how, in ancient Egypt, both male and female clergy also wore a specific uniform, white linen with leopard skin cloaks for certain high rituals, and were sometimes even depicted with divine emblems. Notably, Egypt allowed some women to serve as priestesses too, often for goddesses, the cult of Isis and all the rest, but also for male gods in some cases, and paid them equal rations as their male counterparts, more importantly, a parity that seems to have also existed in Sumer. Beneath the priest at the top, Sumerian temples had many other ranks. The Sangha, for instance, was a high administrator priest who managed temple estates and finances. A Sangha priest needed extensive training in writing and accounting, essentially serving as the temple's chief steward or manager. Some Sumerian city rulers even took the title of Sangha of a particular god, while also being king, indicating the overlap once again of this religious and civic duty. But there were also cultic priests, who performed the daily rituals and offerings, the divine specialists who read omens, such as inspecting the livers of sacrificial sheep or interpreting unusual births. There were also incantation priests, who recited prayers and spells to ward off evil. These later incantation priests, called Ashipu in Akkadian language, also functioned as healers and exorcists, using a combination of herbal remedies and sacred words to cure illnesses believed to be caused by malevolent spirits. Now, women could serve in some of these roles too. In fact, the first two categories of priests, cultic and divinatory, in Mesopotamia included women quite often. For example, women could be prophetesses or oracles, delivering messages from the gods, or could serve as chanting priests who sung laments in the women's dialect. The Gala priests, interestingly, were often males who used the female register of Sumerian in ritual songs. Female clergy in Sumer also included the Shaitu or the Naditu, women dedicated to the temple service, who often lived in separate cloisters, especially in later Old Babylonian times. These women were not exactly nuns in a Christian sense, don't quite equate the two, but they did remain unmarried and managed their own dowries and estates, devoting themselves to the deity, a practice somewhat mirrored by the Vestal virgins of Rome centuries later, but perhaps a story for another time. So when we cast a bit of a comparative gaze, we see similar priestly hierarchies elsewhere. Ancient Egypt had its high priest of Amun, styled the first prophet of God, at Thebes, comparable in clout to a Sumerian En. Egypt's priesthood was likewise layered. Below the high priest were grades like the Wab priests, the pure ones, who did the basic temple chores, and the lector priests, who could read sacred texts and perform recitations. There were also hour priests, i.e., astronomers. They were in Egypt and they kept the calendar and consulted star charts to time rituals properly. We find direct parallels in Mesopotamia. Sumerian priests were famed for their knowledge of the stars and celestial omens, with later Babylonian priests compiling detailed astronomical tablets to predict eclipses and planetary motions. Both civilizations thus made astronomy a priestly science, essential for calendrical regulation of festivals and agriculture. In the Hittite Empire of Anatolia, 2nd millennium BCE, the king himself was the chief priest of the realm, and Hittite texts list an array of priestly officials. You have the chief temple priests, the augurs, the singers, the diviners, and even women of the temple, possibly analogous to cultic functionaries or musicians. Hittite temple personnel were expected to maintain strict standards of purity and appearance, just as their Egyptian and Mesopotamian peers did. Surviving Hittite instructions specify, for instance, that temple staff had to keep trimmed hair and nails and wear clean garments, especially those working in the sacred kitchens that prepared divine meals. The Hittites also mandated that designated festivals and offerings be carried out at precise times, with the requisite animals and libations, a concept very much in line with the first Mesopotamian and later Israelite religious calendars. Now finally, consider the early Israelite priesthood, 1200 to 600 BCE, during the Tabernacle and First Temple periods. We again note some familiar patterns. The Israelite priests, the Kohanim, all male and drawn from a lineage of Aaron, were charged with daily sacrifices, incense burning, and the maintenance of the sanctuary. They were assisted by the Levites and organized into rotating courses. In fact, the Hebrew Bible records that priests were divided into 24 divisions called mishmarot, who served in weekly rotations, an administrative system not too unlike the monthly rotation of Egyptian priests, who served 1 month in every 4. Each morning and evening, in Jerusalem's temple, a lamb was offered as a burnt offering. The menorah lamps were trimmed and refilled, and incense was burned on the inner altar. We hear an echo of this in Mesopotamia. Though specifics differ, the concept of daily burned offerings at sunrise and sunset to bookend the day was pretty common in the ancient Near Eastern religions. Sumerian priests, too, would offer regular sacrifices: livestock, grain, oil, beer, accompanied by hymns and prayers at appointed times. A Neo-Sumerian text from the city of Lagash, for example, describes offerings being made at morning, noon, and evening to various gods, ensuring that divine tables were never completely empty. The Israelites also shared with Mesopotamian and Hittite priests a concern for ritual purity. Israelite priests had to wash their hands and feet in a bronze basin before approaching the altar. We have this in Exodus 30:18-21. They also had to wear linen garments, abstain from alcohol on duty, and avoid contact with the dead, except for closest kin. These are reminiscent of the purity rules followed by Egyptian temple priests. Herodotus notes that the Egyptian clergy bathed in cold water multiple times a day and shaved their entire bodies to maintain this ritual cleanliness. In Mesopotamia, priests likewise had to be ritually pure, often symbolized by washing in holy water from the temple courtyard basin, the abzu as it was called, and on special sanctified clothing before entering the presence of the god. Thus across the ancient world, from Sumerian cities to Egyptian Nile temples, from Hittite Anatolia to the Israelite kingdoms, we observe a common thread of priestly offices and duties, each shaped by its own culture, but all centered on the notion of humans serving the gods through a sanctified and organized routine. So let's go back to that Sumerian temple at dawn, and we can follow the priest into the sacred inner chambers and witness the morning ritual that begins the day's service. After his personal purification, the priest would approach the doors of the cella, the inner sanctum, where the city's patron deity statue resides. Sumerian inscriptions and later Babylonian ritual texts like the Bit Rimki implied that priests performed a ceremony of opening the sanctuary. They would do this right at daybreak. Now this is not unlike the Egyptian ritual of drawing the bolt at dawn. And so one can imagine the priest, accompanied by his assistants, who were, of course, trying to learn from observance, murmuring a prayer as he unseals the heavy wooden door in that dim light. Inside, the holiest space, stands the cult statue, often a wooden figure gilded with gold and inlaid with lapis lazuli eyes, clad in fine garments. Now, if you don't know what lapis lazuli is, it's basically the Bronze Age luxury product. It's this bright blue stone, kind of like an ultramarine colored stone. Really pretty. Anyway, to the Sumerians, this statue was not a mere representation. You see, during the ritual, it was the god. You see, the statue itself was literally holding the spirit of the god, imbued with the divine life force through these complex consecration ceremonies. Each morning, the statue had to be refreshed and fed. Mesopotamian priests would clean the deity's idol, dress it up in new clothes, and lay out fresh food and drink. Water drawn from the Euphrates or the Tigris, or perhaps a sacred well on temple grounds, was used to ritually wash the statue's face and hands, a reverent washing called ablution. The old garments, perhaps a nightcloth put on at the previous dusk, were removed, and the statue was anointed with perfumed oil. Then new clothing was draped on the god, rich linen or wool vestments, appropriate to the season or festival, often in colors symbolizing aspects of the deity. But only a select priest, maybe the high priest or a special officiant, could perform this very intimate service, as it was believed that to behold the god's unveiled form was a privilege of the purest clergy. You couldn't just rock up and start undressing the god. It's a little bit scandalous, isn't it? Well, this ceremony had a striking parallel in the Egyptian temple rituals. Every morning in Karnak or Luxor, the high priest, or sometimes the pharaoh, which is in theory the high priest of the land, would enter the innermost sanctum alone, open the shrine cabinet, behold the cult statue of Amun or another god. He would wash the statue with sacred water, feed it with incense smoke, in a metaphorical fashion, of course, and dress it in clean robes. After that they would adorn it with little bits and pieces of jewelry. Only after the god's image was cared for would lesser-ranked priests bring in trays of food. This could be bread, beer, vegetables, or cuts of meat, and they would lay them before the deity. The belief was that the god absorbed the essence of these offerings. Now a similar practice occurred in Sumer. Temple kitchens prepared elaborate meals for the gods, multiple times a day too, including bread, beer, roasted meats, fruits, and aromatic herbs. These were set out on the god's altar or a table in front of him. Well, in front of it. He, she, whatever the god goes by, whatever. Prayers and hymns accompanied the offering. The priest might recite, "O my lord Enlil, accept this bread, may it please your heart," or something like that. They would also sing a morning hymn to Inanna as they presented the dates and butter. After a suitable interval, the untouched food would be taken away. The gods, having partaken in spirit, removed the essence, I suppose, and then it would be distributed to the temple staff and the poor. So in this way, rather conveniently, nothing went to waste. Now the practice of redistribution was not only practical, feeding the large temple community, but it also symbolized the god's blessings flowing back to the people. We can imagine our Sumerian priest stepping out of the cellar after completing the dressing and feeding of the god, perhaps carrying a lamp as he goes. Many temples had no gaps for windows, by the way. We don't use window in the glass form. We were just talking about gaps to let light in. The inner sanctuary would be lit by oil lamps, or torches even in the daytime. He would close the doors behind him, sealing the deity in comfort, until they would meet again at the next ritual. Outside, other priests would chant litanies, burn incense in the courtyard, wafting sweet cedar or myrrh smoke toward the sanctuary. In the broad courtyard of a ziggurat complex, there may have been a fire altar where a flame was kept perpetually burning, akin to the eternal flame concept found in later Zoroastrian temples, or the hearth of Vesta in Rome. Now over in Egypt, a dawn fire ritual reenacted the rebirth of the sun. Though we lack direct evidence of a formal fire lighting in Sumer, the presence of temple hearths suggests that fire was also sacred to Mesopotamian ritual, possibly representing the god Nusku, fire and light, as a witness to offerings. By mid-morning, the regular daily sacrifices would occur. The priesthood, right on schedule, conducted the first round of sacrifices, likely soon after the sun had came up. While the major public sacrifices in Mesopotamia took place on feast days, involving bulls or a large number of animals in procession, the routine daily sacrifice might involve a single lamb or goat, offered to the principal god of the city. Records from the city of Uruk, for instance, list, quote, 1 lamb in the morning, 1 lamb in the evening, as a regular offering to Inanna, much as the Hebrew Bible prescribes a tamed lamb each morning and evening for Yahweh. The procedure was solemn. A priest, sometimes titled the Shugurma in Sumerian, meaning the great butcher, would lead the animal to the altar. Prayers and songs would be recited, and with a quick, skilled motion on the animal's throat, the cut would be made. The blood would be collected in a bowl and poured out on the altar or into the ground as a libation to the gods of earth and the underworld. Portions of the meat might be burned on the altar fire, a burnt offering for the gods' pleasure in the aroma, while other portions were set aside for cooking and later consumption by priests. These acts mirrored those in the first temple of Jerusalem, where each morning a priest slaughtered a tamed lamb, splashed its blood on the altar, and burned choice pieces, with accompanying music by Levites. In the Sumerian temple, musicians would likewise be present, Temple singers and harpists played daily hymns on lyres and flutes to calm and please the deity during the offering. We know from hymn collections that certain songs were designated for morning, others for evening, indicating a kind of, liturgical schedule. And that's not unlike later monastic hours of prayer. With the morning offering completed, the temple settled into a quieter phase. The high priest might take this time to sit in the courtyard under a shaded awning to hear petitions from the populace. Common citizens were generally not allowed into the inner sanctum. The gods were served by the priests, you see, not by the congregation. However, people came to the temple gates with needs, a fisherman donating a portion of his catch in hopes of a good season, a family bringing a silver figurine as fulfillment of a vow, or maybe a desperate mother asking for the priests to pray for a sick child. Sumerian temples had gateways and public squares where such interactions would occur. Priests, or in larger temples, subordinate clergy known as journeying priests or temple administrators, would accept offerings and say blessings or perform minor rituals for these supplicants. It's noted in Mesopotamian sources that people might seek out a priest for dream interpretation, healing, or curse removal. For example, if someone had a frightening nightmare, a skilled priest in divination would be consulted to read the omen. If ill, a combination of an ashipu, remember we mentioned those as exorcist priests, and an ashu, a herbal physician, might actually work together, the former reciting incantations to cast out the demon of disease, the latter providing a medicinal potion. These services show how priests in Sumer were not secluded mystics, but they were rather embedded into the daily social fabric, counselors, doctors, and scribes for the community. It's worth noting that this role of priests in serving people's practical needs was present, though secondary to serving the gods. The priority was always spiritual matters. Now, over in Egypt, too, while the primary duty of the clergy was to care for the god, not to preach or guide lay people, temples did function as places where one could get an oracle or an healing charm, something like that. Egyptian priest-physicians, for example, used both medical and magical techniques to treat patients, and certain priests, like the Sao magicians, specialized in warding off evil spirits, much like the Mesopotamian Ashibu. The Hittites had entire tablets of rituals for removing curses or plagues, indicating their priests performed ceremonies for public welfare. Notably, when a plague struck the Hittite lands, King Mursili II called on priests to perform a suite of rituals to appease the gods. Meanwhile, among the ancient Israelites, while prophets often addressed the moral instruction of the people, the priests were involved in judicial cases, deciding purity laws, for instance, and in diagnosing diseases like leprosy as part of their temple duties. In all these cultures, the temple was both a spiritual and administrative center. It kept records, organized the calendar, and it often ran schools. But of course, we can't just go on and on about the Sumerian priesthood without highlighting the role of women in the religious sphere, because this is something quite important. We've already talked about Enheduanna, but it's a little bit deeper than that. Now, unlike some later systems that were a little bit more patriarchal, ancient Mesopotamia offered influential positions to women in all of its temples. We've already met Enheduanna, yes, the high priestess of Ur, whose writings and political importance under Sargon of Akkad show how a woman could be at the spiritual center of a major city. Well, despite that unfortunate usurpation, but, you can't win them all, can't you? In Sumer, the high priestesses, En, served not only Nana at Ur, but other gods too. For example, the temple of Enlil at Nippur also traditionally had a high priestess. In that case, uniquely, she was even allowed to marry, a departure from the general rule that priestesses remain celibate for life. These women, often of royal blood, also wielded considerable power. They controlled substantial temple lands and workshops, managed a cadre of female and male attendants, and were the only women who regularly performed sacrifices alongside the male priests. The installation of a high priestess was a grand affair, and it likely involved a ceremony of bestowing a new ritual name and insignia. Indeed, King Nabonidus of Babylon, around the 6th century BCE, which is a bit later, but anyway, claims to list all the Entu priestesses of Ur in history, noting that most bore names honoring the sky god An or the moon god with them. Now this suggests a tradition of sacral renaming, perhaps to mark the transformation of a noble woman from a layperson into a bride of the god. But besides high priestesses, other women often served temples, in capacities often shrouded in a little bit of later misinterpretation. Classical Greek reports, like Herodotus, give us lurid accounts of so-called temple prostitution in Babylon. But modern research suggests that the reality was a little bit more nuanced than that. And plus, it's Herodotus, so you've got to kind of take it with a grain of salt. Anyway, some women in Mesopotamian temples held the title of Shamitu or Kadishtu, which older scholarship mistranslates as temple prostitute. But we now think that these women were likely cultic personnel, or just musicians, not literally sex workers. I mean, what they do in their private time is none of our business. In any case, there is evidence in certain Babylonian cities of women who lived in designated quarters and were forbidden to marry. The Naditu, but they were often wealthy vowesses who donated their dowries to the temple and then engaged in business rather than servicing male worshippers. I mean, in Sumerian times, earlier precursors of such women might have existed, like fair enough. You have the term lukur, referring to a young female clergy member dedicated to a god, possibly serving as chorus singers or participants in rituals like the sacred marriage. Now, speaking of which, the sacred marriage ritual is a famous aspect of Sumerian religion, wherein the king would symbolically marry a goddess, often represented by a high priestess of Inanna. This was done to ensure fertility and prosperity for the land. During the New Year festival in Uruk, for example, the king, as Dumuzi, the shepherd god, is said to have mated with the high priestess as Inanna, reenacting the divine union. This ritual elevated the status of the priestess, as she became an embodiment of the goddess in that moment, her body the vessel of a cosmic guarantee of agricultural fecundity. But in daily life, female temple staff in Sumer could be weavers, bakers, or songstresses attached to the temple of a goddess like Ningal or Inanna. Sumerian art sometimes depicts women playing frame drums or lyres in religious processions, implying their role in temple music. One extraordinary visual from the Akkadian period is the Disc of Enheduanna, a carved alabaster disc found at Ur. It shows a woman labeled in an inscription as Enheduanna herself, wearing a long robe and performing a libation, that is, pouring a drink offering before an altar, accompanied by male attendants. This artifact provides a rare contemporaneous image of a high priestess engaged in ritual, and that shows that women could and did perform sacrifices and public ceremonies. Comparatively, ancient Egypt also had notable women in religion, high priestesses of Hathor or Nath in the Old Kingdom, the divine adoratresses of Amun in Thebes, perhaps most prominently the god's wife of Amun, who, during the first millennium BCE, effectively made royal women the spiritual and sometimes political equals of the pharaohs. In Hittite society, queens took active roles in rituals. We know Queen Pudehepa, in 13th century BCE served as a priestess of the goddess Areniti and co-issued prayers and magical rites with King Hatussa. Meanwhile, the Israelite women did not serve as priests of Yahweh. The priesthood was strictly male. But interestingly, earlier Canaanite religion had priestesses, like those of Asherah or Astarte, and even in Israelite texts, there are mentions of women like Miriam or Deborah, who had prophetic or cultic roles among the people. The absence of official female priests in the Israelite kingdoms was more than the exception in one region. Most other neighboring cultures recognized some priestly functions for women. It wasn't really a big deal to them. Sumer's inclusion of women at high levels of temple service was therefore part of a broader Near Eastern pattern, not the exception, albeit one that each culture balanced differently according to its social structure and individual theology. The life of a high priestess, such as Enheduanna, combined elements of religious devotion, administrative acumen, and even a bit of personal drama. You see, Enheduanna's writings show a deep emotional bond with the goddess Inanna, calling her the mistress of heaven, and pouring out feelings of despair and hope during her time in exile. After pleading with the gods and likely with political allies, Enheduanna was eventually restored to her position, a testament to the resilience and influence that a priestess could wield. And so one imagines a triumphant scene of her re-entering the Giparu, that is the priestess's residence within the temple compound, where her attendant priestesses, perhaps 2 or 3 high-ranking women, awaited, still tending that sacred flame and weaving the garments for the goddess, task they maintained in her absence. The solidarity of these women in the service of the divine feminine must have been a powerful force in temple culture. In later epics, we hear less of Sumerian high priestesses, at least as political trends sort of changed. I mean, you had things like the Assyrian and Persian conquest altering the Mesopotamian institutions, but still, echoes of their tradition persisted, even into the Hellenistic era, a time when Babylonian temples still had high priestesses called Entu, and when royalty across the Near East, including Ptolemaic queens like Cleopatra, would adopt the mantle of divine priestesses, just to bolster their authority a little bit. So if we look at our hypothetical Sumerian temple, by midday, the daily rites had been mostly done and dusted. The morning was where the bulk of the work was done, especially around dawn. As for the afternoon, that might involve other things, teaching or scholarly tasks for some priests, while others would handle the more secular side of the temple operations. So we might find a group of priest scribes hunched over clay tablets in a side room, perhaps tallying the morning's expenditure, however so many bushels of barley for bread, however many jugs of beer brewed, or sheep delivered by a herdsman. Their records kept in cuneiform, well, they were the accounting backbone of the city. And of course, that's where cuneiform came from, really. It was just invented as a practical record-keeping apparatus, and later on sort of extended into more complex written language. The earlier tablets we have, the more simple they are. But still, as we said, it's better than nothing, I can tell you that much. And indeed, it was likely the demands of the temple accounting and administration that really spurred on all writing around the world, really. Egypt would probably be the same, and the Hittites and all the rest. Now, the temple's need to track offerings, inventories, and calendar events pretty much turned the priest into an archivist/bureaucrat, and this dual role gave them considerable influence in secular circles. Why? Well, mainly because a literate priest could draft contracts, read and copy royal decrees, and correspond with other temples. Many early Mesopotamian scribes whose names survive, such as the authors of wisdom texts or hymns, were probably priests or closely associated with temple schools. The afternoon could also be a time for divination and scholarship. Mesopotamian priests developed various methods to discern the god's will, forming an entire scholarly discipline. Some priests examined the livers of sacrificed sheep, a practice called extipacy, noting peculiar markings to interpret omens for the future. Others observed the patterns of smoke, the behavior of oil dropped into water, even the flights of birds. You could pretty much interpret any natural phenomenon as something spiritual. You just need a little bit of imagination, I suppose. Over centuries, they compiled their observations into massive omen compendia, like the series Enuma, Anu, Enlil, when the gods Anu and Enlil, that is, dealing with celestial omens. Now, our hypothetical Sumerian priest, living long before these texts were formalized in the first millennia, might still have a rudimentary list of omens. He would just have it memorized in his head, perhaps taught by an elder diviner. If a cow gives birth to twin calves, it means this. If an eclipse happens on the 15th day, it means that, and so on. By consulting these signs, priests provided guidance on whether the king should go to war or whether a certain day was auspicious for starting a new canal. In this capacity, they served as the intellectual elite of the society. We see an analogy in Egypt's our priests, who did astronomical observations to produce star calendars, or in the biblical description of Israelite high priests using the mysterious Urim and Thummim, sacred lots, to seek out divine decisions. Now, both suggest a union of faith and perhaps an early science in priestly duties. Given their economic control, literacy, and the role of intermediaries of the gods, priests naturally accumulated power, and sometimes to the point of rivaling kings. In Sumer's early days, the temple was arguably the dominant institution. The latter emergence of kings, the secular Lugal, introduced a new dynamic. By the early dynastic period, that is around 2500 BCE, most cities had distinct kings. Yet even these rulers sought legitimation through the temple. Well, they took titles like Ensi, governor appointed by Enlil, or beloved of Inanna, suggesting that without priestly sanction, their rule lacked divine approval. Many Sumerian kings also became de facto priests. King Gudea of Lagash, around 2100 BCE, for example, is depicted in statues wearing the fringed robe of a priest in a prayerful pose after he rebuilt the great temple of Ningirsu. Gudea wrote that the gods spoke to him in a dream, instructing him on temple dimensions, implying that the king had a prophetic link to the divine, a claim likely coordinated with the priesthood's backing. However, the relationship was not always harmonious. Priests could form a power block of their own. You see, in Egypt we have a clear case of that. By the end of the New Kingdom, circa 1100 BCE, the priests of Amun in Thebes had amassed so much wealth and local loyalty that they essentially ruled Upper Egypt, reducing the pharaoh to a figurehead. Temples from records of Ramesses III's time show the staggering holdings of Karnak's priesthood, hundreds of thousands of livestock, vast estates, and 81,000 personnel. This precipitated a political crisis, perhaps only a revolutionary like Akhenaten could attempt to solve. Well, he's an interesting character of his own, perhaps a story for another time. Now, in Mesopotamia, a similar tension is seen, but in a different form. The Akkadian king Naram-Sin, the grandson of Sargon, famously declared himself a god, the first Mesopotamian king to do so, effectively elevating himself above the priesthood and demanding worship in his own right. This audacious move may have been response to, or a cause of, friction with the entrenched temple authorities, who traditionally mediated between people and the gods. By making himself divine, Naram-Sin tried to cut out the middleman, so to speak. It was pretty controversial, though. Later Babylonian chronicles cast Naram-Sin's self-deification as impious, blaming him for divine wrath that led to the Akkadian Empire's fall. And tellingly, after Akkad's collapse, subsequent Mesopotamian rulers were careful to style themselves as humble servants of the gods and patrons of temples, rather than gods on earth. Now, in Hittite Anatolia, the dynamic was slightly different because the king was automatically chief priest, and there wasn't a separate hereditary priestly class that could usurp power. Hittite texts, however, do seem to indicate certain families held priestly offices for generations, and that the royal family's piety or lack thereof could influence public opinion. The fall of the Hittite Empire, around the 12th century BCE, coincided with the upheavals where even the sanctity of temples were compromised by invaders and internal strife. But in general, Hittite priests did not pose a political challenge to their kings during their history. Now, returning to Sumer in its later years, the priests of course remained key players, even under foreign rulers. When the Semitic Amorites took power in Mesopotamia, the Old Babylonian period around 1800, they adopted Sumerian religious customs and language in the temples. King Hammurabi, famous for his law code, portrays himself receiving the laws from Shamash, the sun god, an image likely orchestrated with the clergy's endorsement. Now, as a matter of fact, many centuries later, when Alexander the Great arrived in Babylon, the 4th century BCE, he made a point to consult the Babylonian priests and sponsor the restoration of the great temple of Marduk, respecting their old authority. So, the daily life of a Sumerian priest cannot be separated from the broader themes of ancient religion and society. Day by day, task by task, lighting lamps, the libations, teaching students, recording accounts, the priests of Sumer kept the engine of civilization running, believing that their service sustained the gods, who in turn would sustain the world. They were astronomers and accountants, musicians and butchers, judges and scribes. They mediated between the seen and the unseen, a role both exalted and at times perilous. Their traditions did not exist in a vacuum, however. Contemporaneous civilizations and those that followed show striking convergences in how priesthoods functioned, which is why we do need to mention them. But whether it is the Sumerian En walking to a god statue at dawn, or the Egyptian high priest unlocking a sanctuary, all engaged in a sacred drama of maintaining cosmic order, the cornerstone of daily life for centuries. Well, in closing, I think we can appreciate the young acolytes rising through the ranks and the devoted priestess penning poetry to a beloved goddess. It's all pretty good. Stuff to imagine, I think. Well, through primary cuneiform sources and a few later accounts, we've reconstructed these anecdotes and routines with a little bit of leeway. In any case, it's a good bit of fun, I think. Allows us to step into the life of a Sumerian priest or priestess and witness a typical day. One that's a little bit mundane, but still quite profound. And by showing other cultures as well, I think we see that the impulse to serve the divine daily was a universal pillar of ancient civilization. Each culture gave that impulse its own flavor, but all recognized as did the Sumerians, that the work of the priests was nothing less than the maintenance of the cosmos in a microcosm, a daily labor, all for the eternity of the gods. Daily life in Celtic Gaul, the land of the ancient Gauls before the Roman conquest. This world, roughly encompassing today's France and neighboring regions, bustled with agrarian villages, fortified towns, and sacred groves. It was a society guided by seasons and cycles, where spiritual leaders like the Druids watched the skies for omens, and warriors measured honor by courage and feasting prowess. Far from being barbarians in the shadows of Greece and Rome, the Gauls had a vibrant culture, all of their own, one of earthy practicality and rich traditions. Perhaps it's not a story that the Romans would tell us, but we certainly have archaeological evidence. So, with a mix of a few written sources with their own bias, admittedly, and the modern archaeological record, we can piece together what it was like for the normal people of those times. And that's exactly what we're going to do over the next hour together. Thank you for joining me. And before we begin, just a quick thank you to those supporting on the Patreon, YouTube memberships, the merch store, and the occasional donation. Links are in description. Everything is ad-free because of these fine people. But if you don't want to do that, give a like, comment, and subscribe. That helps push us out into the algorithm a bit more. Anyway, with all that being said, let's begin. Put yourself into the land of Gaul. Ancient Gaul spanned a vast area of Western Europe. It stretched roughly from the Atlantic Ocean to the Rhine River, and from the Pyrenees and Alps up to the North Sea. But don't mistake it for a single nation. It was rather a patchwork of Celtic-speaking tribes, each with its own territory and name, and that's where things get a little bit complicated. But the term Gaul is a bit of an umbrella term. The Romans later classified all of these into broad groups, though. The Aquitanians in the southwest, the Belgae in the north, the Celts in the central regions. But in everyday life, these distinctions blurred somewhat. But what united the people of Gaul was a common Celtic culture and language, along with similar ways of life. A few of the eccentricities, we'll get into. Now, geographically, Gaul offered a mix of landscapes. Lush, temperate forests covered large areas, intercut by wide, fertile river valleys. The Gauls were intimately familiar with the great rivers, too, the Rhone, the Seine, the Marne, the Rhine, and others, which not only watered their fields, but also served as travel and trade routes. The climate in pre-Roman times was generally cool and damp. Gaulish winters could be pretty harsh, though. Ancient observers noted deep snows and ice-bound rivers in winter, to the extent that armies and wagons could cross frozen waterways. These cold winters meant that certain Mediterranean crops, like the olive tree, couldn't grow, and even vineyards were limited in the cooler parts of Gaul. As a result, the Gauls became experts in brewing beer from barley. They called this beer zythos, and it was a staple beverage alongside mead, fermented honey water, for those not familiar with it. Nevertheless, the Gauls developed an immense thirst for imported wine. Italian wine in particular, bought by merchants, was eagerly consumed in Gaul, often straight and unmixed, which is a habit that astonished and alarmed the more temperate outsiders who would always water the stuff down. According to one Greek historian, the Gauls loved wine so much that Italian traders could demand outrageous prices, accepting a slave in exchange for a single jar of wine, a pretty lucrative trade for merchants and a testament to the Gauls' passion for the drink. The land itself was rich in resources. Gaul's soil yielded abundant grain, and its forests and pastures fed herds of livestock. Rivers flowing down from alpine regions carried flakes of gold dust, which enterprising locals panned and melted down. The Gauls amassed great quantities of gold in this effortless way, which they fashioned into dazzling ornaments for both men and women. Gold bracelets, heavy neck torques, and rings were commonplace adornments, at least among those who could afford them. So rich in gold was the land that the Gauls even offered hoards of it to their gods. Greek commentators report that in certain sacred shrines, heaps of gold objects were piled up as dedications, left inviolate by religious taboo. This picture of wealth, however, coexisted with a largely agrarian and non-monetary economy in daily transaction. By the late Iron Age, on the eve of Roman conquest, some Gaulish communities had begun to mint their own coins, whether it be in gold, silver, or bronze. These imitated the Greek designs. But for much of the population, wealth was measured in land, livestock, and war treasure, rather than any physical currency. Now, physically, you could spot a Gaul from a mile away. They made a strong impression on their observers. They were generally tall and fair-skinned, with light hair, often a sandy or reddish blonde. Gaulish warriors took pride in a fierce appearance. Many washed their hair in a lime-based solution that bleached it and made it stand upright and stiff, wild locks, so that their appearance is like that of wood demons or wild beasts, as one historian describes. This lime treatment turned their hair a brilliant blonde white and caused it to stick out from the head, sometimes swept back in a thick mane reminiscent of a horse. Men often wear their facial hair in distinctive styles. While lower-class Gauls might grow full beards, many noblemen chose to shave their cheeks and grow long mustaches that hung over their mouths. These flowing mustaches, would literally get soaked in food and drink. When a Gaulish warrior drank from a cup, the beverage would seep through his massive whiskers, as through a strainer, in the amused words of Diodorus Siculus. Actually, I've got a friend who's got such a beard that whenever we go out and have coffee, he can't get it in an actual glass, he has to get it in a takeaway cup. Otherwise it would just go everywhere in his beard or the foam and froth. Maybe he's a real Gaul, Well, crucially, we must remember that our literary sources about Gaul come from Greek and Roman writers, who viewed the Celts with a mix of curiosity and prejudice, sometimes admiration. These writers praised the Gauls' bravery and generosity, but also labeled them with stereotypes of wildness or barbarity. Modern archaeology helps to balance the picture, though, revealing that Celtic Gaul had thriving farms, sophisticated craftsmanship, and regional trade networks long before Roman annexation. So with that context, let's look at how a normal Gaul would spend their day within a structure of a tribal society. And Celtic Gaul indeed was a tribal society. We've already mentioned it wasn't a unified nation-state. It was consisted of dozens of independent tribes or peoples, and they all had their own name and territory. Now, it's not a few of them either. It's not a dozen. Well, the tribe ranged in size from perhaps 50,000 people to several 100,000, and there was plenty of them. And they controlled towns and farmland within their own borders. Some of the larger tribes, like the Aedui or the Arverni, dominated their regions and even had smaller client tribes allied to them. With each tribe, society was hierarchical but also communal in important ways. Now, at the top of the social pyramid were the nobles and warriors, an aristocratic class who owned lands and herds, and from whose ranks came the tribal chieftains and kings. Julius Caesar, who fought the Gauls in the 50s BCE, observed that, quote, "Throughout all Gaul, there are two classes of persons, of definite account and dignity, namely the warrior nobility and the druids, the priestly learned class. Below these were the common freemen, farmers, herders, craftspeople, and traders who formed the bulk of the population. The common folk in Gaul, according to Caesar, had little political power, and were often dependent on noble patrons. Heavy debts, tributes, or the need for protection could force ordinary Gauls to become clients of the nobles, bound to serve them, much like vassals. In Caesar's somewhat biased account, the average Gaulish commoner was practically a slave to his tribal betters. While this may be exaggerated propaganda, it is true that patronage ties were fundamental in Gallic society. Powerful chieftains measured their status by the number of followers and dependents they could support. A wealthy noble might maintain a retinue of armed companions and clients, who in return for protection and gifts would fight for him in war or boost his influence. Prestige and power were thus linked to personal bonds in this heroic society, not just to formal officers. The tribal government varied from tribe to tribe, of course. Some Gallic tribes had hereditary kings, while others just were ruled by councils of nobles or annually elected magistrates. By the 1st century BCE, several tribes, especially in central Gaul, had moved towards oligarchic republics rather than monarchies, possibly under influence from neighboring Rome. Regardless of the system, collective decision-making assemblies played an important role. Free men of the tribe would gather in councils to approve major decisions like declarations of war or alliances. Strabo, a geographer writing in the 1st century CE, describes a peculiar custom in Gallic assemblies to maintain order. If any man interrupted the speaker with heckling, an attendant would approach and warn him with a drawn sword. After a second and third warning, if the heckler still persisted, the attendant would dramatically cut off a portion of the man's cloak with the sword, effectively shaming him before the group. Now this anecdote shows that Gauls took their counsels seriously. Discipline was enforced, yet in a way that blended sternness with a touch of theatrical flair, since losing a piece of one's precious woolen cloak was a humiliating penalty. It is one of many instances where Gallic customs might seem strange to outsiders, but served a social purpose. It's all in context. Now, one can't describe Gallic society without talking about Druids, of course. They were the learned class of priests, philosophers, jurists, and teachers, who served all tribes of Gaul. They did not form a separate tribe, but rather a pan-Celtic order whose influence crossed tribal lines. In Gaulish daily life, a druid might act as a local wise man, arbitrating disputes, advising chiefs, and conducting religious rituals. Caesar reports that the druids effectively held judicial authority in most conflicts. They decided almost all public and private disputes, from questions of murder and inheritance to boundary quarrels. If anyone disobeyed the ruling of a druid, the punishment was social ostracism. The Druids would ban the offender from participating in religious rites, which the Gauls considered the heaviest curse. Think about it like excommunication, basically. And such a person was shunned as impious, denied legal protection, and cut off from the community's spiritual life. The Druids thus held tremendous moral and social power, being regarded as, in Caesar's words, the most just of men by the people. Now, to become a druid, you had to go through a bit of training. Young Gauls with the aptitude, typically from noble families, would study under senior druids for up to 20 years, committing a vast amount of knowledge to memory. Because you see, the druids taught all their acolytes philosophy, astronomy, lore of the gods, and versified history. But everything was in oral form. In fact, the Druids famously refused to set their wisdom down in writing. Despite the Gauls generally being familiar with writing, they used Greek and Latin letters for mercantile and casual purposes. The Druids believed that sacred knowledge should be kept exclusive, and that relying on writing would weaken the memory. So they passed on their teachings through recitation and rote learning. Among these core teachings was a doctrine that gave the Gauls great courage: the immortality of the soul. Druids taught that the soul does not die with the body but is reborn into new bodies after death. This belief in reincarnation meant that death was not feared, which, as Caesar observed, cast aside the fear of death and thus instills bravery in the warriors. And indeed the Gauls' renowned valor in battle was bolstered by the notion that dying was just a gateway to another life, a philosophy spread by the Druids. In addition to Druids, classical sources note that other intellectual roles existed among the Gauls. Strabo preserves a threefold division of learned men: bards, vates, and druids. Now the bards were poets and singers who composed and performed songs of praise, satire, and history, effectively they were basically the oral historians and musicians of Gaul. The vates, from the Celtic word for seer, related to the latter Latin vates, meaning prophet. Well, they were basically religious specialists focused on ritual and the natural world, diviners and sacrificers, studying the entrails of sacrificial animals or the flights of birds to interpret the will of the gods. And then there was finally the Druids themselves, ranking above the other two, pursuing the moral philosophy and broader knowledge of nature in addition to presiding over doctrine and justice. Now these categories somewhat overlapped. A senior druid might also compose verses or perform divinations, but they show that Gallic society had a place for scholars and artists, alongside its warriors and farmers. In everyday life, a village or tribe might have its bard to entertain and preserve collective memory through song. The local druid might handle the legal and religious matters, and perhaps vates or wise folk would guide the agricultural rites and healing practices. Leadership in a tribe was often collective. While a chief or king might lead in war, he usually consulted a council of elders or nobles in peace. Some tribes held annual assemblies of all free warriors. Gaulish societal norms prized eloquence in speech, a quality of great importance for leaders addressing councils or assemblies. The gift of the gab was so esteemed that chieftains kept bards to immortalize their deeds in poetic or musical form. An agile tongue could win honor, second only to a strong sword arm, I suppose. But one should also acknowledge the role of women in Gallic society. In comparison to the classical Mediterranean world, Celtic women had relatively more freedom and influence in their communities. While political leadership was typically male, women in Gaul could own property, and high-born women sometimes exercised power behind the scenes, or even openly. Ancient writers frequently remarked on the fortitude and stature of Gallic women. Ammianus Marcellinus, a Roman historian of the 4th century, later noted that Gaulish women were nearly as tall and courageous as the men, and that they could be formidable in anger, capable of delivering punishing blows in domestic quarrels. There are hints, too, that women sometimes accompanied men to war, or took up arms in emergencies. At the very least, they were present at the war camp wagons, urging on the warriors and tending to the wounded. Within the household, women likely managed the home economy, supervising food preparation, textiles, and child rearing, but also participated in farm labor, such as harvesting. Well, marriage in Gaul was monogamous for most, though high-status men might have had multiple wives in certain tribes. Caesar provides a fascinating glimpse of the marital economics in Gaul. Husbands took pride in matching the dowry brought by their wives with an equivalent gift of their own goods, pooling both into a joint account. The couple treated this combined property as partnership, and whichever spouse outlived the other would inherit the whole along with the accumulated profits. This custom effectively encouraged cooperation in managing wealth and gave widows a secure inheritance, or widowers the wife's dowry, instead of passing everything to the husband's family. It shows that women's dowries were significant, and that wives had recognized economic rights in the marriage. Nevertheless, husbands in Gaul had the authority, A man was said to have the power of life and death over his household, including the wife and children. While this too might be influenced by Roman interpretation, it's quite clear that family structures were male-dominated. If a nobleman died under suspicious circumstances, his wives could be interrogated, or even executed if found complicit. Well, much as slaves would be punished for their master's murder. It's a brutal practice, reported by Caesar, but it shows that despite many relative freedoms for women, violent patriarchy was not absent in Gaul. Additionally, the Gauls sent their sons to war or training only after a certain age and observed the custom that a boy should not be seen in public alongside his father until he was old enough to bear arms, a mark of coming of age that preserved the elder's dignity. Well, let's talk about life at home, because the majority of Gauls lived in, well, rural villages or farmsteads. These settlements ranged from tiny hamlets of a few families to substantial fortified towns known as oppida. Archaeology reveals that by the later Iron Age, some oppida, such as Bibracte, which is a Mont Beauvray, or Alesia in eastern Gaul, have grown into proto-urban centers with thousands of inhabitants, street grids, marketplaces, and craft workshops. However, the heart of daily life for most Gauls was the village, a cluster of dwellings and outbuildings set amid the surrounding fields and pastures. A typical Gallic village was situated in a defensible spot, perhaps a low hill or near a bend in a river, and might be enclosed by a wooden palisade or earthen bank. While not every village had heavy fortifications, even small communities often marked their boundaries with timber fences or ditches, which helped keep livestock and wild animals out, or rather human raiders sometimes. Larger towns were encircled by formidable ramparts. Julius Caesar describes the Murus Gallicus, the Gallic wall construction, in detail during his siege of Avaricum. Huge timbers were laid in horizontal tiers, with their ends protruding outward, the gaps filled with earth and stone, and then another layer of crosswise timbers on top, creating a resilient lattice that was both fire-resistant and nearly impervious to battering. These Gallic ramparts impressed the Romans with their clever engineering, but in peaceful times, a village's defences might be nothing more than a low wattle fence delineating property, or a symbolic gate that was closed at night. The famous palisaded village of Uderzo's Asterix comics, ringed by a stout log wall, is a bit romanticized. Yet it does capture the idea that Gallic communities valued their independence and security behind their locally built barriers. Excuse me. Now, within that settlement, the layout of homes and structures followed practical needs and local custom. In much of Gaul, especially in the west and north, archaeological evidence shows that roundhouses were the dominant dwelling type. These were circular huts, constructed with wattle and daub walls, wickerwork panels plastered with clay, that is, or timber posts and mud brick, and topped by a conical thatched roof. A roundhouse could vary in size from perhaps 5 to 8 meters in diameter for a poorer cottage, to 15 to 20 meters for a large communal hall or a wealthy family's home. The walls were usually not too high, about shoulder height, with the roof timbers meeting at a central point. This design was sturdy and weatherproof. The thatch kept the rain out, and the circular shape resisted strong winds, important in Gaul's stormy winters, of course. As for the floor, that was beaten earth, sometimes covered with mats or strewn straw. In the center of the room was the hearth, the literal symbolic heart of the home. Well, here a fire burned for cooking, warmth and light, its smoke finding its way out through a hole in the roof apex or just through the thatch. Now, the central hearth also served as a stove and oven. Clay or iron pots could be hung over the flames, and flatbread could be cooked on hot stones at the fire's edge. The hearth also anchored the spiritual life of the household. It was common across Indo-European cultures to make small offerings of food or drink into the fire for the household gods or ancestors, and the Gauls likely followed this practice too, though the specifics of it are unfortunately lost to time, so use your imagination a bit. Furnishings in a Gallic home were simple but functional. Wooden benches and stools provided seating. Many people likely sat on hides or blankets on the ground as well. A low table might be present for food preparation. Bedding consisted of pallets of straw or woolen blankets, laid on the floor or on simple bedsteads. Weaving looms were a fixture of many homes, upright wooden looms with hanging weights, at which women wove cloth from wool or flax. We know from spindle whorls and loom weight finds that textile production was a household industry. Pots of various sizes, whether of handmade pottery or imported wares, stood against the walls holding grain, dried beans, salted meat, and other stores. In fact, larger villages or farmsteads often had dedicated storage pits or granaries. Archaeologists have discovered bell-shaped underground silos, where Gauls stored surplus grain. When sealed, such pits preserved grain for months by limiting moisture and pests. Additionally, some settlements had above-ground granary huts, raised sheds on stilts to keep grain dry and safe from rodents. Diodorus remarks on a harvesting method on the northern islands, i.e. Britain, where farmers cut off only the heads of grain and stored them in roofed granaries, later threshing small amounts as needed. A similar practice might have been used in Gaul to maintain the staple crop of wheat and barley efficiently throughout the year. But not all Gallic houses were round. In parts of eastern and southern Gaul, especially in the 1st century BCE, rectangular houses were also common. These could be timber-frame structures, with wattle and daub or clay brick filling, built on a rectangular plan, more like the later Roman houses. Some oppida show rows of such rectangular buildings, suggesting multiple rooms or workshops under one roof, perhaps an influence from the Mediterranean or a response to the needs of an urbanizing population. Still, whether round or rectangular, Gallic homes often show touches of comfort and even beauty. The interiors might be plastered and whitewashed, and there is evidence that some houses had painted walls. Fragments of colored plaster suggest simple geometric patterns or vivid hues decorated the inside of elite dwellings. Floors could have been insulated with a layer of clay or lime plaster. A wealthy family might have imported pottery, such as fine red gloss plates or amphorae of wine from the Roman world, which of course they would display as a bit of a status symbol. Now, besides houses, a village included various outbuildings that were part of daily life too. These included byres and stables for livestock, sheds for tools and storage, workshops for smithing or pottery, and perhaps communal structures like a council house or a shrine. The central open space of the village might serve as a corral for cattle at night, and as a marketplace and gathering area by day. Now, for most rural Gauls, home was a family affair. Multiple generations might live under one roof or in a small cluster of huts. There is evidence of courtyard farms, where a main house and several smaller sheds or huts stood around a yard enclosed by a fence. In these homesteads, daily life centered around the yard and hearth. The day began at first light, with tending to animals and kindling the hearth fire, and it ended with families gathered around the glow of that same fire as darkness fell over the fields. Of course, Gaul, like most other places in the world, had the foundation of daily life in agriculture. Nearly everyone, from the humble peasant to the tribal noble, was involved in farming or herding to some degree, since the land's bounty sustained the community. Roman writers acknowledge that the Gauls were skilled farmers. Their fields of grain were carefully sown, and could be vast, especially in the broad plains of central Gaul. Wheat, likely spelt or emmer varieties, was the staple crop, supplemented by barley, which was important not only for porridge and bread, but also for brewing beer. Other cereal grains, such as oats and millet, might be grown in certain areas. The Gauls also cultivated legumes like beans and peas, which enriched diets and soil alike, and fibrous plants like flax for making linen. Near homesteads, one would find vegetable patches with cabbages, root vegetables, and herbs. Fruits such as apples and pears grew in Gaul. Indeed, the apple, a fruit that stores quite well, was likely common, as suggested by later Celtic folklore and the discovery of carbonized apple remains in later Iron Age layers. Beekeeping was practiced as well. The wildflower mead, beloved by the Gauls, required honey, so farmers kept beehives, and the water for cleaning honeycombs was itself a sweet drink when fermented. A day in the life of a Gallic farming family, would be attuned to the sun and the seasons. In spring, fields were ploughed using a wooden ard or plough tipped with iron. Gauls had iron ploughshares that could cut soil efficiently, pulled by teams of oxen. Seed was broadcast by hand. Through summer, families weeded and maintained the crops, while also pasturing livestock. Come harvest time, the whole village turned out with sickles and scythes to reap the grain. One ancient account mentions a fascinating harvesting technique. The farmers would cut the grain stalks high, removing just the ears, and leaving the straw standing. The collected ears were stored and only threshed little by little over the winter, which saved labor and storage space. Whether or not this exact method was universal, the Gauls certainly stored huge quantities of grain for year-round use. Caesar, in his war memoirs, frequently notes capturing Gaulish granaries filled with wheat, which his hungry legions were all too happy to confiscate. In addition to crops, animal husbandry was central to Gallic life. The Gauls were renowned cattle breeders. Herds of cows and oxen grazed the meadows. Oxen provided draft power for ploughing and hauling, while cows gave milk that was churned to butter or made into cheese. Sheep were kept for wool and meat, and their milk could be made into a form of sheep cheese too. Goats were also common, hardy creatures providing milk and browsing on shrubs. But the favorite livestock of the Gauls was absolutely the pig. Swine thrived in Gaul's woodlands on acorns and roots, and the Gauls were voracious eaters of it. The Roman historian Polybius once noted that Celtic mercenaries demanded pork as part of their rations, indicating a cultural preference. Well, the diet was certainly rich in calories and protein, fitting for a physically active people in a cool climate. A primary food was a type of gruel or porridge, made by boiling cracked grains, wheat or barley, in water or milk, essentially a thick cereal mash, often enriched with vegetables or meat drippings. They also baked bread. Excavations have turned up Iron Age grain ovens, or even loaves preserved by charring. The bread might be coarse by modern standards, but I like the coarse ones anyway. I don't like the white bread. I like the rustic sort of stuff. But anyway, it was likely unleavened or sourdough varieties, but it was still pretty good. With grain as the staple, meat provided variation and a bit of feast fare. Pork was everywhere, of course, ribs, sausages, smoked belly. The Gauls ate every single part of the pig. Beef was eaten too. Mutton and goat could supplement the menu. Game and fish rounded it out. Of course, they had trout, salmon, pike, as well as eels and shellfish. Coastal tribes enjoyed oysters and fish from the Atlantic, and there were plenty of rivers. Dairy was another important element. Gauls drank milk, fresh or fermented, into a yogurt-like beverage. They made cheese, likely soft farmers' cheeses or aged rounds stored in cool cellars. For flavor, the Gauls used herbs like thyme, mint, and sage, which grew wild or in kitchen gardens. Salt was obtained from salt springs or traded for. essential for preserving meats and cheeses. As for drinks, we've mentioned the main ones: beer, mead, and wine. The beer, cervois, as it's called in later French, was a hearty ale made from barley or wheat, common refreshment for all classes. Mead, fermented honey, was likely a more occasional treat, given the relative scarcity of honey, used perhaps in ritual toasts, or by the wealthy. And wine, while not produced widely in Gaul until after Roman influence, was imported in staggering quantities. Archaeologists have unearthed thousands of wine amphorae fragments in southern Gaul, evidence of a booming wine trade, a century or two before the Roman conquest. There is an infamous anecdote, too, that relates to Gauls being so fond of it that they had wild consequences from their consumption. Diodorus claims that many Gauls would drink themselves into stupor or madness on wine, having little inclination for moderation. Sensing a business opportunity, Italian merchants leveraged this craving. They would load up boats on the Mediterranean coast, sail up the Rhone and other rivers, and then cart wine overland to inland tribes, where they traded each amphora of wine for a slave, a pretty steep price that the Gauls were apparently willing to pay. In any case, in daily life, for the average villager, an earthly home-brew ale or cup of tart mead was the usual accompaniment to meals. Sounds all right, I think. I'm more into tea, though. I'm not a big drinker. In any case, the Gallic diet was pretty diverse and abundant by standards of the time. Feasts allowed extraordinary indulgence in meats and drink, but even the regular daily fare kept Gauls healthy and strong. In any case, a little bit of everything. It's all about balance. The Gauls had a flair for colourful and elaborate clothing, and that set them apart in the eyes of their ancient observers. Whereas Romans in Caesar's day tended to wear plain togas or simple tunics, the Gauls were all about brightly dyed fabrics, bold patterns, and ornate jewelry. A walk through a Gaulish market would reveal men and women dressed in garments of many hues. A basic outfit for a Gallic man consisted of a long-sleeved tunic, reaching out to about the knees, trousers, and a cloak. Excuse me. Now, the tunic, called a cotta by Latin writers, was often made of wool and could be dyed in bright colors, red, greens, blues, whatever natural dyes could produce. Diodorus describes Gaulish shirts as, quote, dyed and embroidered, indicating that some tunics had checkered or striped patterns woved in. Over the tunic, especially in cold weather, men wore something called a brache, the Gaulish word for trousers. These were essentially pants often reaching to the ankles, made of wool and sometimes in a tartan-like pattern of crossing stripes. The Greeks and Romans saw these as kind of an exotic, barbarian garment, since classical men generally wore draped attire, or at most a short Greek riding pant. But the Celts prized them for warmth and practicality. Indeed, on chilly horseback rides or in damp winters, woolen brache were far superior to bare legs. Completing the ensemble was the cloak, known as the sagum. The Gaulish cloak was typically a thick rectangular piece of wool, often with plaid or striped designs, fastened at the shoulder by a brooch or buckle. Diodorus mentions that Gauls had cloaks for different seasons, a heavy one for winter and a lighter one for summer. Now, women's clothing in Gaul was less described by ancient writers, but we got a few archaeological finds that give us a bit of an idea. Gallic women likely wore a long dress or gown, usually woolen. It could be a simple, tubular dress, gathered at the waist with a belt, or a two-piece outfit of a bodice and skirt. Over this, women also wore mantles or shawls pinned with brooches. For instance, in the wealthy burial of the Lady of Vix, circa 500 BCE in eastern Gaul, the woman was interned with an ornate brooch one that once fastened her cloak, showing that high-status women adorned themselves with fine fasteners and jewelry. Female dress may have been adorned with woven geometric patterns, or trim along the hem. Given the Celtic love of colour, women's garments were likely as brilliantly dyed as the men's, too. A Roman commentator noted that Gaulish matrons favoured flowing sleeves and trailing dresses. Perhaps an exaggeration, but certainly implies a distinctive style compared to Roman stolas. Both men and women in Gaul delighted in jewelry and accessories. Heavy neck rings called torques, they were a hallmark of Celtic fashion and status. These torques were typically made of gold, bronze, or iron, worn snug around the neck, often with ornamental knobs or terminals in the form of animal heads or abstract designs. Many Gaulish warriors of high rank wore gold torques into battle, a symbol of prestige, so iconic that Roman writers mention it frequently. Even a Roman triumph granted to a brave centurion was called the Torquatus, after he took a torque from a defeated Gaul. In daily life, a prosperous Gaul might not only wear a torque, but also bracelets on his wrists, arms, and rings on his fingers. Now, gold and silver were preferred for those who could afford them. Others used copper alloy, or carved jet and amber for beads. Women especially may have worn strings of amber beads or coral necklaces, as these materials were traded into Gaul from the Baltic and Mediterranean. The overall impression of a well-dressed Gaul was striking and a bit flamboyant to ancient eyes. Strabo notes that the Gauls had a fondness for ornaments and finery. Dignitaries would wear dyed garments, sprinkled with actual gold leaf or gold thread. Now, this may refer to ceremonial outfits, where cloaks were patterned with metallic spangles. Everyday dress for commoners would have been a bit more humble. Now, footwear among the Gauls consisted of leather shoes or boots. They made hardened leather ankle boots for winter and sandals for summer. In some alpine areas of Gaul, early forms of felt or fur-lined boots were used. The Roman phrase Gallicae referred to a type of shoe adopted from the Gauls, indicating a Celtic footwear was practical and become fashionable abroad. Hairstyles we have touched upon a little bit earlier. Men often limed their hair upwards, if warriors, or at least kept it combed back long. Now, some Gaulish men went with that mustache, quite emblematic of the Gaul. You think of like Vercingetorix, those kind of things. Other men grew the full beards, of course, particularly in regions close to Germania. The nobility tended to keep well groomed according to their own standards. Now, women likely wore their hair long too, often braided or bundled under a scarf or headband. In some Celtic societies, women's hair was regarded almost as a veil of dignity, so we can imagine Gallic women taking pride in thick braids adorned with ribbons and beads. One very curious social custom deserves a mention. The Gauls apparently frowned upon corpulence and took measures to prevent it. As recorded by classical sources, in certain tribes, if any young man grew noticeably fat, he was subjected to ridicule or punishment. They even had a standard belt measure for youths' waists, and exceeding it was considered a sign of laziness. We've got ancient fat-shaming now, don't we? Like this. Well, the offending lad might be publicly chastised until he slimmed down. This custom, which is, a little strange to modern sensibilities, shows the Gaulish value on physical fitness and martial readiness. A potbelly was not just a private health matter, but a community concern, a threat to us all. Well, daily life in Gaul was greatly enriched by the products of skilled craftspeople. Gauls were not just famous farmers and warriors, but they were pretty good at making stuff. One of the most important figures in the Gallic village was the blacksmith. Working at a charcoal-fired furnace and anvil, the smith forged iron tools that made agrarian life possible. Plowshares, sickles, axes, knives, spearheads, swords, everything. Ironworking was a technology that the Celts had mastered by the time of the Latin culture, 5th century BCE onward, by the way. They built bloomery furnaces to smelt bog iron or iron ore, producing wrought iron that could be shaped and hardened. The craft was often hereditary or taught through apprenticeship. Well, in Opida, multiple smiths might form a metallurgical quarter, as evidenced by slag pits and specialized tools found at sites like Bibracte and Gergovia. The smiths credited with inventing, or at least refining, the design of chainmail armor, an interlinking mail that provided flexible yet strong protection. In addition to iron, the metalworkers of Gaul excelled in bronze and gold working. Those beautiful artifacts like the torques, the brooches, and ritual objects have been unearthed, showing techniques of casting, embossing, and engraving. Gaulish artisans made complex designs of swirling motifs, a hallmark of Celtic art. You'll find these on weapon hilts, scabbards, shields, and jewelry. One famous example is the Gundestrup cauldron, found in Denmark but likely crafted by a Gaulish or Thracian smith, a large silver cauldron largely decorated with Celtic deities and scenes, which demonstrates the high artistry of metalworkers in this culture. In more everyday terms, bronze smiths produced cooking cauldrons, pins, belt buckles, and horse harness fittings adorned with style. The Celts of Gaul had a keen aesthetic sense, turning even utilitarian objects into works of art. Carpenters and woodworkers were also important. The abundance of timber in Gaul meant that most structures and many tools were made of wood. Gallic carpenters could erect sturdy houses, build wagons and carts with spoked wheels, and even construct ships for river travel. Caesar notes, for instance, that the Veneti tribe of Amorica built sailing ships of oak with high prows to withstand Atlantic tides. They would use leather for the sails, and, well, they showed quite a bit of maritime skill. More locally, woodworkers made furniture, barrels, and fencing. Wagons and chariots built by Gallic wheelwrights were prized. The famous two-horse chariots used in Britain and earlier Gaul had spoked wheels and iron wheel hubs, indicating collaborative work between wood craftsmen and metalsmiths. Now, when it comes to trade, the Gauls were not isolated at all. They were certainly participants. Gaul's position was strategic, sat between the Mediterranean world and the Atlantic and North Sea zones, making it a corridor for trade goods. Archaeology and ancient testimony give us a clear picture of the imports and exports of Gaul before Roman conquest. On the import side, the biggest commodity was certainly wine from Italy, as we have discussed, arriving in tall clay amphorae by the thousands. Along with wine came other luxuries. You had bronze vessels, fine pottery, olive oil, glassware, coral. Well, one example of an imported luxury is the Vix Creta, a massive bronze wine-making bowl over 1.5 meters high, made in Greek workshops in the 6th century BCE, and found in the tomb of a Gallic noblewoman at Vis in Burgundy. It shows that high-end Greek goods had found their way into the interior of Gaul, even centuries before Caesar had. Now, from the Atlantic side, Gaul was a stepping stone for the famed British tin trade. Tin was a vital component in making bronze, you see, and the tin mines of Cornwall in Britain were exploited, and their product funneled through Gaul to the Mediterranean. Diodorus describes how tin from Britain was brought to a trading island, and then likely carried overland through Gaul for 30 days, a journey to the Rhone River, to be shipped to the ports of their sea, i.e. the Mediterranean. This overland trek implies organized caravans of Gallic traders and pack animals crossing Gaul with ingots of tin, perhaps other metals like British iron or lead. As for Gaul's exports, besides raw materials, metal, salt, timber, and fruits, and agricultural surplus, one grim export was people, the slave trade. War captives taken in intertribal conflicts were sold by destitute families and often ended up being traded on Mediterranean markets in exchange for, well, a jug of wine, basically. Imagine being sold for a jug of wine. God. Well, we've certainly seen that. A sobering reminder that slavery was widespread in Celtic society, as in the ancient world at large. Now, within Gaul, regional markets and fairs allowed trade between tribes. Certain sanctuaries or towns hosted annual fairs where people could trade horses, cattle, cloth, metal, and artisanal wares. Now, coinage, as mentioned, was developed by many tribes, likely to facilitate larger-scale trade. For example, the Aedui and Sequani minted gold coins, stamped with stylized motifs and Latin letters. In any case, all of this craftsmanship meant that an ordinary Gaul had access to goods both local and imported. No way at all were they isolated. The interconnected economy of Celtic Gaul thus bound communities together and linked them to the wider world, even before the Romans arrived to fully incorporate Gaul into the Mediterranean economic system. Now, when they weren't at war, the Gauls loved a good old feast. And feasting was more than just eating and drinking. It was a social institution. Ancient observers paint memorable scenes of Gallic feasts that combine lavish generosity with rather boisterous behavior. A feast could be held for many reasons. It might be a seasonal festival, a religious celebration, a victory celebration, or just the conclusion of a harvest or a raid. The hallmarks were plenty of meat, plenty of drink, music, debate, and sometimes friendly contests that could turn unfriendly. A typical Gallic feast took place either outdoors or around bonfires, or indoors in a large hall or tent if available. Diodorus gives us a detailed description. The Gauls would sit on the ground on animal skins, rather than on chairs. They formed a circle around the central hearth or fire where the food was being cooked. Servitors at these meals were often the youngest members of the household, children, both boys and girls, who were deemed old enough to safely carry platters and pour drink. This domestic touch suggests that feasting was family inclusive, not just a male warrior affair. Well, the food at a feast was centered on meat, of course, especially the roasted or boiled variety. Great cauldrons hung over the fire, filled with whole cuts of boar or beef stewing in broth. Spits were used to roast joints of meat directly over coals. One classical reference even compares the scene to Homeric banquets, and indeed, the Gauls consciously honored their bravest warrior on the moment by giving him the hero's portion. Now all were welcome at the table. Notably, the Gauls were famed for their hospitality to strangers. They would invite any passing guest or stranger to join the feast, and only after the guest had eaten its fill would they inquire about his name and business. This custom highlights the ethic of generosity. Sharing a meal was almost sacred, a declaration of peace and friendship. In fact, both Caesar, about the Germans, and Diodorus, about the Gauls, emphasized that these peoples considered it wrong to harm guests and travelers, offering them protection and food instead. For the Gauls, hospitality was the iron law. A visitor to a Gaulish village, even a potential foe under truce, would find the doors open and a seat at the fire, at least until diplomacy failed. As the feasting went on and the drink flowed, the tone could shift from merriment to heated debate, because the Gauls loved a good discourse and argument. They were, by many accounts, a high-spirited and talkative people, and a banquet was the perfect stage to engage in boasts or settle some questions of honor. Diodorus notes, quote, "Even during the course of the meal, they seize upon any trivial matter as an occasion for keen disputation. and these arguments could escalate to challenges of single combat on the spot. Imagine a drunken debate over who's the bravest warrior or whose lineage was nobler and deeper, suddenly turning into a duel with knives drawn. Well, it was an accepted, if hazardous, feature of social life, a spontaneous trial by combat to resolve disputes or to demonstrate courage. But despite these occasional eruptions, feasts usually concluded convivially, and entertainment at a Gallic feast was often provided by bards. Those singers and poets, remember? They could recite genealogies and tell tales of heroic gods and ancestors. Of course, we don't know too much about them, not too much direct documentation of their performances in Gaul, but Strabo's mentions of bards implies that their role in preserving oral history and livening up gatherings was quite significant. So you might picture a bard with a harp or a lyre, maybe just with a drum, or beating a stick, delivering stories that everybody knew, or maybe even improvising a few new ones. Singing might involve the whole group as well. Communal songs, perhaps a call and response style unison chants of epic exploits. The importance of feasting at a time to hand down cultural memory really cannot be overstated in Gallic culture. Without writing for their myths, the Gauls relied on their evenings around the fire to pass on the stories of the past. Think of a grandfather regaling youngsters with how their great-grandfather fought alongside Brennus at the sack of Rome, a story likely embellished through generations perhaps, or a druid chanting a cosmological hymn about the creation of the world. All these narratives strengthened a group identity, not to mention were quite entertaining. I just wish they had have written them down. Anyway, of course we can't leave the topic of Gallic feasting without the drinking culture. We've noted their love of wine or ale. A Gaulish feast likely featured toasts to gods and heroes. They drank from horn cups, wooden bowls, or imported pottery goblets. It was customary to drink wine unmixed, of course, unlike the Roman practice of diluting it, so it certainly packed a punch. The inevitable drunkenness would lead to quarrels and duels as we described, but it would also lead to deep camaraderie. Those who fought one moment might reconcile in the next after a few more drinks. Diodorus says many Gauls in their craving drank until they fell into a stupor or even a madness. Such episodes might involve wild dancing, hallucination, or outlandish behavior. Sounds just like a normal party. In any case, this was all just an occasion for social cohesion. It reinforced the bond between host and guest, king and warrior, living and ancestral. It was the feasting hall that judgments were announced, rather in the feasting hall. After druids deliberated in daytime, the outcome might be proclaimed at the feast. Also where marriage matches were made, and where honors were bestowed. The feast was effectively the village parliament, church, and theatre, all rolled into one. On the occasions it convened, that is. Thus, the daily toll of the Gaulish farmer, a herder, was rewarded by these periods of revelry or communal joy. A traveller's enduring memory of the Gauls beyond the clamour of their arms might have been their hearty feasts, the smell of roast pork, the sight of big-limbed Gauls arguing and singing with flushed faces, and the feeling of genuine welcome one received as a stranger handed a full cup and a big hunk of meat by a people who, for all their fierceness in war, were warm-hearted and convivial hosts. Doesn't sound very barbaric to me. So what do you think, huh? Life among the Gauls. It doesn't sound too bad when you look at other ancient cultures. Have you ever been betrayed, thrown under the bus by your friend, stabbed in the back, lied to? I'm sure you probably have. For better or worse, you're in good company. I'm sure everyone has a tale to tell, and betrayal itself is a tale as old as time. And so today, to begin a bit of a new series, we're going to talk about the worst and most shocking betrayals of ancient Rome. Because you see, Roman history is punctuated by treachery. You've got friends turning on friends, protégés on mentors, and even children turning on their own parents. Well, if that doesn't prick your ears, I don't know what does. So let's spend the next hour together and get a bit more historical gossip. Welcome to the channel, first of all. Thank you to everybody for supporting, keeping everything ad-free. Links are available in the description and pinned comment if you are inclined to support. And if not, just give it a like, comment, and subscribe. That's as much support as we need. Helps push us out in the algorithm, you see. Anyway, let us begin. The Roman story begins with legend, and fittingly, one of Rome's first legends is indeed a tale of betrayal. It's the mid-8th century BCE, and Rome is just getting started up. We have the foundation myth, and at the center of this we encounter Tarpeia, a maiden whose name became synonymous with treachery. Tarpeia was the daughter of a Roman commander on the Capitoline Hill during the war between early Rome, led by Romulus, and the Sabines. According to legend, the Sabine king Titus Tatius coveted Rome's citadel, and Tarpeia struck a deal to open the gates for the Sabine army. But she wasn't going to do that for free, of course. She demanded payment, quote, what they bore on their left arms, by which Tarpeia meant the heavy gold bracelets that the Sabine warriors wore. Not a bad deal, right? Well, here's the thing. However, once she let the Sabines in, Tarpeia received a cruel reward. Instead of jewelry, the Sabines hurled their shields, carried on their left arms, upon her, and crushed her to death. Tarpeia's body was cast from a steep cliff off the Capitoline Hill, and ever after, that precipice was known as the Tarpeian Rock. Rome made this execution site quite famous, or infamous perhaps, a place from which traitors were flung to their doom in later ages. In effect, Tarpeia's own treachery gave Rome a lasting symbol for betrayal and its punishment. Tarpeian became an adjective for traitorous acts, and Roman writers noted that she was the epitome of a traitorous Roman woman, driven by greed. Intriguingly, some ancient historians tried to exonerate Tarpeia. They suggested that she intended to trick the Sabines by asking for their shields as if to disarm them, or that she informed Romulus of a plan to trap the invaders. Yet, in the popular imagination, she still remained a cautionary tale, a Roman who betrayed her city for gold and ended up paying with her life. It's quite on the level of poetic justice, I think. Thus, at the very dawn of Rome's story, betrayal is present as a foundational sin. But not long after the age of myths, during the early Republic, we find another famous, if semi-legendary betrayal, and that is the story of Coriolanus. Gaius Marcius, later given the cognomen Coriolanus after the valor at the siege of Corioli, was a celebrated Roman war hero of the 5th century BCE, who became bitter with his own people. Plutarch and Livy recount how Coriolanus, arrogant and at odds with the plebeians, was banished from Rome after political conflicts. In exile, he sought refuge with Rome's enemies, the Volscians. Well, the Romans didn't like that very much, didn't they? This once Roman general, who was quite loyal, did the unthinkable. He betrayed Rome by leading a Volscian army against his own city. According to Plutarch, as Coriolanus marched on Rome, people began to get quite panicked. They were about to be conquered by a foreign army led by one of their own. Only an extraordinary emotional appeal stopped him. Rome sent an embassy of the traitor's family, including his mum, Veturia, and his wife as well, Volumnia. They would meet Coriolanus at his military camp. Well, that's all it took. The women's tearful pleas awakened his dormant loyalty. I mean, how can you say no to your mum? Come on. In a poignant scene often dramatized in literature, Coriolanus reportedly stood moved by his mother's words. Veturia chastised him for turning against the land that raised him, asking if he would destroy his own flesh and blood. Overcome by a mixture of shame and love, Coriolanus broke off his attack, betraying the Volscians' trust in return. He saved Rome. From himself, I suppose. But this second betrayal cost him his life. Various accounts say the spurned Volscians executed him for his duplicity. And let's be fair, no wonder they were angry. I mean, this whole thing was his idea in the first place. And then right at the 10-yard line, he decides to pack it in and go home because Mummy says it shouldn't happen and he's being mean. Perhaps a simplification, but you know what I mean. In any case, I think what the story is meant to tell us is there is a double-edged nature of treachery. He's a traitor either to Rome or to the Volscians, depending on one's view. A man caught between two loyalties. There is a saying too, if you walk in the middle of the road, you'll get hit from both sides. Poor old Coriolanus, huh? Roman writers, however, treat him with a bit of ambivalence. Was he a hero for turning on Rome, or a tragic hero who rediscovered his honor too late? Either way, his story reinforced a Roman moral, that no outsider could harm Rome as terribly as a Roman acting treasonously from within. Betrayal in early Rome was not only the province of legendary figures or great men, but even ordinary stations could breed perfidy, and the Roman response to it became part of their cultural identity. One striking story comes from Rome's wars in the 4th century BCE, during the siege of the Etruscan city of Falerii. Here, a school teacher from Falerii betrayed his own pupils, who were the sons of the city's nobles, by leading them out of the town and into the camp of the Roman general Camillus. The teacher hoped to please the Romans by handing over these hostages, effectively selling his city out. But here's the problem. Rome's reaction was not what he was expecting. Camillus was horrified by this treachery. According to Livy, Camillus considered the teacher's act disgraceful and refused to take advantage of such a betrayal. After all, it's not really an honorable victory, isn't it? Instead, he ordered the treacherous schoolmaster stripped and his hands tied. Then he had the Falerian children whip their own teacher back to the city, story that survives in Moral Anecdotes. The Falerians, moved by Camillus' righteous conduct, supposedly then surrendered voluntarily, concluding that Rome was more honorable than their perfidious countrymen. I don't blame them. Well, this little tale shows the ideal Roman attitude toward betrayal. In theory, Romans prized fides, that is, good faith, so highly that even the treason of an enemy was despised. Camillus' noble rejection of the traitor was held up as an example of Roman virtue. Now, of course, as we shall see, in practice Romans were quite capable of using and committing betrayals when it suited them, but stories like this one illustrate the ethical framework Romans liked to believe guided them. Treason was a sin, one that tainted the traitor, not the victim, and Romans often preferred to cast themselves as the breakers of betrayal, rather than the practitioners of it. But anyway, let's move on. We're in a more historical republic period now, And one of the most convoluted sagas of betrayal comes from Rome's dealing in North Africa in the late 2nd century BCE, the time of Jugurtha, the king of Numidia. Jugurtha's story is told vividly by the historian Sallust in the Jugurthine War, and it reads like a case study in betrayal at every turn. You see, Jugurtha was a Numidian prince who, upon the death of King Micipsa in 118, betrayed his own family in a ruthless grab for power. Micipsa had divided the kingdom among Jugurtha and two other heirs, his biological sons Adherbal and Heimspal, who were Jugurtha's adoptive brothers. Jugurtha decided this arrangement that, well, it didn't really suit him. He orchestrated the assassination of Heimspal, luring him into a trap and then killing him. And then he waged war on Adherbal, eventually besieging Adherbal in the city of Cirta. When Adherbal surrendered under Roman mediation, Jugurtha decided to betray the terms and had him executed as well. He also then executed many residents of the city, among them a couple of Italian merchants, by the way. This brazen act of double-crossing shocked Roman senators, some of whom had previously been bribed into tolerating Jugurtha's usurpations. It became clear that Jugurtha would stop at nothing. Murder, deception, bribery, anything goes to secure the throne, famously leading him to remark on Rome, a city for sale and doomed to quick destruction if it finds a buyer. Ooh, the Romans aren't going to like that one, aren't they? In Jugurtha's eyes, even Rome's politicians betrayed their republic's integrity for gold. And, well, he was repeatedly able to buy Roman sympathy for delays, so, I mean, it's hard to really rebuke that. I suppose the thing that politicians hate hearing the most is the truth about their own conduct. This scathing quote, placed in Jugurtha's mouth by Sallust, highlights that betrayal in this era wasn't just interpersonal, it was institutional. And corruption itself, well, that was the biggest betrayal because you're betraying the entire republic. Jugurtha both exploited and epitomized the moral decay. Well, eventually, Rome tired of Jugurtha's perfidy and sent armies to subdue him, leading to the Jugurthine War from 112 to 105. The war itself ended through an act of betrayal that neatly mirrored Jugurtha's own treacherous career. By 105, Jugurtha was on the run, his resistance collapsing. He sought refuge with his father-in-law, King Bocchus of Mauritania, believing that family ties would protect him. But here's the thing. Bocchus found himself weighing Roman friendship against loyalty to Jugurtha. In secret negotiations with the Roman general Marius's quaestor, a rising star named Sulla, Bocchus, tempted with the promise of Roman alliance and territorial gains, decided to switch sides. Sallust describes how Bocchus wavered for a long time, debating on whether to betray Jugurtha or betray the Romans. Fear of Rome's power ultimately swayed him. In a dramatic conclusion, Bocchus set up a trap. He invited Jugurtha to a meeting, supposedly to negotiate peace with the Romans, but instead delivered Jugurtha in chains to Sulla's contingent. The prideful Jugurtha, who had spent years betraying others, was thus himself betrayed by a kinsman. Rome was pleased. They celebrated. Marius had Jugurtha paraded in triumph in 104, and then ordered him executed in the Tullianum dungeon. The betrayer king met his end through betrayal. Grim poetic justice, again. His demise also sparked a feud back in Rome between Marius and Sulla, because the problem was, who really deserved the credit? But more importantly, it offered a lesson that treachery begets treachery. Sallust even suggests Bocchus felt pangs of conscience as he dedicated a statue on the Capitoline Hill showing himself handing Jugurtha to the Romans, a public admission of his deed. The Jugurthine affair revealed the underbelly of Roman politics and war. Jugurtha's own use of bribery was a betrayal of Rome's values. Roman senators who took his bribes betrayed their public duty. And finally, Bocchus's betrayal of Jugurtha decided the war. In a sense, where am I? Sorry, I lost where I was reading. In a sense, everyone in this story was tarnished. I mean, there was no good guys. I'm going to make the quotation marks with my 2 fingers. Everybody was guilty of something. Roman readers of Sallust would have reflected on how the Republic's noble image was betrayed from within by greed and incompetence, nearly as much as by the African duplicity of Jugurtha. Well, before leaving the Republic era of warfare, it's worth noting a smaller yet illustrative betrayal. One that occurred not in corridors of power, but on the battlefield. The betrayal of Spartacus in the Servile War, 73 to 71. Spartacus, a gladiator who led a massive slave uprising, proved a formidable enemy to Rome for 2 years. In 71 BCE, pressed by Roman legions under Crassus, Spartacus sought to escape Italy. He made a secret arrangement with a group of Cilician pirates. In exchange for payment, the pirates agreed to ferry Spartacus and some 2,000 of his men out of Italy to Sicily. With Sicily as a new base, Spartacus hoped to spark further slave revolts. Sicily had a history of servile insurrections, you see. However, when the critical night came, the pirates took Spartacus's gift, and then they betrayed him. They sailed off without the rebels, abandoning Spartacus's men on the Italian coast. Plutarch recounts this episode in his Life of Crassus, noting laconically that the Cilicians failed to keep their promises and sailed off after pocketing the reward. This double cross left Spartacus trapped in Bruttium, which is Calabria. Cornered by Crassus's forces, things were not looking good. Soon after, the final battle occurred, in which Spartacus was defeated and killed. We see here how mercenaries and pirates, proverbial for their untrustworthiness, added another chapter to Rome's Book of Betrayals. And interestingly, some speculate that Crassus might have bribed the pirates to abandon Spartacus, which he probably could have because he was extremely rich. But if true, that would be Rome encouraging treachery to win a war. What do they say? By any means necessary. Well, in any case, Spartacus's life was over, and his fate was sealed. Well, we can't have a video like this without touching on the Ides of March 44 BCE, when a group of senators stabbed Gaius Julius Caesar to death. I know it's a pretty common story, and if you're familiar with it, feel free to skip past. I won't be offended. But some people don't know it, so let's go into the details. The incident has gained a kind of mythic status. It's an archetype of personal betrayal in history. Caesar's murder was not an impulsive crime. Rather, it was a calculated political act by a conspiracy of around 60 senators, led by Gaius Cassius Longinus and Marcus Junius Brutus. But what makes it eternally poignant is the close relationship between Caesar and Brutus, and the dramatic reversal of friend to assassin. As a result, the Ides of March stands as one of the most infamous betrayals ever recorded. Luckily for us, it was immortalized by Plutarch, Suetonius, and later dramatists. By 44 BCE, Caesar had amassed unrivaled power, declaring himself Dictator Perpetuo, the dictator for life after winning a civil war. Many senators, even those who had been his allies, grew fearful that Caesar intended to overturn the Republic and make himself king. Among these concerned men was Marcus Brutus, a magistrate and former supporter of Pompey. Brutus's lineage was steeped in republican law. His ancestor had expelled Rome's early kings, and he found himself ideologically opposed to Caesar's, frankly, monarchy-like behavior. Yet Caesar trusted Brutus deeply. He had pardoned him after the Civil War and treated him almost like a son. Some ancient sources even suggest a familial affection. Caesar had an affair with Servilia, Brutus's mother, leading to unproven rumors that Brutus might be Caesar's illegitimate son. The age difference makes that implausible, but Romans do note the coincidence. I suppose gossip is always on everyone's tongues. But what is certain is that Caesar showed Brutus great favor. Tragically for Caesar, Brutus chose principle in his view over friendship. Along with Cassius, who had his own grudges and others, Brutus joined the conspiracy to assassinate Caesar in the name of saving the Republic. On March 15th, 44 BCE, the conspirators lured Caesar to a session of the Senate in Pompey's theatre. As Suetonius describes, Caesar had been given multiple warnings of danger. He even got a written note, but he failed to read that in time. When Caesar took his seat, the attackers struck. One man grabbed Caesar's toga, and the first dagger thrust came from Casca, cutting Caesar by the neck. A flurry of blows followed. Caesar, who was a valiant fighter, struggled at first. He wasn't going to go down easy, that's for sure. He even stabbed one assailant with his stylus in defense. But soon he was surrounded by knives. When Marcus Brutus stepped forward with blade drawn, Caesar stopped resisting. Plutarch famously writes that Caesar, upon seeing Brutus, whom he loved deeply, uttered either in Latin tu quoque philemi, or in Greek kaisou teknon, which means, "You too, my son." Suetonius records that Caesar spoke these words in Greek, and that they were words of shock and heartbreak, not anger. At that moment, Caesar seemed to grasp the totality of betrayal. He pulled his toga over his head and succumbed to the daggers, falling lifeless at the foot of Pompey's statue with 23 stab wounds. According to Suetonius, Caesar did not cry out again after seeing Brutus. He met his end in shocked silence. The betrayal was complete. The most powerful man in the world, felled by those he thought were his friends, in a place where he should have been safe. The aftermath of Caesar's assassination proved as consequential as the deed itself. The assassins, calling themselves liberators, claimed to have acted to restore liberty. But the thing is, they badly misjudged the public mood. Far from hailing Brutus and Cassius as heroes, the Roman populace was aghast that Caesar, popular for his clemency and military victories, had been slaughtered in cold blood. At Caesar's funeral in the Forum, Mark Antony, Caesar's lieutenant, stirred the crowd with a eulogy that highlighted Caesar's munificence and, pointedly, the oath that all senators, including the conspirators, had sworn to protect Caesar. Antony even read Caesar's will, which generously left money and gardens to the Roman people. The crowd's sorrow and anger exploded. In a grimly ironic twist, the liberators, use that term loosely, had to flee for their lives from those they claimed to liberate. The city turned on the conspirators. One innocent sinner was torn apart by the mob simply for sharing a name with a murderer. That's bad luck. This violent backlash shows how betrayal can certainly backfire. Brutus and Cassius had thought Romans would rejoice at Caesar's removal. Instead, they were seen as treasonous parasites. Shakespeare's famous line, "Et tu, Brut," a dramatization of Caesar's last words, well, that shows the sense of personal betrayal. But the political betrayal was just as significant. They violated the Senate's oath and the sanctity of the office. Historically, the assassination did not save the Republic. Rather, it just plunged Rome into a new round of civil wars. Within a few years, nearly all the key conspirators met bloody ends themselves, hunted down in turn. Brutus's fate, came at Philippi in 42 BCE, where, defeated by Antony and Octavian, he opted for the self-checkout line. Didn't want to be paraded, I suppose. His final words reportedly invoked the virtue he cherished. Quote, "O virtue, you were but a name, but I worshipped you as real," a tragic acknowledgment that his high-minded betrayal only led to ruin. Roman historians like Velius Paterculus later judged those assassins harshly, saying that it was an act more shocking because committed by those whom Caesar had spared and advanced. Indeed, Caesar's will had even named Decimus Brutus, a different conspirator, as a secondary heir, a sign of trust that makes the betrayal even worse. Suetonius notes that Caesar's killers planned initially to throw his corpse into the Tiber and confiscate his estate, but they dared not follow through with that. In any case, a friend stabbing a friend, senators murdering the leader of the state. Yeah, that's certainly betrayal, all right. I suppose we still think of it as a moral contemplation. Was it tyrannicide in service of freedom, or just treason for selfish ends? There's a bit of a debate about Caesar. Romans of later generations tended to see it as the ultimate treason, especially once Caesar's heir founded the empire. So the Ides of March became a cautionary tale about political betrayal, the fragility of trust in Roman public life, and how a single act of perfidy could upset the entire political order. Well, let's move on. After Caesar's assassination, there was another betrayal that unfolded, perhaps a little bit quieter than the Ides of March, but deeply significant to the Romans of the time. This was the betrayal of Marcus Tullius Cicero, the famed orator by Gaius Julius Caesar Octavianus, better known as Octavian, the future Augustus. Cicero's death in 43, marked by the gruesome display of his severed head and hands on the rostra, was not just an execution, but a culmination of a political double-cross. Here we have a younger politician betraying an elder statesman who had trusted him. So let's get into it. Cicero, a staunch Republican, had initially welcomed Octavian onto the scene after Caesar's assassination. Octavian was Caesar's 18-year-old adopted son and heir, and in 44 to 43 he positioned himself as the opponent of Mark Antony, one of Caesar's top lieutenants. Cicero despised Antony, seeing him as a threat to the Republic, and he hoped to use Octavian as a pawn to counter Antony's power. In a series of fiery speeches called the Philippics, Cicero praised young Octavian to the skies, calling him almost divine, and urged the Senate to back Octavian's army against Antony. Cicero famously wrote of Octavian, quote, "The young man should be given praise, honors, and then gotten rid of," revealing that Cicero never really intended Octavian to hold long-term power. Excuse me. Well, this in itself was a kind of intended betrayal. Cicero planned to elevate Octavian and then cast him aside once Antony was eliminated. However, Octavian proved to be a bit more savvy than Cicero had anticipated. He outwardly flattered Cicero and the Senate, but he harbored his own ambitions. By late 43, after mutual suspicions and changing fortunes on the battlefield, Octavian suddenly reconciled with his rival Mark Antony, along with a third general, Lepidus, and the three of them formed the Second Triumvirate, a three-man dictatorship. This new alliance had one prime target in common: their political enemies in Rome. Cicero was at the top of Mark Antony's enemies list due to the Philippics, which viciously attacked Antony. When the triumvirs met in secret at Bononia to divide power, Antony demanded Cicero's life as a price of an alliance. According to Plutarch, the negotiations were quite macabre. Antony agreed to spare a relative of Octavian's only if Cicero could be proscribed, i.e., legally marked for death. Lepidus added his own brother to the death list. And Octavian, after initial hesitation, acquiesced to sacrificing Cicero. Plutarch paints this as the moment Octavian betrayed Cicero most coldly. Quote, "They held secret meetings for 3 days. On the 3rd day, Octavian yielded and gave Cicero up." The young Octavian, whom Cicero had championed, consented to his mentor's execution to secure his own grip on power. It was a pretty shocking reversal. Cicero, who thought he could manipulate Octavian, was himself manipulated and then discarded, thrown away like a moldy bag of carrots or something. Anyway, the betrayal soon turned bloody. In December of 43 BCE, Cicero, who was now 63 years old, was trying to flee Italy when Antony's henchmen caught up with him. Uh-oh, this is going to be trouble. Well, resigned to his fate, Cicero didn't bother to fight. He just bared his neck and let them kill him. Antony, in a gruesome touch reflecting personal hatred, ordered Cicero's head and hands cut off and nailed to the speaker's platform in the Roman Forum. Now that's a ghastly sight. The tongue that had spoken so eloquently against Antony was pierced by Antony's wife Fulvia's hairpin in a cruel mockery. At least that's what the ancient sources say. For the Romans, the image of Cicero's dismembered remains on the rostra was seared into memory, a symbol of how far the Republic's norms had fallen. Here was a former consul, a savior of Rome in the Catilinarian conspiracy, and he was treated like a traitor, when in his mind he was the patriot, and his executioners were the real traitors. Octavian's role in Cicero's death was particularly condemned by later writers. You see, Cicero had wholeheartedly supported Octavian, only to be stabbed in the back, or, well, in the neck, more accurately. As one first-century source puts it, Octavian, quote, held out against Antony's demands for 2 days, then on the 3rd day yielded, giving up Cicero to their vengeance. Of course, this betrayal is seen as the basest ingratitude. Even Octavian's contemporaries were uneasy. How could the young heir of Caesar hand over Rome's greatest orator to be butchered? Yet Octavian calculated correctly. Removing Cicero placated Antony and eliminated a potential critic of his own future rise. The triumvir's proscription lists in 43 ultimately killed hundreds of senators, but Cicero's execution stood out as the most notorious. Well, moving on, sometimes betrayal came not in the Roman Forum, nor on the battlefield, but perhaps in the most unlikely of refuges. Such was the fate of Gnaeus Pompeius Magnus, Pompey the Great, one of Rome's most illustrious generals. By 48, Pompey had lost the civil war against Julius Caesar. His forces were defeated at Pharsalus in Greece. Fleeing the battlefield, he sought asylum in Egypt, a client kingdom that he had once helped. It was a desperate choice, but his options were limited. Pompey believed the young pharaoh, Ptolemy XIII, would honor past alliances and offer protection. But what awaited Pompey in Egypt was betrayal of the most treacherous kind. He was murdered by those he trusted as hosts. Bad hospitality, I suppose. Well, this scene is well recorded in Plutarch's Life of Pompey. Special thanks to Plutarch, by the way. We've got some really good biographies from him. Maybe one day I'll do full readings of the Plutarch biographies. We'll see. Pompey arrived off the coast of Egypt near Pelusium in September of 48. accompanied by a small retinue including his wife Cornelia. Pharaoh Ptolemy XIII was a boy king under the sway of advisors such as Pothinus and Achillas. These advisors faced a bit of a dilemma. You see, Caesar was approaching Egypt in pursuit of Pompey. So what should they do? Should they shelter Pompey, possibly angering Caesar, or eliminate him to curry some favor with the new Roman victor? Guess what they chose? Under the guise of hospitality, the Egyptians sent out a small boat to invite Pompey ashore, claiming the king welcomed him. Pompey, it is said, was uneasy. He even reviewed a short speech he had made to address Ptolemy as a man reduced from greatness seeking mercy. On the boat with him was an officer named Lucius Septimius, a Roman mercenary who had once served under Pompey's command. Pompey recognized him. In a touching moment of misplaced trust, said, "Surely I'm not mistaken. You're an old comrade." Septimius merely nodded without warmth. The silence was ominous. But Pompey, perhaps unable to imagine the depth of betrayal about to occur, continued toward the shore where Ptolemy's army stood drawn up, as if in honor. As Pompey rose to disembark, Septimius drew a knife and stabbed him from behind. Other accomplices, including Achillas, joined in, drawing daggers and repeatedly thrusting into Pompey as he stood in shock on a small boat. Cornelia, watching from the deck of Pompey's ship, screamed as she realized what was happening. The poor thing, imagine watching that. Poor girl. Oh, Pompey, that great commander of armies, wasn't even armed. He had no way to defend himself, and no loyal legion to defend him either. He reportedly covered his face with his toga as the knife struck, a gesture of dignity in death, similar to Caesar's final act. And there he fell, on the planks of the boat, dying at age 59. In a final cruelty, the Egyptians cut off Pompey's head and tossed his naked corpse into the surf. Cornelia and his followers, horrified, managed to sail away under pursuit, while Pompey's severed head was preserved for gruesome presentation to Caesar. When Julius Caesar did arrive in Egypt shortly thereafter, the Egyptians proudly presented Pompey's head, thinking that this was going to be a well-received gift. But if you know anything about the Romans, this is, well, not the kind of gift they like. They badly miscalculated Caesar's character and Roman sentiment. Upon seeing the embalmed head of his rival, who had once been his son-in-law and co-consul, Caesar was appalled. Plutarch and other sources say that Caesar wept at the sight of it, turning away in sorrow and disgust. He ordered the execution of Achillas and Pothinus for their treachery. To Caesar, and to many Romans, the Egyptians' act was a heinous betrayal of the guest friendship, hospitium, that should have been protecting Pompey. And it violated the ancient code, that even enemies seeking refuge deserve mercy. Caesar had won against Pompey on the battlefield honorably. He didn't wish to see his great opponent butchered while helpless. In fact, Caesar then aligned with Cleopatra, Ptolemy's sister, in the Alexandrian War, partly as retribution against Ptolemy's court. A later account by the poet Lucan put in Caesar's mouth the lament, quote, "He was mine, this enemy. Only a Roman sword should have struck him down." In other words, Pompey's murder was not just a betrayal of Pompey personally, but an affront to Roman dignity. It was as if foreigners had meddled in a family feud, committing an unforgivable treason against the Roman sense of honor. I suppose Pompey's death, it shows betrayal in an international context, a political murder meant to ingratiate one power to another that spectacularly backfired. It all had the opposite effect. The brazen killing of a renowned Roman general under the pretense of welcome It earned universal scorn. It was seen as a dirty trick, no honor. Roman historians later wrote that Ptolemy's advisors did it out of fear or for reward, but either motive is still not very noble. One of the assassins, Septimius, disappears from history unlamented. Another, Theodotus, the tutor who advised Ptolemy to kill Pompey, lived as a hated fugitive until, according to Plutarch, Brutus, Caesar's betrayer, later found him and exacted vengeance. Another connection of two betrayal stories. In any case, the Romans thus avenged Pompey's betrayal in their own tit-for-tat way. While we are in the Egyptian neighborhood, let's talk about Mark Antony and Queen Cleopatra VII. That's a pretty famous story. I'm sure you're somewhat familiar with it. Was Mark Antony's alliance with Cleopatra a grand romance, a political strategy, or was it exactly as Octavian framed it, a betrayal of Rome? In the propaganda war leading up to Rome's final civil conflict, 32 to 30 BCE, Octavian depicted Antony as a traitor, a Roman general bewitched by an Egyptian queen, betraying his ancestral duty, and not to mention his marriage to Octavian's sister, which she was obviously not pleased about his relationship with Cleopatra. Well, the truth is a bit more nuanced. The perception of Antony's actions as betrayal was pretty potent, and it had lasting historical consequences. The story goes like this. After Caesar's death, Mark Antony had initially been the dominant figure in Roman politics. To seal a truce with Octavian, Antony married Octavia, Octavian's sister, in 40 BCE. For a time, this brought a semblance of stability. But Antony was also involved with Cleopatra, whom he had first met in 41 BCE, and with whom he had a passionate affair. Two-timing parasite. Anyway, by 36 to 34 BCE, Antony effectively made Alexandria his home base, co-ruling the Eastern Mediterranean with Cleopatra. The pivotal moment, seen as the act of treachery by Octavian, came in year 34, with the donations of Alexandria. What happened was, after a victorious campaign in Armenia, Antony staged a grand spectacle in the gymnasium of Alexandria. He and Cleopatra sat on golden thrones before a crowd, and Antony publicly distributed Roman territories as gifts to Cleopatra and her children. He declared Cleopatra the Queen of Kings, and allocated kingdoms to Alexander Helios, Cleopatra Selene, and Ptolemy Philadelphus, their young children. For example, Caesarion, Cleopatra's son by Julius Caesar, was titled the King of Kings, and ostensibly given control over Egypt and Cyprus. Other children were given Crete, Cyrenaica, Syria, Armenia, and so forth. Basically just handing out Roman territories like Oprah Winfrey, Well, Antony was essentially acting as if eastern provinces were his to dispose of, a flagrant affront to Roman authority. To Octavian back in Rome, this was a provocation. He'd crossed the line. He seized on it to portray Antony as having betrayed Rome in favor of Cleopatra. And I've got to say, there really isn't many other ways you can cut it. I mean, he's just giving away little slices of the Roman Republic, it's you can't really do that. It's just not cricket. Well, the fact that Antony also formally divorced Octavia in 32, in a humiliating manner, by the way, sending her away in Rome, only cemented the perception that he had spurned his Roman family ties for an Egyptian consort. Octavian skillfully wove these events into a narrative of betrayal. He publicized Antony's will, allegedly seized from the Vestal Virgins, which revealed that Antony wished to be buried in Alexandria, and had legitimized Caesarion as Caesar's son. Further proof, Octavian argued, that Antony was effectively going native and elevating a foreign queen's interest above Rome's. It's interesting, too, because this is the same kind of stuff that was happening with Alexander the Great when he got to Persia. When he eventually conquered Persia, everyone was a bit worried because he started dressing like a Persian and acting like a Persian. Everyone was saying, what kind of Macedonian conqueror are you? You're now becoming like the ones you conquered. Anyway, that's a story for another time. So in 32 BCE, Octavian persuaded the Senate to revoke Antony's powers and declare war. Pointedly, not on Antony. Civil war was still quite sensitive. No, they were declaring war on Cleopatra. The Res Gestae, Augustus's own memoir, later emphasized that the war was against Cleopatra, the Queen of Egypt, implying Antony was merely just her simp, basically. Not their words, of course. Well, in reality, Rome was headed for a showdown between Octavian and Antony, but the betrayal theme was central to Octavian's casus belli, which means a war justification. He cast the conflict as a patriotic one. The Romans versus this Oriental seductress, and the former Roman who betrayed his country. Contemporary poets and propagandists hammered this theme. Virgil, in the Aeneid, would later describe the Battle of Actium in 31 as the showdown of Roman virtue against Egyptian treachery and decadence. Antony and Cleopatra, with the monster gods versus Octavian with Italian gods. The Senate, whipped up by Octavian's consulship in 32, declared Antony an enemy of the state and stripped him of his consulship for 31, citing his renunciation of Roman values. From a neutral perspective, Antony's actions were more driven by power politics. You see, he needed Cleopatra's wealth and Egypt's resource for his war against Parthia, and for dominance in Rome. But Octavian's spin stuck. To many Romans, Antony had betrayed Rome for love or luxury. He had, in their eyes, subjugated himself to Cleopatra, even intending to establish a new capital in Alexandria. Maybe. At least that's what they were saying. Octavian published coins and slogans about liberating Rome from the enslavement of Cleopatra. When the climactic Battle of Actium occurred in 31, Antony's fleet with Cleopatra present faced Octavian. Notably, during the battle, Cleopatra's ship suddenly broke away and fled. Antony, abandoning the fight, followed her. Well, this moment, Antony deserting his own naval battle to chase after Cleopatra, was seized upon as the ultimate evidence of his betrayal. He abandoned his men, his duty, threw it all away. Whether Cleopatra's retreat was pre-planned or a sudden impulse, that's another argument entirely. But Antony's choice sealed his image in Rome. Plutarch describes Antony, post-Actium, as, quote, not master of his own faculties, but ever looking toward Cleopatra, implying that his reason had been eclipsed by infatuation. In 30 BCE, as Octavian invaded Egypt, Cleopatra herself tried to secretly negotiate with Octavian, even as Antony was out there fighting. And one could say that Cleopatra even betrayed Antony at the end because of this, preparing to surrender to Octavian to save her dynasty. And let me tell you, if the deal was save her dynasty to hand over Antony, lads, she would have done it. I'm telling you that right now. Anyway, Antony, upon false news of Cleopatra's death, ended up taking his own life, thus dying, believing he'd been betrayed by the one for whom he betrayed others. Cleopatra, after a last vain attempt to charm Octavian, ended up taking her own life too. Maybe via aspite or poison, we're not too sure. That's debated too. In any case, she didn't want to get paraded, so, avoiding the humiliation of capture, taking the self-checkout line. Now, from the perspective of Rome, Octavian emerged as the restorer of order. He made sure the narrative of Antony's betrayal was cemented. In Octavian's triumph, a mock effigy of Cleopatra was paraded. But not Antony. He was pointedly left unhonored, a Roman who had become an Egyptian. Augustus, i.e. Octavian, in his memoirs, lists that, quote, Antony took up foreign ways and armed the queen against her country, language painting Antony as a quasi-oriental. Roman historiography, largely influenced by Augustan sources, tends to treat Antony's fall as the just deserts of a man who succumbed to the betrayal of Roman ideals. Yet, interestingly, some later writers showed a touch of admiration and sympathy for Antony and Cleopatra. They were star-crossed lovers in a sense. Well, Plutarch emphasizes that their playful relationship, as he calls it, hints that Cleopatra hold on Antony was not just lust, but a kind of enchantment, maybe even genuine partnership. Still, even Plutarch, a Greek writing under Roman rule, must conclude that Antony was bewitched and lost himself, and that his eagerness to please Cleopatra led him to strategic folly, perhaps the biggest simp in Roman history. Maybe. Alright, so last one. While Roman history has many internal betrayals, one of the most devastating acts of treachery came from a seemingly loyal ally, Arminius, a chieftain of the Germanic Cherusci tribe. His betrayal of the Roman general Publius Quintilius Varus in AD 9 led to the annihilation of 3 Roman legions in the Battle of Teutoburg Forest, a disaster so shocking that it halted Rome's expansion into Germany. This episode is often called Rome's greatest military defeat, and it was engineered by deceit from within. You see, Arminius was a trained Roman officer who turned on his commanders. It shows how a trusted friend of Rome can exploit that trust and deliver one of the worst blows that Rome ever had. Here's the background for you. Arminius, his German name was likely Hermann, but the Romans called him Arminius, was a prince of the Cherusci who had spent his youth as an auxiliary in the Roman army. He even attained Roman equestrian rank and was granted citizenship and military decoration. By the end of the first decade, he was serving under Governor Varus in the newly occupied province of Germania Magna, which is roughly modern northwest Germany. As for Varus, he was a seasoned Roman aristocrat, tasked by Emperor Augustus with pacifying and organizing this frontier region. Tough job. That's why he needed the help, and he trusted Arminius implicitly as a guide and intermediary with the German tribes. According to the historian Velius Paterculus, who was a contemporary and served in Germania, Varus was too trusting, viewing the Germans as already conquered and Romanized. He thought that Arminius was a loyal Roman ally. After all, he was an equestrian, he had Roman citizenship. They'd given him so much. But I suppose, in his heart, he was still Germanic. And that was the truth. Arminius was planning to unite the Germanic tribes and ambush the Romans. The betrayal was set in motion when Arminius convinced Varus that a distant tribe was revolting, luring the governor and his 3 legions into marching into the deep Teutoburg forest to suppress the uprising. Varus marched in autumn, through difficult terrain, with Arminius ostensibly acting as a guide. At a prearranged point, Arminius asked leave to depart with his Cheruscan troops, claiming he'd gather more auxiliaries. But instead, he joined the ambushers. Roman accounts, notably Tacitus and Cassius Dio, based on reports from survivors and investigators like Germanicus some years later, describe how over several days of hit-and-run attacks in the forests and swamps, Arminius's coalition of German tribes fell upon Varus's stretched-out column. The Romans, unprepared and led into a trap, were overwhelmed. It was not a single set-piece battle, but a running massacre under constant rain and thick woods. In layman's terms, bloody miserable, as we say in Australia. Well, finally, the Roman survivors made a stand on a small hill. They were slaughtered to the last man, or the ones who didn't want to face the Germanic blades took their own lives. Varus himself, realizing the enormity of the betrayal and defeat, fell on his sword, a Roman general choosing his own way out of a capture. Arminius's deception had worked brilliantly. Nearly 20,000 Roman soldiers and camp followers were wiped out. The victors desecrated the bodies, nailing Roman heads to trees, sacrificing officers. Some accounts say Varus's head was sent to a Germanic shrine. It was an absolute horror show of betrayal's aftermath. Back in Rome, they weren't too pleased about it either. Suetonius writes that Emperor Augustus, upon hearing of the disaster, was so distraught he would dash his head against a door and say, "Varus, give me back my legions." Rome had suffered defeats before, but to lose 3 legions at once, to barbarians, through an ambush, well, this was quite embarrassing. And it hinged on Arminius, the man within their own trusted circle. Velleius Paterculus, who knew Varus and had campaigned in Germania, was scathing in his assessment. Varus, he said, was not so much defeated by the Germans as betrayed by his own negligence, having believed Arminius's false assurances. Another Roman writer, Florus, remarked that Arminius concealed his treachery under a guise of friendship, striking when the Romans were lulled. Indeed, before the trap was sprung, one pro-Roman German noble, Segestes, tried to warn Varus that Arminius was up to something, but Varus waved it off, unwilling to mistrust his beloved Cheruscan ally. A classic case of how deeply a skilled deceiver can penetrate the confidence of a commander. Well, Arminius, for his part, he of course became a Germanic folk hero, the liberator who had halted Rome's advance. But within Rome, he was the ultimate traitor among the barbarians. Tacitus later calls him the deliverer of Germany, but notes that he had not died young. Had he not died young, he was later assassinated by rival Germans around AD 21. He might have even threatened Rome again. Imagine that, if he gathered the Germanic tribes, marched down there, and gave the Romans a good thrashing. Could have been done. In any case, the Romans never forgot or forgave this betrayal. About 6 years after Teutoburg, the Roman general Germanicus, nephew of Tiberius, led a punitive campaign into the forest. He deliberately visited the old battlefield where bones still littered the ground, and his soldiers buried the remains of Varus's legions. Tacitus says that they found skulls nailed to tree trunks and pits of sacrificial altars. Germanicus managed to recover one of the 3 lost eagles of the legions and engaged Arminius in subsequent battles, but Arminius evaded capture. The Rhine became, once again, the fixed Roman border. Augustus's expansionist policy died in that forest, all because of one man that he once considered an ally. One idea of the ancient world that has never gone out of style is Stoicism. It began as a Hellenistic philosophy in ancient Greece, and it later flourished in the Roman world. So what's it all about? Well, effectively, it taught that virtue, reason, and self-control were the true keys to a good and tranquil life. But Stoicism was not abstract theory for cloistered scholars. It was a practical guide on how to live, a philosophy to be applied in daily struggles. Over the centuries, Stoicism guided people from all walks of life, from slaves to emperors. So today, we're going to talk a bit about the history and the practical aspects of Stoicism. We're going to trace it from its humble origins to its more prominent roles in Roman society, and perhaps we'll figure out what we're left with in the modern day and how we can apply such principles. So if you'll join me for the next hour, we can learn all about it. Of course, only if you want to. I am detached from such outcomes. Anyway, hello to any newcomers, and welcome back to those returning. This channel is completely ad-free, no interruptions, thanks to the generous donations, those who check out the merch store, and those on Patreon and YouTube memberships. If you can't do that, no problem. Just give us a like, subscribe, and a comment, so the algorithm pushes us out a little bit more. Anyway, let's begin with our video today. The first character we meet is Zeno of Citium. We have to go all the way back to the 3rd century BCE to Athens to find him. But he wasn't from there, he was actually a merchant from the island of Cyprus. His path to philosophy, as later recounted by the ancient biographers, reads like a strange twist of fate. You see, after surviving a shipwreck that destroyed his cargo, Zeno found himself in Athens around 300 BCE. It was there that he visited a bookshop, loose on that term, to pass the time and stumbled upon Xenophon's Memorabilia, a recollection of Socrates' conversations. Captivated by the betrayal of Socrates, a man who lived with wisdom and virtue, Zeno immediately asked the seller where he could meet a real-life philosopher just like him. And just then, the cynic philosopher, Crates, was walking outside. The bookseller pointed him out, and Zeno soon became his pupil. Under Crates of Thebes, Zeno got a crash course in the cynic way of life. Now, the Cynics are a little bit different. They were a sect of ascetic philosophers who taught that virtue is the only good, and that one should live simply in agreement with nature, flouting all superficial social conventions. Crates himself was famous for giving up a fortune to live as a beggar/philosopher on the streets of Athens, using shocking public stunts to make points about philosophy. Zeno admired the ethical seriousness of cynicism, but struggled with its more extreme aspects. You see, he was more modest and polite, and he found it hard to embrace the cynic ideal of shameless disregard for etiquette. It's one way to put it. So, to toughen him up, Crates devised a more practical kind of lesson. He handed the self-conscious Zeno a pot full of lentil soup, and told him to carry it through the busy agora, which is the marketplace. As Zeno proceeded, trying to hide the pot under his cloak, Crates suddenly smashed it with his staff. The soup went all the way down poor Zeno's legs. Mortified, he tried to run away. Crates called out after him, "Why run away, my little Phoenician? Nothing terrible has befallen you." This messy episode was a lesson in overcoming shame. You see, Zeno learned to be less concerned with others' laughter, and more focused on his own character. But despite such, hard-hitting mentorship, Zeno remained respectful of convention in some ways, a trait that would later distinguish his own approach to philosophy from the Cynics. Zeno spent roughly 20 years in Athens, studying with various teachers. In addition to Crates and the Cynics, he sought knowledge from the Megarian philosophers, who specialized in logic and paradoxes, and from Platonist philosophers at the Academy. By around 300, Zeno had begun to develop his own ideas. He started teaching independently. He chose as his classroom a public colonnade in the heart of Athens, the Stoa Poikile, or painted porch in the agora. The Stoa Poikile was a long covered walkway adorned with famous murals of Greek victories, a lively public space where anybody could stop by and listen to what was going on. and it was here that Zeno would hold forth on ethics, logic, and physics to whoever was interested. His followers were first called the Zenonians, but before long, people began to refer to them as Stoics, literally, the philosophers of the Stoa. It was an unusual name, but it stuck. In any case, from that painted porch, the school of Stoicism was born. And Stoicism from the start emphasized ethics as the central field of philosophy, specifically how to achieve something called eudaimonia, a flourishing good life by living virtuously. Zeno, inspired by Socrates and the Cynics, taught that the only true good is a virtuous character. Qualities like wisdom, justice, courage, and self-discipline are the only things that fundamentally benefit a person. Conversely, things like wealth, health, or reputation, they're more indifferent, in the sense that they don't guarantee happiness one way or the other. This was a bold claim in a society that, like ours, often chased wealth and pleasure as the be-all and end-all. But Zeno argued that virtue alone is both necessary and sufficient for happiness. Everything else is just a little bit extra. But, unlike the Cynics, Zeno did not wholly reject conventional life. He believed one could pursue external things like health, wealth, or friendship as preferred indifference, meaning that they have value, but only so long as they don't compromise one's virtue. The goal was to live in accordance with nature, both the nature of the universe and one's own rational nature. The philosophical system of Zeno was not only about ethics. Following earlier thinkers, he divided philosophy into three interrelated parts: logic, physics, and ethics. Logic in Stoicism included not just formal argumentation, but also theories of knowledge and cognition, essentially how we distinguish true impressions from false ones. Physics encompassed not just what we think of as science, but theology and the understanding of the cosmos as an ordered whole, governed by divine reason. The Stoics often used Zeus or Logos to refer to this rational cosmic order. Ethics was informed by the other two. One needed a good grasp of logic to think clearly, and an understanding of nature, i.e. physics, to live in harmony with it. In Zeno's view, all three parts of philosophy work together to help a person live wisely and virtuously. Zeno himself wrote several other books. Titles include Republic, On Life According to Nature, and a few more. But unfortunately, the writings only survive in fragments, mostly quoted by later authors. Despite the paucity of surviving texts, we know that from later summaries that Zeno's teachings set a template that the later Stoics would follow. For example, Zeno introduced the idea of the kathekon, appropriate action, duties or proper functions one should fulfill in daily life, and he stressed that the universe is a single community in which all humans share in divine rationality. He also famously described the end goal as living in agreement, i.e. living consistently free of internal conflict. Later Stoics would add living in agreement with nature to that phrase, but the basic idea came from Zeno, a life in harmony with oneself and the wider world. Zeno became a respected figure in Athens. Though he was a foreigner, ethnically Phoenician from Citium in Cyprus, his personal virtue earned the admiration of Athenians high and low. They even offered him honorary Athenian citizenship for his contributions, an offer which he declined, reportedly to avoid slighting his native people. He did, however, accept other honors. According to later accounts, the Athenians gave him a golden crown and a public tomb when he died, tributes to the impact of his moral teaching on their youth. After about 40 years of teaching, Zeno died around 262 BCE. There's an old story that recounts that as he was leaving the Stoa one day, he tripped, he fell, and he broke his toe. Seeing this as the natural summons of death, the aged Zeno quoted a line from a tragedy. "I come of my own accord. Why call me thus?" and calmly held his breath, ending his life then and there. Well, maybe it's true, maybe it isn't. It sounds a bit embellished, but in any case, it portrays Zeno as so accepting of a fate that even a stubbed toe was taken as a cue that it was his time to depart from the mortals. The Athenians, grateful for all he had taught, inscribed on his grave their esteem for Zeno the Wise, comparing him in an epitaph to the legendary hero Cadmus, a Phoenician who brought the alphabet to Greece, as if to say Zeno, though not Greek by birth, had given Greece something just as valuable: the wisdom of Stoicism. After the death of Zeno, the leadership of the Stoic school, also the position which was known as the scholarch, passed to his most devout student. That was Cleanthes of Assos. Cleanthes, circa 330 to 230 BC or thereabouts, had come to Athens as a penniless young man, literally a boxer by training, and become one of Zeno's ardent followers. To attend Zeno's lectures, Cleanthes labored by night as a water carrier for gardens and mills, and by day he studied philosophy. This tireless dedication earned him the nickname the well-water collector, and initially some of his peers mocked him for being slow or dim. They even nicknamed him the ass, as in donkey. Well, Cleanthes, however, embraced the nickname, saying that just like the donkey, he could carry whatever load of learning Zeno put upon him. His persistence paid off. On the death of Zeno in 262, Cleanthes was chosen to lead, and he did so for over 3 decades. But he was not a flashy innovator. Rather, he deeply absorbed Zeno's teachings and worked to preserve and develop them. In person, he was the model of Stoic fortitude and piety. There is a story that at one point the Athenian authorities, noting how Cleanthes spent all day studying with no obvious income, hauled him into court to account for how he was supporting himself, suspecting him of some kind of impropriety. Cleanthes demonstrated the calluses on his hands and produced witnesses to confirm his nighttime activities. Impressed, the judges awarded him with a sum of money for his industry. It was unexpected. Cleanthes, however, promptly refused this, saying he pursued philosophy for love, not for payment. Anecdotes like that spread his reputation as a true sage in training, one who lived his philosophy completely. In fact, one of Cleanthes' own nicknames among Stoics was Hupomanikitos, Hupomanatikos, the man of endurance. Philosophically, Cleanthes is remembered for his contributions to Stoic physics and theology. He emphasized the idea inherited from Heraclitus that the universe is pervaded by a divine rational fire, a creative fire or spirit called a pneuma that orders all things. While Zeno had introduced this idea, Cleanthes developed it further, identifying this fiery reason explicitly with Zeus, the king of the traditional gods. To Cleanthes, Zeus was not a distant deity on Olympus, but the very creative reason in nature. Essentially, Cleanthes' Zeus is the logos, the rational principle that governs the cosmos. In one fragment, Cleanthes even suggested that the sun is the earthly representation of divine fire, an embodiment of God's guiding presence. Although later Stoics would adjust some of these views, Cleanthes had laid the groundwork in articulating the Stoic pantheism, belief that God and nature were one and the same. The most famous piece of writing from Cleanthes that survives to us is his hymn to Zeus. This beautiful poem offers praise to Zeus, i.e. the divine universal reason, and expresses key Stoic ideas in a very poetic form. Cleanthes begins by calling Zeus most glorious of the immortals, invoked by many names, ever omnipotent, Zeus, the first cause of nature, governing all things with the law. And he goes on to state that no greater blessing exists than to have lived in accord with Logos, the divine reason. One striking line from the hymn encapsulates the Stoic ethics and theology. Lead me, Zeus, and you too, Destiny. Wherever your decrees have assigned me, I will follow without hesitation. But even if I refuse, I will have to follow just the same. He ends with the maxim, fate guides the willing and drags the unwilling. This exhortation to accept the fate is designed by a wiser providence and became a hallmark of the Stoic attitude. It is a call to amor fati, loving one's fate, which would echo through the later Stoic writings. For instance, both Seneca and Marcus Aurelius still quote this line in their writings. Cleanthes lived true to his ideal. In his old age, as the story goes, Cleanthes developed a painful ulcer in his mouth. The doctors advised him to abstain from food for a couple of days to starve the infection. He obeyed, and the ulcer began to heal. But then, Cleanthes calmly decided that he was not going to resume eating at all. If fasting was beneficial, well, he reasoned half playfully that he might as well continue to complete nature's course. He told friends that he was already halfway down the road to death, and saw no need to turn back. Over the next several days, the reportedly 99-year-old philosopher, which is very impressive for that time, simply let himself waste away, and he died. Extreme though this voluntary exit was, it was in line with Stoic teachings. The Stoics held that a wise person could choose to end their life if circumstances made a fully virtuous life impossible, or if the quality of life deteriorated beyond what the virtue could agree with. Well, Cleanthes' serene death by starvation is an example of this Stoic option of euthanasia for the right reasons. Ancient commentators debated whether Cleanthes was exceedingly wise or excessively stubborn. Maybe it's a bit of both. But in Stoic tradition, he was honored for his unwavering consistency. His greatest legacy, however, was mentoring the man who would truly systemize Stoicism, and that's Chrysippus of Soli. Chrysippus, circa 279 to 206, arrived in Athens as a young man, possibly after losing his inherited property. One report says it was confiscated by a king, leaving him destitute, a familiar pattern of adversary driving someone to these sort of new philosophies. So he became a student of Cleanthes. Where Cleanthes had been methodical, and maybe plodding, Chrysippus was a dynamo of intellect, quick, confident, and astonishingly prolific. He allegedly told Cleanthes, "Give me the basic principles, and I'll find the proofs myself." In time, Chrysippus did much more than that. When Cleanthes died around 230, Chrysippus took over as the third head of the Stoic school. Over the next few decades, he wrote extensively and refined Stoic philosophy to a level of higher rigor and breadth that earned him the title of Stoicism's second founder. Later ancients would say if there had been no Chrysippus, there would have not have been a Stoa. Chrysippus is best known for his work in logic and dialectics. He built on the Megarian logicians, and perhaps on Aristotle's logic, to develop a system of propositional logic, focusing on logical connectives like if something something, then something something, and either something something or something. You know what I mean. He analyzed arguments involving conditionals and syllogisms, and reportedly wrote many books on the subject. And he also wrote about the theory of knowledge, staunchly defending the idea that humans can attain certainty through the faculty of reason and clear impressions. This was in response to the skeptics of Plato's Academy, who by Chrysippus' time were arguing that nothing can be known for sure. Chrysippus was their chief intellectual opponent. In physics, Chrysippus elaborated the Stoic view of a deterministic yet providential cosmos. He believed that everything happens according to fate, a chain of cause and effect willed by the divine Logos. Yet he also sought to account for human freedom and responsibility within that fate. His solution was to argue that external events may be fated, but our responses are up to us and stem from our own character. An oft-cited analogy by a Stoic, perhaps Chrysippus, compares us to a dog tied to a moving cart. If the dog trots along willingly, he follows smoothly. If not, he gets dragged. Either way, the course is set. The only difference is the attitude. Chrysippus maintained that through our capacity for reason, we collaborate with fate by assenting to what happens and by doing our duty in the grand scheme. In the realm of ethics, Chrysippus reaffirmed the stark Stoic doctrine that virtue is the only good and vice is the only evil. He fleshed out how passions, i.e. emotions, are to be understood as false judgments that something bad is happening or something supremely good is at stake, when in truth external things aren't truly bad or good. Therefore, a sage should aim to eradicate irrational passions like fear, anger, or grief, and instead feel only reasonable emotions, which later Stoics would call eupatheiae. Well, for instance, feeling concern for others' well-being is natural and rational, but feeling crippling fear or rage is not. Chrysippus described the ideal Stoic apatheia, freedom from destructive passions, not as a lack of feeling, but as a state of a healthy mindset, where one's emotional responses are always guided by reason. To help people reach this state, he offered some therapeutic advice, challenging catastrophic thoughts, meditating on mortality to lessen the fear of death, and so on. In all of this, Chrysippus didn't shy away from debate. He often took opposing viewpoints head-on in his writings, sometimes even stating an opponent's case so well that critics accused him of filling his books with others' quotations more than his own words. Chrysippus was a prodigious writer. Ancient sources claim that he wrote over 705 books, likely meaning individual scrolls or treatises, but still pretty impressive. None of these survive intact, however, which is a great loss, considering how crucial he was to Stoicism. We have fragments and later reports that give us glimpses of his contributions. The sheer volume of his output gave rise to jokes. One wit remarked that if one were to stack Chrysippus's writings, one might need a ladder to reach the top. Another quipped that Chrysippus wrote so much because he wrote a book on every subject twice, once to state his position and once to defend it against criticism. Yet those who read his works in antiquity held him in high esteem. He was regarded as a subtle thinker who could untangle the knottiest logical puzzles, the liar paradox, the Sorites paradox, for example, and who solidified Stoicism into a formidable philosophy taught throughout the Hellenistic world. Chrysippus's death became the stuff of legend. Diogenes Laertius, the 3rd century biographer of philosophers, gives 2 accounts of how Chrysippus died, both around the age of 73. In one version, Chrysippus drank unmixed wine, that wine without water, basically the ancient equivalent of a very strong drink, at a sacrifice and was seized by dizziness, essentially alcohol poisoning, and he died shortly thereafter. But there's a more famous story that's a little bit more interesting. Chrysippus is said to have died from laughing too hard at his own joke. The tale goes that one day Chrysippus saw a donkey wandering into his garden and eating figs off a plate. Finding it amusing, he called out to an old woman, "Hey, now give the donkey a cup of pure wine to wash down those figs." Apparently he found this so ridiculously amusing that he started uncontrollably laughing, and he kept laughing until he collapsed and died. Well, to die laughing at a joke about a drunken donkey seems a little bit too absurd for a serious philosopher, and most scholars suspect this story was a later invention, a bit of a macabre humor in circulation. It's hard to prove it wrong now. It's been over 2,000 years since it happened. In any case, Chrysippus is, ironically, often remembered as the philosopher who died of laughter. I suppose, if you imagine that if Chrysippus could comment, he might note that death is indifferent anyway, but a good laugh is something to value. There are worse ways to go than laughing to death. With Chrysippus, the old Stoa, the first few generations of Stoicism, reached its zenith. He took the relatively nascent ideas of Zeno and Cleanthes and built them into a robust intellectual edifice. After Chrysippus' death, Stoicism was a major philosophical force in the Greek world, rivaled mainly by Epicureanism, which taught a very different doctrine that pleasure is good, and of course by the more skeptical Academy. The Stoic school in Athens continued under a series of lesser-known scholarchs, but even as the 2nd century BCE progressed, Stoicism's center of gravity began to shift from Athens to a broader range, especially towards Rome. The period after Chrysippus, roughly the 2nd and 1st centuries BCE, is often called the Middle Stoa. During this time, Stoicism became known far beyond its Athenian porch. Stoic philosophers traveled, they taught, they mingled with the rising powers of the time. While direct writings from this period are mostly lost, we got a few fragments and reports, sure, we do know some key names, and how they carried Stoicism forward. Well, one pivotal figure was Diogenes of Babylon, 230 to 150 BCE, who led the Stoic school in Athens generations after Chrysippus. In 155, Diogenes of Babylon was part of a famous philosophical delegation sent from Athens to Rome. This delegation also included a Platonic academic called Carneades and an Aristotelian called Critolaus. They were ostensibly there on a diplomatic mission regarding a fine owed by Athens. But while in Rome, each philosopher gave public lectures. Roman audiences flocked to hear these exotic ideas from Greece. Carneades, the skeptic, scandalized some by arguing eloquently that one day that justice was a human convention and not a real virtue, and then arguing the opposite the next day, demonstrating the skeptic's skill at arguing either side. The Romans were intrigued and a bit alarmed by such intellectual play. Diogenes of Babylon, for his part, gave more straightforward talks, likely on Stoic ethics and maybe on the nature of the highest good. We don't have transcripts, of course. I wish we did, but we don't. One report, though, does say that Diogenes demonstrated with persuasive clarity the Stoic doctrine that virtue is sufficient for happiness. The novelty of these Greek philosophical imports made quite the impression on the young Roman elites. The elder statesman Cato the Elder worried that the youth would get subversive ideas, urging that the philosophers be sent away quickly. But nevertheless, the seed was planted. Greek philosophy, and Stoicism in particular, began to catch on in Rome. But the true bridge between Stoicism and Rome was built by Panatius of Rhodes, circa 185 to 109 BCE. Panaetius was a student of Diogenes of Babylon in Athens, and also studied under Antipater of Tarsus, another Stoic scholar. But unlike his predecessors, Panaetius did not stay in Athens running the school until later in life. He traveled to Rome and became friends with some of the most powerful Romans of the day. Notably, he joined the circle of Scipio Aemilianus, the general who conquered Carthage, and his friend Gaius Laelius. These cultured Romans were keen to learn from Greek philosophers, and Panaetius became their intellectual companion. Through Panaetius, Stoicism took on a slightly different flavor, more mild and pragmatic, by most accounts suited to Roman tastes. He advised statesmen and even traveled with Scipio on diplomatic missions. After Scipio Aemilianus died, Panaetius eventually returned to Athens around 129, and he became the head of the Stoic school there. He was the last scholarch of the original Athenian Stoa, whose authority went unchallenged, hence sometimes called the last of the undisputed scholarchs. Under Panaetius, Stoicism became more eclectic, I suppose we could say. What I mean by this is he was willing to incorporate ideas from other philosophies or adjust Stoic doctrines in the light of the new considerations. He placed relatively greater emphasis on ethics as the part of philosophy most useful, fitting for advising Roman friends on how to live and govern, and he downplayed some of the more theoretical or rigid aspects of Stoic physics and logic. For example, Panaetius seems to have questioned or abandoned the classic Stoic belief that the cosmos undergoes a periodic conflagration and rebirth. He also was skeptical about certain forms of divination and astrology that the earlier Stoics had took quite seriously. Rather than meticulously defending Stoic doctrine in every detail, he freely modified it, an approach that some hardcore Stoics might have frowned upon, but which likely helped Stoicism integrate with Roman intellectual life. Panaetius' most famous work was On Duties, perikanthekonton in Greek, which explored what our specific duties are in different roles and situations, how to reconcile the useful with the honorable in daily life. Now that treatise did not survive. I know, it's just disappointment after disappointment, isn't it? But its ideas certainly influenced the Roman orator Cicero, who later modeled his own work On Duties de Officiis on Panaetius's, effectively transmitting Stoic ethics to a broader Roman audience, but this time in Latin. Thanks to Cicero, many of Panaetius's ideas, like classifying duties to oneself, family, country, etc., became foundational in Western moral thought. Another towering figure of the Middle Stoa was Posidonius of Apamea, 135 to 51 BCE. Posidonius was a student of Panaetius, but his career took a different turn, and, well, he went far and wide with it. He was established on the island of Rhodes, which in the 1st century BC became a vibrant center of Stoic teaching. In fact, under Panaetius and Posidonius, Rhodes somewhat eclipsed Athens as the heart of Stoicism. Posidonius was a true polymath, a philosopher, a scientist, a historian, a diplomat, all in one. He was regarded by contemporaries as one of the most learned men alive, perhaps rivaled only by scholars of the caliber of, Eratosthenes. Posidonius embodied the Stoic ideal of seeking knowledge about the whole cosmos and the human experience within it. His interests range from mathematics and astronomy to anthropology and history. He traveled throughout the Mediterranean. He visited Spain, Italy, North Africa, Greece, even distant Gaul, partly in search of scientific data. For example, he studied the tides in Spain, attempted to measure the Earth's circumference, and partly to observe the customs of various peoples. He wrote extensive works. Guess what? None of them survive. I know, I'm sorry. Well, we have a few fragments, though, but they're cited by later authors, so we don't know how much filtration they've gone through. In any case, among his achievements, he attempted to calculate the distance from the Earth to the Sun and observed the effect of the moon on the tides, showing an advanced scientific curiosity. He also wrote of an ethnographic account of the Celts in Gaul, including lurid details like the practice of displaying enemies' skulls, yet he also noted that the Celts honored their druids, which Posidonius considered philosophers of a sort. He famously remarked that even among barbarians there were those who valued wisdom, illustrating the Stoic belief in a kind of universal reason. In philosophy proper, Posidonius continued the Stoic tradition, but with a few little twists. He was well versed in Plato and Aristotle, and wasn't afraid to integrate their insights. One area where he charted a slightly different course was the philosophy of mind and emotions. Posidonius was not entirely satisfied with the pure Stoic view that emotions are simply judgments that can be turned off by reason. Influenced by Plato's idea of a divided soul, that is, rational and irrational parts, Posidonius argued that human psychology is a bit more complex, with irrational passions that kind of have an independent force of their own. This was a subtle departure. Earlier Stoics mostly said all parts of the soul, i.e. the mind, are unified in the ruling mind, the hegemonikon. Posidonius believed in acknowledging non-rational influences like impulses or what we might call the subconscious drives, and by acknowledging them they could enrich the Stoic understanding of how to manage emotions. In essence, he made Stoicism more flexible and in dialogue with other schools, which perhaps helped make Stoic ideas appealing to a broader intellectual audience, including the Romans. Posidonius became a celebrity teacher in his own right. Many prominent Romans came to Rhodes to study with him. Cicero attended his lectures in 78, and later said that he never met anyone with as broad a knowledge. Pompey the Great, the renowned general, visited Posidonius twice, and Posidonius, despite suffering painful gout in his feet, supposedly gave a riveting lecture on the Stoic topic that, quote, "there is no good except moral good." To underscore the point, he pointed at his inflamed leg and said, "Pain, you bother me, but I will never admit that you are an evil." Well, this story, a philosopher using his own physical pain as an example to teach a conquering general, delighted the audience, and was retold as evidence of how philosophy can enable one to rise above suffering. Pompey, for his part, was impressed enough that he commissioned a statue of Posidonius after the old thinker's death. Through figures like Panaetius and Posidonius, Stoicism spread into the highest circles of Rome. The Middle Stoics often wrote in Greek, but they directly taught Romans, who would carry their ideas into Latin literature and Roman governance. By the end of the 1st century BCE, Stoicism was no longer an esoteric Greek school. It was a familiar approach to life among the educated Romans. Even those who didn't embrace Stoicism were fully influenced by its terminology and values. For example, the concept of the universal brotherhood of mankind, a Stoic theme, informed Roman ideas of a common humanity under the law of nature. Stoic-influenced Romans began to appear not just as students but as actors on the political stage. The most famous of these, whom we shall meet next, was not a philosopher by profession, but a statesman whose austere virtue earned him a place in Stoic law. That is, Cato the Younger. By the 1st century BCE, Stoicism had grown among Rome's elites. This period, along with the first 2 centuries CE, is often called the Late Stoa. It's the era of the great Roman Stoics. But unlike the earlier Greek Stoics, who were scholarchs teaching in Athens and Rhodes, the Roman Stoics were often statesmen, advisors, or teachers, very active in the public sphere. They wrote in Greek or Latin for a broader audience, and their ideas became deeply intertwined with Roman culture and politics. One of the earliest and most illustrious examples of a Roman Stoic, though he left no philosophical writings, is Marcus Porcius Cato Uticensis, or Cato the Younger, which is a bit easier to pronounce, 95 to 46 BCE or thereabouts. Cato was the great-grandson of Cato the Elder, a paragon of old Roman virtue, and he took that legacy very seriously. As a young man, Cato studied Stoic philosophy under a teacher named Antipater. Now, that is not the same Antipater who was a scholar. This was a later Stoic philosopher from Tyre. Cato embraced Stoicism as a code of personal ethics. He became legendary for his integrity, austerity, and courage. For instance, he dressed plainly, often going without the undertunic that fashionable Romans wore, and even walking barefoot in rough weather, to harden himself and signal his rejection of luxury. He was honest to a fault, and utterly fearless in speaking truth to power. In the last generation of the Roman Republic, Cato the Younger emerged as a staunch defender of republican liberty against the rising power of Julius Caesar. During the political tumult and civil war that ended the Republic, Cato consistently aligned with the side that he thought represented lawful and constitutional government, first with Pompey Magnus against Caesar. He gained fame earlier for his incorruptibility in various public offices, but his Stoic resolve shined brightest in adversity. After Caesar's forces defeated the Republican army in 46, Cato and a remnant took refuge in Utica, North Africa. Cato knew Caesar would eventually capture Utica and offer clemency. Caesar admired Cato in a grudging way and would have been pleased to parade him as a trophy. But Cato could not stomach living under what he saw as a tyrant's rule, nor could he compromise his principles by accepting Caesar's pardon. So he decided to take his own life in a controlled and characteristically philosophical way. According to Plutarch's famous account, on Cato's last night he dined cheerfully with friends, discussed philosophy, reportedly engaging in a discussion on the topic of the paradox of the soul's immortality, and then withdrew to his room with a copy of Plato's dialogue Phaedo, the account of Socrates' final conversation before he drank the hemlock, a treatise on the soul and death. Cato allegedly read the Phaedo twice into the late hours. Then, steeling himself with this example of Socratic calm, he drew his sword and stabbed himself. The wound was not immediately fatal, however. Physicians rushed in, despite Cato's resistance, and began to sew it up and treat him. As soon as he regained enough consciousness and saw that his mortal plan had been foiled, Cato pushed the doctors aside, tore open the wound. Some accounts even say he pulled out his own intestines, and thus ensured his end. A gruesome finale, that's for sure, and it secured his status as a martyr for liberty and principle. Later Stoics held up Cato as an exemplar of virtue, a man who literally preferred death to moral compromise. The poet Lucan in the 1st century CE declared that in the Civil War, quote, Cato was the only free man in Rome. Even opponents of Cato acknowledged his unyielding integrity. Caesar famously said Cato took his own life out of envy that Caesar's clemency would rob him of his principal glory. Maybe it's a barbed compliment, but a compliment nonetheless. His death resonated through Rome and later Western culture as the ultimate moment of Stoic virtue. It demonstrated Stoicism in its most dramatic form. taking one's own life not as an act of despair, but as a final assertion of one's freedom and principles in the face of an unconquerable force. Importantly, the Stoics did not glorify this kind of thing willy-nilly. They insisted it should only be done rationally, in circumstances where it was the reasonable action for a virtuous life. Cato's case, in their eyes, met that criterion. Seneca, who would later write about this as the, last liberty of a wise man, often cited Cato's example. So let's move to the imperial era, where Stoicism continued to inspire statesmen, sometimes putting them at odds with emperors. Unlike the early emperors like Tiberius, Claudius, and Nero, a number of Roman aristocrats who were influenced by Stoic teachings became noted for their principled stands. This phenomenon, where political opposition clothed itself in Stoic ethical language, has been dubbed the Stoic opposition. Stoic philosophy gave a kind of moral backbone to senators who resisted tyranny. We've seen it in Cato against Caesar, and in the 1st century CE it happened again, in figures like Thrasea Paetus and Helvidius Priscus. Thrasea Paetus was a senator under Nero who, disgusted by the emperor's crimes, simply just stopped showing up to Senate meetings, a silent protest that spoke volumes. In the year 66, Nero's regime forced Thrasea to take his own life for this tacit dissent. Helvidius Priscus, Thrasea's son-in-law and another devotee of Stoic ideals, was an outspoken critic of the next emperor Vespasian, and he too was executed for his audacity to value principle over safety. These men were admired by later Stoics as secular martyrs of virtue. Their story showed that Stoicism could embolden an individual to stand firm, even when the consequence was death. And indeed, a line attributed to Stoic philosophers was, quote, "A good man will resist an evil system with all his might, even if it means his death." To the emperors, this was a dangerous idealism. To Stoics, it was just the call of duty. Amid these fraught environments, there were also Stoics who sought to steer or educate those in power rather than defy them outright. The prime example is Lucius Annaeus Seneca, known as Seneca the Younger, 4 BCE to 65 CE. Seneca was born in Cordova, Spain, but raised in Rome in a wealthy family. He studied rhetoric and philosophy, encountering Stoicism early on, particularly in teachings of the Stoic Attalus. Seneca had a brilliant career as a statesman and writer, but it was a roller coaster. At one point, the Emperor Claudius exiled him to Corsica on a trumped-up adultery charge. Seneca spent some years in exile, during which he wrote a Consolation on the Shortness of Life and other essays. Thanks to influence from Emperor Claudius's wife Agrippina, Seneca was eventually recalled to Rome, and he became a tutor to Agrippina's son, who would become the Emperor Nero. When Nero ascended the throne in 54, Seneca became one of the emperor's closest advisors and the de facto chief minister of the Roman Empire, alongside the Praetorian prefect Burrus. For a time it seemed that Stoic wisdom might guide an emperor. In Nero's first years, likely under Seneca's counsel, the regime was marked by relative prudence and clemency. Historians call it Nero's good quinquennium. During these years, Seneca wrote some of his most famous works, often dressing them up as advice to Nero or friends. For instance, he penned On Mercy, De Clementia, as an open letter praising the virtue of leniency in a ruler, clearly a piece aimed at molding Nero's behavior by praise or gentle guidance. He also wrote On Anger, De Ira, addressing how a wise person, implicitly a wise ruler, should control anger, the most destructive passion, and eschew cruelty. Underlying these works was a distinctly Stoic idea that the ruler should govern not by fear or caprice, but by reason and for the common good, treating even potential enemies with humanity. It was a counter-narrative to the usual autocratic tendencies. Seneca's most enduring philosophical writings are those that he intended for a wider audience, or at least not specifically for Nero. Between roughly 62 and 65 CE, Seneca composed a series of letters now known as Epistulae Morales ad Lucilium, or Moral Letters to Lucilius. These 124 letters, addressed to a friend, Lucilius Jr., a provincial governor, are effectively mini-essays on how to live a virtuous Stoic life amid the problems of the real world. They cover topics from dealing with fear and grief to managing time and wealth, to the importance of continual self-improvement. Seneca's style in the letters is accessible, personal, and brimming with quotable wisdom. For example, he advises Lucilius, "We suffer more often in our imagination than in reality," or "Associate with people who are likely to improve you," and "No man is crushed by misfortune unless he has first been deceived by prosperity." He even quotes earlier Stoics like Cleanthes. Indeed, our knowledge of Cleanthes' line, "Fate leads the willing and drags the unwilling," comes from Seneca's letter 107. Through these letters, Seneca acts as a kind of life coach, blending Stoic doctrine with practical advice drawn from his own experience at the slippery top of Roman politics. Seneca also wrote several other essays and dialogues on specific themes: on the shortness of life, arguing life is long if used wisely; on the tranquility of mind, how to achieve a balanced, unperturbed mind; on providence, attempting to explain why misfortunes happen to good people from a Stoic viewpoint of cosmic order, and a few more. In all of these, the themes are consistently Stoic. Virtue matters more than circumstance. Our mind shapes our experience. Anger and greed destroy us from within. And philosophy is a medicine for the soul. He had a talent for packaging Stoicism in memorable epigrams and anecdotes, which later generations, from early Christian monks to Renaissance scholars, found immensely digestible. Yet Seneca's unique position, a Stoic philosopher who was also one of the wealthiest and most politically entangled men in Rome, invited a bit of controversy. Even in his own time, people murmured about the irony of Seneca preaching simple living and inner freedom, while owning palatial villas and being privy to Nero's court intrigues. People were wondering, is Seneca a hypocrite? The question has long lingered through the ages. Some contemporaries thought Seneca too accommodating of Nero's excesses. For example, when Nero had his own mother killed. I know that's a bit excessive, isn't it? Seneca wrote the official Senate letter whitewashing the matricide, which is obviously not good. It's possible he did so out of self-preservation, but, that doesn't really line up with the ethics, doesn't it? It tainted his moral authority. But in his defense, and he does address this in his writings, he argued that wealth and high position are not inherently evil. They are just indifferent, and what matters is how one uses them. He maintained that he remained detached from his great wealth, ready to give it up at a moment's notice. He effectively claims that he has money, but he's not bound to it. He points to figures like Scipio and Laelius, who were more wealthy, yet virtuous, a precedent that a Stoic can live in a palace and still scorn luxury at heart. Nonetheless, even Seneca's friends had doubts. The historian Tacitus suggests that Seneca's massive fortune, acquired partly through money lending, possibly some exploitation of imperial favor, and his possibly patronizing guidance of Nero, made him a target for both envy and suspicion. Eventually, his little tightrope walk came to an end. Nero grew more unhinged with time, as we all know, and by the year 62, Seneca began to withdraw from court affairs, pleading ill health and age. It's probably a good time for his retirement anyway. In 65 CE, a failed conspiracy by a Republican-minded aristocrat group, the Personnian Conspiracy, to assassinate Nero came about. Seneca's name was falsely implicated, likely because some conspirators admired his ideals. Nero, perhaps eager to be rid of his old tutor, sent soldiers to Seneca's villa with orders that he take his own life. Tacitus gives us detailed and pretty poignant accounts of Seneca's final moments, which read almost like the execution of a Socratic sage. When the imperial order arrived, Seneca displayed no panic. He calmly spoke of the worthlessness of life and the blessing of having prepared for death through philosophy. Embracing his weeping wife Paulina, he persuaded her not to grieve. Or according to some versions, he even consented that she join him in death. She attempted to do it alongside him, but she survived. Seneca had his veins opened in the bathtub, the way condemned men often did. His aged body's blood flowed slowly, so he took a dose of poison, hemlock, the same that killed Socrates. Even that worked too slow, so finally he entered a hot bath to accelerate bleeding and suffocate in the steam. Throughout, Seneca is said to have dictated philosophical consolations to his scribes, maintaining the role of teacher to the end. He died, by all reports, with composure. The once all-powerful minister, just another casualty of Nero's tyranny. But in the afterlife of reputation, Seneca's stock only rose. He was remembered as a martyr of a philosophical principle, and indeed, his life mixing principle with compromise and ending with a principled defiance captures the tension of trying to live stoically in a corrupt world. Parallel to Seneca's career, there were Stoic philosophers who operated more on the sidelines of power, teaching in quieter settings. One such man was Gaius Musonius Rufus, 30 to 100 CE. Musonius Rufus was a Roman aristocrat who embraced Stoicism and became a teacher in the mid-1st century CE. He did not write books, or none that survived intact at least, but some of his discourses were recorded by a pupil, and fragments of his teachings remain. Musonius taught in Greek and Latin, often emphasizing that philosophy was not just to be discussed, but practiced. He was somewhat ahead of his time on social issues. For example, he argued that women should be given the same education in philosophy as men, since women too have rational minds and the same capacity for virtue. He also preached a simple life, close to nature. Some of his advice anticipates what we'd call the simple living or even a quasi-ascetic lifestyle. True to his Stoic convictions, Musonius got into trouble with Nero's regime for presumably being connected with opposition circles. See, he was the teacher of Rubelius Plautus, a nobleman seen as a threat by Nero. Well, Musonius was exiled to the far-flung Aegean island of Gyaros. Later, under the more benevolent Emperor Vespasian, he was allowed to return home, only to be exiled again when he offended Vespasian. A little complicated. The story goes that Vespasian, who expelled philosophers from Rome, briefly quipped, "You exile me, philosopher Musonius, since I have exiled you." Despite such hardships, Musonius remained serenely committed to teaching Stoicism as a way of life. He gave practical lessons, for instance, recommending exercises in enduring cold, heat, and modest food as training for the soul. For Musonius, every situation was an opportunity to practice virtue. Exile was just a chance to demonstrate that a Stoic's happiness doesn't depend on location. His students included both men and women, slaves and nobles, once more a testament to Stoicism's appeal across social lines. But one of his most famous students was a young man named Epictetus. Around 50 CE, he was born in the eastern Roman provinces, likely in Hierapolis, in Phrygia and modern Turkey. Epictetus was an enslaved person by status. Brought to Rome, he became the property of Epaphroditus, a wealthy freedman who served in Nero's imperial household. Epaphroditus, though an administrator, allowed or perhaps encouraged Epictetus to study philosophy. It wasn't uncommon for educated slaves to receive training, by the way, that made them more useful. In any case, Epictetus attended Musonius Rufus's lectures, likely as a personal enrichment and a way to network in the intellectual circles of Rome. Over time, he absorbed Stoicism so deeply that he gained a reputation in his own right. Eventually, he was freed. The details of how are a bit unclear, possibly after Nero's death when his master fell from favor. Perhaps Epictetus earned or was granted manumission. We don't quite know. Either way, he's not a slave anymore. By the late 80s, Epictetus established himself as a Stoic teacher. When Emperor Domitian in 89 CE expelled philosophers from Rome, Epictetus resettled in Nicopolis, a city in Epirus of northwestern Greece. There, in a more quiet, provincial setting, he founded a school of philosophy that attracted many young Romans and Greeks who sought guidance. Epictetus did not write down his philosophy, but one of his devoted students, Arrian of Nicomedia, who later became a prominent historian and a Roman administrator, took careful notes. These notes have come to us as the Discourses of Epictetus, originally 8 books, of which 4 survive, and a short summary handbook called the Enchiridion. Through Arrian's record, Epictetus' voice rings out with a unique combination of wit, toughness, and compassion. If Seneca's tone was that of a gentle, elder statesman dispensing wisdom with literary polish, Epictetus' tone was more like a street-smart drill instructor, even a stern yet caring mentor. Now this makes sense. Given his background and life of hardship, he valued moral toughness and clarity above all. The central principle of his teachings, arguably the most famous idea in Stoicism thanks to his articulation, is that some things are up to us and some things are not. In his very first lesson, Discourses 1.1, he lays out, quote, "Within our power, our opinion, aim, desire, aversion. In a word, whatever are our own actions, not within our power, our body, property, reputation, office. In a word, whatever are not our own actions." This dichotomy of control is the cornerstone of Stoic practice for Epictetus. It means focus your efforts and concern on what you can control, your own thoughts, values, and actions, and don't waste your time on everything else. Following this rule, he promises, leads to freedom and tranquility. He had a knack for memorable analogies to drive home Stoic points. He said, "Life is a banquet. If something is passed to you, take a modest portion. If it passes you by, don't grab for it. If it hasn't reached you yet, patiently wait for your turn. Enjoy what comes without clinging to it, and you'll avoid frustration and heartache." Or another, "You are like an actor in a play that the gods have written. Your role in life, whether short or long, dramatic or humble, isn't for you to choose, but how well you play that role is up to you. If you were assigned to be a beggar, play it well. If a king, play that well. Don't demand to be the director of the play. Just be an excellent part in it." Well, these metaphors all show the acceptance of what is not in our control and the excellence in what is. Another famous anecdote illustrates his stoic resilience, though the source is not Epictetus himself but later writers, Origen and others. It is said that when Epictetus was a slave, his master, Epaphroditus, was at times a little bit abusive. On one occasion, Epaphroditus was twisting Epictetus's leg, either out of anger or cruelty. But Epictetus, instead of crying out as most would, calmly warned his master, "If you continue, you will break my leg." Well, sure enough, the leg bone snapped. Epictetus, without fury or despair, simply remarked, "Did I not tell you that you would break it?" Well, the story might be embellished, but it certainly aligns with his teachings. Physical harm is an external. It does not touch the true self, i.e. the rational mind, unless we allow it to, that is. Indeed, Epictetus's own body was apparently crippled from either this incident or some other cause. He is described as having a lame leg for the rest of his life. Yet he never displays pity for himself or bitterness. In his view, a person's will is the only true possession that cannot be forced from them. Everything else, including one's own body, is ultimately on loan from fate. He lived a life of simplicity in Nicopolis. He had no great wealth. Lucian of Samosata, a satirist, once sneered that Epictetus owned nothing but a pallet bed, a straw mat, and a single iron lamp, which a thief stole, leaving Epictetus to joke that the thief had done him a favor by removing an attachment. He reportedly replaced it with a cheaper lamp thereafter, but still. He taught many students who would go back to Rome or elsewhere carrying these lessons. And one such student, perhaps the most famous indirect pupil, was Marcus Aurelius, who, though he likely never met Epictetus, as he was 14 when Epictetus died, he certainly read his discourses, copied and circulated after Arrian wrote them, and was deeply influenced by them. So, before we shift to Marcus, it is worth highlighting that Epictetus's legacy in Stoicism was to shift the emphasis even more toward the practical and mental aspects of philosophy. Ethics was always central to Stoicism, but Epictetus made it almost everything. He didn't talk much about the physics of the Epireisos or the intricate logic of the Chrysippus. His focus was on the day-to-day moral teachings rather than the tiny details, how to keep one's will in accordance with nature and so on. Later Stoics, including Marcus, would take this to heart. And indeed, the Stoicism we often think of today, focused on mindset and virtue, less concerned with cosmological theories, that is largely the Stoicism that Epictetus taught. Now, we come to Marcus Aurelius, 121 to 180 CE, perhaps the most famous Stoic to the general public. Marcus was a literary Stoic and a philosopher king, the Platonic ideal come to life in some measure. He was born in a prominent family and was adopted by the Emperor Antoninus Pius as a teenager, with the expectation he would succeed Antoninus. Uniquely among emperors, Marcus was educated deeply in philosophy. His most influential tutor was Junius Rusticus, a Stoic who introduced Marcus to Epictetus's teachings. Marcus also studied under other philosophers, but it was Stoicism that really grabbed him. By all accounts, he lived a relatively austere and virtuous life even at court. He wore the same cloak his philosophy and teacher had given him years before, and often preferred simple food and rough lodging to the gaudy luxuries of palace life. In 161, he became an emperor of Rome, and he would rule for 19 years. He faced nearly constant warfare, especially the long Marcomannic wars along the Danube frontier against the Germanic tribes, as well as uprisings. One of his own generals, Avidius Cassius, rebelled in the east, The outbreak of a devastating plague, too, the Antonine Plague, which killed a significant portion of the empire's population. And then there were the personal losses. His multiple children would die in infancy or childhood. It was under these strains that Marcus turned inward to his Stoic practice, and he left to posterity one of the greatest spiritual and philosophical journals of all time, the Meditations. Now, the Meditations, though its original title may simply have been To Myself or To Himself, is a collection of private notes that Marcus wrote for his own guidance. Basically his journal. That's what it is. And he probably never intended it for publication. Written in Greek, they are fragmentary, sometimes repetitive, sometimes profound, often quite moving in their honesty. We see an emperor who constantly reminds himself to be humble. One quote from the text is, "Do not think of yourself as a citizen of high status, but simply as a man among men," and to meet each day's people and problems without anger. Another quote, "Begin each day by telling yourself, today I shall meet people who are meddling, ungrateful, arrogant, dishonest, jealous, and surly, but I cannot be harmed by any of them." Another section urges to accept what fate brings. Once again, amor fati. Quote, Love only what happens to you and is spun by the thread of your destiny, for what is more fitting. End quote. He applies Stoic reasoning to keep himself on track. See, if he feels fear, he knows that death is natural and not to be feared. If he is tempted by pleasure or ease, he recalls that soon he will be dust and none of those comforts will matter. If he is angry at someone, he strives to remember that even the wrongdoer is a fellow man, acting out of ignorance, and that responding with hate will only make him worse. Time and again, Marcus returns to Stoic themes, the transience of all things. He lists famous emperors or conquerors of the past and notes, they are all dead, mostly forgotten. The notion that the universe is change, and our life is opinion, echoing Epictetus, and the importance of living in the present moment and doing one's duty. While leading armies on cold frontiers, he consoled and exhorted himself with philosophy. For instance, feeling the weight of imperial responsibilities, he writes, quote, "If you can find anything in human life better than justice, truthfulness, self-control, courage, turn to it with all your heart. But if you find all else to be trivial and valueless in comparison, then don't be tempted by anything else." He reminds himself, to be like the rocky promontory against which waves continually crash, stands firm and tames the fury of the water around it. A vivid image of Stoic resilience. He even gently chides himself for needing these pep talks. Quote, "At long last, remember that you are an old man, no longer a child, and if you care about living as a rational being, now is the time. For in you, it's no longer to be seen whether you truly philosophize or not. You are either a good man or you are not." He died in 180 CE, likely in his camp in modern-day Vienna, worn out by years of campaigning and illness. He was, by all accounts, the last of those so-called 5 good emperors, and with his death the Roman Empire entered a more troubled phase. Marcus's only son, Commodus, who became emperor, was decidedly not a Stoic. He was remembered as a debauched tyrant, I'm afraid. Some historians view Marcus's reign as a final moment where Platonic Socratic wisdom held sway at the highest level of power. Marcus himself probably saw it more modestly. He was just doing his duty as a rational human and as a Roman, in a Stoic way as best as he could. Yet, with his death, the classical Stoic tradition effectively came to an end. We don't hear of major new Stoic philosophers after the 2nd century CE. In Athens, the formal Stoic school had long died out. possibly by the 1st century BCE already as the action moved around elsewhere. Stoicism gradually merged into the broader currents of late antiquity. Ideas from Stoicism were absorbed by the Neoplatonists, the Aristotelians, and eventually the Christian thinkers. And by the 4th century CE, when one thinks of a philosopher in the Roman world, it's often a Neoplatonist like Plotinus, or a learned Christian theologian. The self-identification of Stoic had faded away. Yet, the Stoic DNA did not disappear. On the contrary, its influence permeated many areas of thought to come. Even after the ancient Stoic school ceased to exist as a distinct institution, Stoic ideas continued to exercise a new influence on Western thought. The Romans had already woven Stoic concepts into their culture and law, and as Christianity rose to dominance in the late Roman Empire, it found competition, but also common ground with Stoicism. Early Christian writers often admired the Stoic ethics. The concept of the logos in Stoicism, the divine rational principle pervading the universe, resonated with the opening of the Gospel of John. Now, in the beginning was the Logos, and the Logos was with God, and the Logos was God. End quote from that Gospel. Early Christian theologians such as Tertullian were well aware of such Stoic teachings. Tertullian even called Seneca often one of us due to his high moral tone. There was a legend, almost certainly fictitious, that Seneca corresponded with St. Paul, a sign of how Christians wished to link their new faith with the prestige of Stoic wisdom. A bit of a rumor, though. Stoic emphasis on virtue, inner freedom, and the brotherhood of humankind meshed with Christian ethics of love and the equality of souls. St. Paul's idea that, quote, there is neither Jew nor Greek, slave nor free, male nor female, in Christ has a Stoic parallel in the notion that all are equally endowed with reason. Of course, there were profound differences. Stoics were pantheists, or panentheists, identifying God with nature, whereas Christians had a personal creator God. Stoics valued the taking of one's own life in certain cases, while Christians generally condemned it. Stoics saw no need for revelation or grace, whereas Christians centered on those. But nevertheless, some later church fathers, like St. Ambrose and St. Augustine, were influenced by Stoic ethical precepts when articulating Christian virtue. The very term conscience, in Latin conscientia, was shaped by Stoic ideas about the inner demon or guiding spirit that watches over one's actions. During the Middle Ages, explicit knowledge of Stoicism waned in Western Europe. Aristotle and Plato, often via Neoplatonism, were more dominant in medieval philosophy. However, some Stoic-derived ideas persisted indirectly. For instance, the notion of natural law, a law of morality inherent in nature and accessible by reason, was developed by Cicero, drawing on Stoics like Panaetius, and became integral to medieval scholastic philosophy and later Enlightenment political theory. The idea that all humans have certain natural rights and are fundamentally equal, an idea with roots in Stoic cosmopolitanism, found its way through various channels into modern thought on human rights. Stoicism truly revived as a subject of interest in the Renaissance, when scholars of the 14th and 16th centuries recovered many classical texts. The complete works of Seneca and Marcus Aurelius, and fragments of Epictetus and others, were now available to thinkers chafing under scholasticism of medieval universities. Renaissance humanists admired the eloquence and moral seriousness of Seneca in particular. He was seen as a model of Latin prose and wisdom. Justus Lipsius, a Flemish scholar of the late 16th century, led a movement that explicitly tried to fuse Stoic ethics with Christianity, a project that he called Neo-Stoicism. In works like De Constantia, On Constancy, 1584, Lipsius argued that Stoic teachings on tranquility and firmness in adversity could be harmonized with Christian piety. And I don't see why not. I mean, this was a turbulent era of religious wars in Europe, and Stoic resilience offered a kind of non-sectarian consolation. In any case, Neo-Stoicism didn't really become a distinct school, but it influenced many early modern thinkers. The Stoic idea of natural rights and universal equality influenced Enlightenment philosophers and the formation of modern democratic ideals. For example, the 18th century French philosophers were quite taken with Roman Stoics. Diderot and others praised the Stoic opposition to despotism. The play Cato by Joseph Addison of 1713, dramatizing Cato the Younger's defiance of Caesar, was wildly popular in England and America. It was said to be a favorite of George Washington, and was performed for the Continental Army at Valley Forge to inspire the troops in the American Revolution. The line, "While there is life, there is hope," comes from Addison's Cato, capturing the Stoic refusal to despair. The American founding fathers, such as Jefferson, Adams, and Benjamin Franklin, were very well versed in Stoic literature. Jefferson had Seneca and Marcus Aurelius in his library, and copied out Seneca's wisdom in his commonplace book. The very phrasing in the U.S. Declaration of Independence about self-evident truths and all men are created equal certainly owes something to the Stoic-influenced natural law tradition via Cicero and Locke. Now, in the 19th century, the Stoic profile waned somewhat amid the rise of new philosophies. Plenty of them. You got Kantianism, utilitarianism, romanticism. But its influence was still present. When the discipline of classical studies blossomed in Victorian times, Marcus Aurelius's Meditations was rediscovered by the general public as a spiritual classic. Matthew Arnold called Marcus, quote, "the most beautiful figure in history." Emperor Marcus, that image of a philosopher king, became a kind of cultural icon for high-minded leadership, influencing figures as diverse as the Prussian King Frederick the Great and the Chinese reformer Liang Qichao, who held up Marcus as an ideal blend between strength and virtue. But closer to our own time, there's been another revival, often dubbed modern Stoicism. In the late 20th and 21st century, people from cognitive psychologists to self-help gurus and entrepreneurs have turned back to Stoic texts for guidance on resilience and virtue in a chaotic world. Best-selling authors and popular speakers have drawn on Stoic ideas. For instance, the dichotomy of control from Epictetus is a stable concept in stress management and therapy. Books with titles like The Obstacle is the Way, inspired by Marcus's line, "The impediment to action advances action, so what stands in the way becomes the way," and groups like Stoic Week or Modern Stoicism. You can look all of them up. They're all pretty good. They explicitly promote applying Stoic exercises, daily reflections, visualization, voluntary discomfort, and so forth. All of this to cultivate mental toughness and calm. Well, perhaps the most important legacy of Stoicism is its set of philosophy as a way of life. The Stoics insisted that philosophy isn't just something to argue about in classrooms, but rather something to be lived, day in and day out. They turned abstract ideas into concrete practices for daily conduct and mental habit. And they walked the talk. Their lives, as much as their doctrines, became texts for posterity. That Stoic idea, the ideal of the wise person, unshaken by misfortune, morally upright, and at peace with themselves and the universe, it remains a compelling image of human potential. It is an ideal that perhaps none of us will fully reach. But as the Stoics would remind us, the mere striving toward wisdom and virtue is itself worthy and a rewarding way of life. Over 3,000 years ago, Massive stone lions stood guard in silence. They flanked the entrance to a city that was once lost to history. This is Hatussa, the ancient capital of the Hittite Empire, a late Bronze Age superpower that rivaled New Kingdom Egypt and Assyria. Hatussa's tale is one of dramatic reversals. It was a city cursed and burned to the ground, yet reborn to imperial glory. A fortress that witnessed grand treaties and devastating plagues, and a royal seat that vanished so completely that later ages forgot it existed. Hatussa reached its height in the late Bronze Age, contemporary with Egypt's pharaohs and the Mycenaean kingdoms of Greece. Yet unlike those cultures, the Hittite capital vanished from memory, until modern archaeology unveiled its secrets. Situated amid the rocky hills of central Anatolia, Hatussa occupied a strategic position overlooking a fertile plain within the great loop of the Halys River. Today, you can find the ruins in modern-day Turkey, near the town of Bogaskale. Their tumbled fortifications and temple foundations attest to a once advanced urban center. It has quite a story behind it, a fascinating history of a dead kingdom. And I think the story of Hatussa offers a pretty good window into the world of the Hittites and the rather turbulent international arena of the late Bronze Age. So, let's take a visit to the old capital, shall we? Allow me to welcome you before we set off on our journey. I am your host for this evening, or this morning, this afternoon, whenever you're listening, and wherever you're listening from. Perhaps you can tell me, where are you listening from? Now, one thing you don't have to worry about here is the ads that plague the rest of the videos on this platform. We've turned them all off because we hate them as much as you do. The reason we can do this is because we are quite generously supported by our Patreon members, also the YouTube members, the merch store visitors, and the donation givers. If you want to become part of that esteemed team, then navigate yourself to the pinned comment and video description. But if you don't really care about that, that's fine. Everything sucks at the moment, so you should probably save your money. Just enjoy the video while you're here. That's the point. Well, speaking of the video, let's get to it, shall we? And let's start from the earliest times. The recorded history of Hatussa doesn't begin in triumph, nor does it begin in some great grand myth, but rather it begins in destruction. In the 18th century BCE, the city was devastated by a warlord from a rival Anatolian kingdom. King Anita of Kusara led his forces against Hatussa. He captured it, he burned it, and then he left a stark warning for posterity. According to the ancient inscription attributed to Anita, he razed Hatussa and cursed anyone who dared rebuild it. Quote, "Whoever becomes king after me and settles Hatussa again, may the storm god of heaven strike him down." Well, this curse, carved into a clay tablet around 1700 BCE, was meant to condemn the site to eternal desolation. Certainly didn't do much for the real estate values. I mean, for a time it seemed to be effective. Hatussa lay in ashes and ruin, a dead outpost, avoided by any would-be rulers. But as we shall see, history had other plans. In a twist of irony, the abandoned site of Hatussa would soon give its name to a rising dynasty. Sometime around 1650 BCE, a Hittite ruler from elsewhere in Anatolia decided to defy Anita's curse. This king, known originally as Labarna, moved his capital to the ruins and rebuilt the city himself. In an act of symbolic rebirth, he even assumed the name Hattusili, meaning the man of Hatussa, proclaiming himself forever linked to this resurrected stronghold. Hatussa I refortified Hatussa's heights and established it as the political center of what would become the Old Hittite Kingdom. From his citadel atop the rocky Acropolis, also called Buyakale, the Great Fortress, Hatussa I led military campaigns that expanded Hittite influence over central Anatolia and into northern Syria. The choice of Hatussa as capital proved to be quite a wise one. You see, the site's natural defenses included steep hillsides, abundant forests, and reliable water sources that could sustain a city under siege. It didn't do too well the first time, but hey, maybe second or third time lucky. With Hattusili's reign, the cursed city became the beating heart of a new Anatolian empire. But despite its renewed stature, the early years of Hatussa were anything but peaceful. No time for celebrating. Intrigue and violence stalked the halls of the royal palace. Hittite chronicles tell us that Hattusili's heir, Mursili I, continued the kingdom's expansion to quite a spectacular scale, most famously sacking the distant Babylon in 1595. Quite an achievement, an event that echoed across the Near East. However, upon returning to Hatussa after this triumph, Mursili I met a bloody end. He was assassinated in his own palace, apparently as part of a coup led by his brother-in-law Hantili. This regicide plunged the kingdom into turmoil, as one murder led to another in the royal succession, a grim pattern recorded later in the Edict of Telepinu. Speaking of Telepinu, a mid-century Hittite king, he lamented the cycle of killings that plagued the royal family after Mursili's death. Hard to get anything done with that many leadership changes. These records give a rare glimpse into the turbulence within the court of Hatussa. Ambitious princes and generals vying for power, sometimes through treachery, sometimes assassination. Telepinu seized the throne amid this chaos and attempted to halt the bloodshed by codifying rules of succession. In his edict, he decreed that the crown must pass to the next legitimate heir, and established the Pankus, a council of nobles, as guardians of justice. This was an early constitutional effort to bring order to Hittite governance and prevent further palace intrigue. The fact that Telepinu's proclamation survived on a clay tablet in Hatussa's archives underscores the city's role not only as a military command center, but also as an administrative and legal hub for the kingdom. So by the 14th century BCE, Hatussa had firmly established itself as one of the great capitals of the ancient world, fitting in with Babylon and Uruk, all the other ones. This period, often called the Hittite New Kingdom, or the Empire period, saw Hatti, as the Hittites referred to their realm, rise to become a superpower alongside Egypt, Assyria, and Mycenaean Greece. From Hatussa, the kings of the Hittites corresponded with pharaohs and Mesopotamian monarchs. In one letter found on a tablet, a Hittite great king addresses the king of Babylon as, quote, "my brother," exchanging gifts and diplomatic courtesies. The rulers of Hatussa engaged in both diplomacy and war as they governed an empire that spanned most of Anatolia and large parts of northern Syria. Hatussa's importance on the international stage is demonstrated by the archives of clay tablets discovered in its ruins, much of which include treaties, letters, and decrees exchanged with contemporary great kings. But one of the most celebrated documents found at Hatussa is the Treaty of Kadesh. It's often hailed as the world's earliest recorded peace treaty. Inscribed on cuneiform tablets in Akkadian, which was, the diplomatic lingua franca of the time, this treaty was concluded around 1259 between the Hittite king Hattusili III and the Egyptian pharaoh Ramesses II. It brought an end to decades of conflict between the two empires following the indecisive Battle of Kadesh, an epic chariot engagement that neither side won outright, despite the way that Ramesses tried to spin it for propaganda purposes. If anything, it was a Pyrrhic victory, but hey, don't let the truth get in the way of a good story, right? In any case, in this pact, both rulers swore to maintain peace and brotherhood between their realms in perpetuity. Sounds like a good plan. Let's see if it works out. So we can imagine the ceremony in Hatussa's audience hall when this accord was ratified, the Hittite scribes reciting their terms, officials witnessing as a silver tablet of the treaty was presented, and then there's the prayers offered to 100 gods to uphold the new peace. Notably, the treaty was ratified by both sides as equals, and even bore the co-signature of Hattusili's formidable wife, Queen Puduhepa, showing the influential role of Hittite royal women too. The treaty's text proclaims that the lands of Egypt and Hatti, to remember that's what they called their empire, shall be at peace forever, and that the children and grandchildren of both rulers will remain in brotherhood. And indeed, about a decade later, the peace was sealed with a marriage alliance. A Hittite princess, Hattusili's own daughter, travelled from Hatussa to Egypt to marry Ramesses II. The joyous celebrations of that wedding, recorded in Egyptian inscriptions, symbolize the new era of fraternity between the former rivals. Now, there is a copy, too, of the Hittite-Egyptian treaty that hangs on the wall of the United Nations in New York, a testament to the legacy in diplomatic history. At its imperial zenith, Hatussa was not only a political capital, but also a cosmopolitan hub of Bronze Age culture and international exchange. Foreign emissaries from Babylon, Assyria, Arzawa, and beyond travelled to the gates of Hatussa. Hittite kings addressed their peers in Egypt or Babylon as brother, reflecting a sense of parity and equality among great powers. The city's scribes were adept in multiple languages and scripts. They wrote mainly in Hittite, the official language, but also maintained archives in Akkadian and Hurrian. In Hatussa's royal correspondence, we find mention of lands as far away as the Aegean. The Hittites referred to a distant great king Ahiyawa, most likely the Mycenaean Greek world, and even to a city called Wilusa, which many identify with the legendary Troy. Such records suggest that Hatussa's scribes preserved a distant echo of events on the fringes of the Greek world. And we also see requests for gold, skilled artisans, and royal daughters in marriage. Hallmarks of the complex diplomacy of the age. Something we haven't really shook off until modern times, to be honest. One extraordinary episode connecting Hatussa to international events was the so-called Zananza affair. An Egyptian queen, widely believed to be the widow of Tutankhamun, wrote to the Hittite court requesting a prince as a husband. King Suppiluliuma I, the brilliant warrior king who reigned from Hatussa around 1344 to 1322, cautiously agreed, and he sent one of his sons, Prince Zananza, to Egypt. But the problem was, Zananza did not arrive safely. He was actually murdered on the road. Well, bad news, of course. Suppiluliuma's outrage at this treachery led to a new war with Egypt. Peace treaties be damned. And Hittite soldiers returning from those battles unwittingly brought back a devastating plague that would ravage Hatussa for years. We know of this tragedy from the poignant plague prayers of King Mursili II, who succeeded Suppiluliuma I. In these prayers, preserved on clay tablets in Hatussa's archives, Mursili beseeches the gods to lift a plague that has made the land of Hatti desolate. confessing sins and desperately seeking the divine cause of the calamity. Such texts provide an intimate human voice from the ancient city, don't you think? A king's anguish as he has to watch his people suffer and die, all recorded in cuneiform and laid to rest in Hattussa's libraries, for us thousands of years later to enjoy. But what exactly was Hatussa like in its heyday? Well, archaeology and textual records together paint a picture of a grand city, quite different in character from the river valley metropolises of Egypt or Mesopotamia. A traveller approaching Hatussa around 1250 would first behold its formidable stone walls crowning the hills. Entering through an outer gate flanked by the roaring stone lions, the traveller would be enveloped by the sounds and smells of a thriving city. The streets of the lower town bustled with merchants hawking wares, workers hauling sacks of grain to granaries, and children darting between the mud-brick homes. And over it rose the towering facade of the great temple, reminding everyone of the storm god's presence. Hatussa was divided into a lower city in the north and an upper city in the south, separated by craggy terrain and massive fortification walls. The lower city contained the oldest and most vital landmark of Hatussa, the great temple, the huge religious complex dedicated to the storm god of Hati and the sun goddess of Arinna, the chief deities of the Hittite pantheon. The great temple's stone foundations and paved courtyards can still actually be seen today. It was surrounded by storerooms that once held grain, oil, and precious cult provisions, emphasizing its central role in both worship and the state economy. Now, nearby to all of this, in the lower city, lay dense residential quarters and workshops. Though little remains of the ordinary houses, they were built of timber and mud brick, materials that have long since eroded away. Archaeologists have found their stone footings, and even the floor plans. And so with that, we can imagine the narrow lanes lined with two-story homes of plastered brick, each one of them with an inner courtyard. The population of Hatussa at its height is kinda hard to determine, but modern estimates suggest around 10,000. Now, that is far smaller than the contemporaneous Thebes or Babylon, but it's still quite impressive. Older estimates did guess at 40 to 50,000, but the city's remote location and limited agricultural hinterland likely kept the population lower, perhaps in the tens of thousands at most if we're taking the most generous interpretation, but this is not a competition about population size. Now, outside Hattussa's walls, farmers in surrounding villages grew barley and wheat, and tended herds of sheep and cattle to feed the city, while within the walls, specialized craftsmen produced pottery, textiles, and metal goods, under the watchful eye of the administration. Notably, the Hittites were early experimenters with iron working. Iron was still rare and mostly ceremonial in this period, but iron blades from Hatussa were prized gifts exchanged between great kings. This technological edge, subtle at the time, foreshadowed the coming Iron Age, in which Anatolia would play a key role. Ascending into the upper city, one would enter a newer ceremonial and administrative district, largely developed during the later Hittite Empire. Hatussa III, and especially his son, Tudalia IV, late 13th century that is, undertook ambitious building projects that transformed Hattussa's skyline. They extended the city's fortifications to enclose a much larger area to the south, and built a series of monumental gateways decorated with stone reliefs. The most famous of these are the Lion Gate and the King's Gate on the southern circuit of the walls, and the Sphinx Gate on the high eastern rampart. The Lion Gate features two carved lions, mouth open in a perpetual roar, standing guard at the threshold. The King's Gate is adorned with a relief figure, often thought to represent a warrior god rather than a specific ruler. He wears a horned helmet, At the Sphinx Gate, a pair of imposing Sphinx statues, stood central. This gate was perched atop a high artificial bastion known today as Yerkapi. The rampart's long, sloping slides were carefully stone-paved, and an arched tunnel runs underneath, perhaps a postern passage for troops or processional entryway, showcasing the Hittites' skill in engineering and defensive design. Pretty impressive for the time. Archaeologists discovered the 2 sculpted sphinxes buried near the gate. One sphinx was eventually restored and returned to Turkey from a German museum, reuniting it with its twin at the site after nearly a century. These grand gateways served practical defensive purposes, but also proclaimed Hittite royal ideology to all who entered. Each gate was a ceremonial passage, through which foreign dignitaries and Hittite subjects alike would pass during festivals or royal audiences, greeted by the images of lions, kings, and protective deities. Behind the imposing walls of the upper city stretched a sacred and administrative landscape. Hatussa was sometimes called the City of 1,000 Gods. Why? Well, because the Hittites had readily incorporated deities from every land that they absorbed. Tudhaliya IV's expansion included the construction of some 30 temples in the upper city, each devoted to different gods of the Hittite, Hurrian, or regional pantheons. Though none matched the sheer scale of the great temple in the lower city, that is. Collectively, these sanctuaries signaled Hattussa's statues as a religious center for the entire empire at large. The most striking religious monument associated with Hatussa lies just outside the city walls, at a place called Yazilikaya, an open-air sanctuary of natural rock. There, in 2 rock chambers, Tudhaliya IV ordered elaborate reliefs of dozens of gods and goddesses be carved into the stone, creating a grand tableau of the divine assembly. The walls of these chambers show procession upon procession of deities, the 12 gods of the underworld, the mighty storm god Teshub, and his consort the sun goddess, and even the likeness of Tudhaliya IV himself in divine attire. During the great annual festivals, such as the Spring New Year Festival, Hittite priests and the royal family led processions from Hatussa to Yazilikaya, conducting ceremonies under the sky in that dramatic rock setting. The existence of Yazilikaya, so near to Hatussa, shows that the capital was not only a political seat, but also a spiritual one, where state religion was centered and the king served as a chief priest of the realm. Overlooking the entire city was the royal acropolis on Buyukale, the great fortress, where the palaces and administrative offices of the great Hittite king were built. This high citadel was the nerve center of imperial power. It held audience halls where the great king of Hatti would receive envoys bearing gifts and letters from across the known world. Here, treaty oaths were sworn, and vassal princes paid homage to their overlord. Tablets found in the archives describe annual feasts at which vassal rulers from subject lands gathered in Hatussa to reaffirm their loyalty, likely bringing lavish tribute to the Hittite court. At least they better. Don't want to show up empty-handed, The Hittites maintained their rule over far-flung territories through a web of such vassal treaties, showing a pragmatic tolerance. They generally allowed local kings to continue ruling and local gods to remain venerated. All they wanted was yearly tribute and obedience. This relatively federative approach helped hold a diverse empire together under Hattussa's leadership. Life in the place could be luxurious, but also austere by Near Eastern standards, unlike the mud brick ziggurats of Mesopotamia or the stone temples of Thebes. Hittite architecture favored timber and mud brick atop stone foundations, and most buildings were 1 or 2 stories high. The Anatolian climate necessitated thick walls and hearths for cold winters. Excavations have uncovered fragments of vibrant wall paintings, and colored ceramics that hint at the interior decoration of palaces and temples. A famous artifact is the Hatussa greenstone, a polished, throne-sized monolith of unknown origin or purpose, found in the prominent plaza of the upper city. Now, some think that it was an altar, or perhaps used in purification rituals, but it remains a bit of a mystery. Still, it's probably something to do with a religious ritual. Anyway, most of them are. Now, of particular importance in Hatussa were its archives and scribal quarters. The city's bureaucracy kept meticulous records on clay tablets, many of which were preserved by being baked. Now, this was either intentionally done in ovens or accidentally in destructive fires. Tens of thousands of cuneiform tablets have been recovered from Hatussa's ruins, constituting a veritable library of Hittite civilization. Now, how cool is that? In these tablets, we find legal codes that detail everything from the price of a slave, from the penalty for stealing a sheep. Notably, Hittite law was, for the time, relatively humane. Many offenses were punished by fines or compensation rather than death, revealing a rather pragmatic approach to justice. These law tablets, along with royal edicts standardizing weights and measures, and diplomatic letters full of courtesies and threats, were filed carefully on wooden shelves in the palatial archives. We also find literature and mythology, Hittite versions of Mesopotamian epics like the Epic of Gilgamesh, as well as indigenous Hittite myths such as the tale of the dragon-slaying storm god and the adventures of Telepinu, a fertility god whose disappearance causes all life on Earth to wither until he is found again. It's texts like this that reveal that Hatussa was an intellectual center where foreign influences mingled with local tradition. Scribes even compiled multilingual glossaries and dictionaries, showing off their scholarly mastery of Sumerian and the Akkadian tongue alongside their native Hittite. To be a scribe in Hatussa was to have the world's knowledge at one's fingertips, and the archives suggest a proud awareness among the Hittite elite that their capital's records would preserve their civilization's legacy. Everyday life for Hatussa's inhabitants, be they artisans, soldiers, priests, or officials, unfolded in the shadow of the city's great walls and temples. Festivals were frequent, and they must have been pretty damn spectacular. During the spring festival of Puruli, for example, priests carried the idols of the storm god in procession through Hatussa's streets, and out of the rock shrine of the Yazilikaya, accompanied by musicians and ecstatic dancers reenacting the myth of the storm god's triumph over the dragon Iluyanka. Common citizens likely lined the streets to watch these holy pageants, witnessing their king and queen officiate the ceremonies that renewed the land's fertility each year. Such ceremonies reinforced the sacred aura of kingship. The ruling couple participated as intermediaries between the gods and people, legitimizing their power through piety. Meanwhile, Hatussa's strategic location meant that the sounds of war and preparation were never far away. The city housed armories and workshops for chariots and weapons, and its garrison of troops kept watch on the frontiers. Hittite texts refer to the king's standing army and elite warriors. It is likely that contingents of soldiers were stationed in or near the capital, drilling on its parade grounds and manning the thick ramparts whenever a threat loomed. In the markets of the lower city, merchants traded products from across the realm. Copper and tin, vital for making bronze, arrived via a long-distance trade. Wine and olive oil came from the coastal regions, while local farmers brought in flax, wool, and salt. You might have seen Babylonian or Canaanite traders in the streets alongside the Hurrian musicians, or even the Luwian-speaking farmers from the nearby villages. While simpler and more rustic in appearance than the opulent cities of Egypt or Mesopotamia, the streets of Hatussa likely had their own lively bustle and refinement. all enriched by a mix of peoples: Hittite, Hattian, Luwian, Hurrian, and others. They all called the empire home. And through it all, the figure of the great king persisted, often distant in his fortified citadel, yet present in the lives of his subjects through his laws, taxes, and the awe that his very title commanded. Hatussa embodied the Hittite state in microcosm, resilient, diverse, and bound together by loyalty to the throne and the god of the storms. Hatussa's dominance was periodically challenged by both foreign enemies and internal problems. One of the city's great trials came in the early 14th century, during the reign of a king known later as Tudalia III. The Hittite realm was beset by invasions on multiple fronts. Tribes from the north, the Kaska people from the Pontic Mountains, launched raids deep into Hittite territory, while enemies from Arzawa in the west and Isua, east of the Euphrates, pressed in from other directions. In a series of calamities, these foes even managed to attack and sack Hatussa itself. The devastation was so complete that a foreign observer, Pharaoh Amenhotep III of Egypt, was informed that, quote, "the land of Hatti is finished." Indeed, for a brief period, the Hittite capital certainly seemed that way. It was abandoned, its people dispersed to safer areas. The king and court fled to another city, perhaps Samua in the east, according to the later Hittite records, that is, to regroup and plan their counter-offensive. But the thing is, the Hittites were far from finished. Under the leadership of Tudalia's son, the future Suppiluliuma I, by the way, the kingdom staged a stunning recovery. Suppiluliuma proved to be a military genius, as well as a savvy statesman. Through a series of brilliant campaigns, he reconquered all the lost territories. And he didn't stop there. He even expanded Hittite dominion further than before, into the regions of Syria previously under Mitannian or Egyptian influence. Hatussa was liberated and rebuilt, rising from its ashes like a phoenix, or something like that. The Egyptian pharaoh's premature declaration of Hatti's end was thus dramatically overturned. Better luck next time. According to the Hittite chronicles, Tudalia III eventually returned from exile, and with his son Suppiluliuma, they made the land of Hatti again whole. By the end of Suppiluliuma's conquests, Hatussa was more secure and more powerful than ever, presiding over an empire that now truly rivaled the might of Egypt and Assyria. The city's fortunes continued to ebb and flow with the Hittite geopolitical strategy. Early in the 13th century, King Muwatalli II made the extraordinary decision to relocate the royal seat, away from Hatussa. Not a very popular decision, it seems. He established a new capital at Tarhuntassa, a city in the warmer southern part of the realm, perhaps in Anatolia's plains near Cilicia. The reasons for this move remain partly conjectural. Muwatalli may have wanted to position himself closer to the impending theatre of conflict with Egypt in Syria, or perhaps just to distance the court from the troublesome northern frontier where the Kaskans were always causing a nuisance for the Hittites. In any case, they were not good neighbors. During Muwatalli's reign, which included the Battle of Kadesh against Ramesses II, Hatussa was temporarily relegated from primary capital to secondary city under the governorship of Muwatalli's younger brother, Hattusili, the future Hattusili III. The population and political activity in Hatussa likely declined during those years around 1270, and some temples may have seen fewer ceremonies as the court and cult focus shifted south. The situation, however, was short-lived. You see, after Muwatalli's death, his son, Urhi Teshub, who took the royal name Mursili III, inherited the throne and initially maintained Tarhuntassa as his seat. But Hattusili, the king's uncle who had held power in Hatussa, rebelled against his nephew. In a dramatic civil conflict, Hattusili deposed Urhi-Teshub and seized the throne for himself, becoming King Hattusili III. And one of his first acts, guess what, was to restore Hatussa as the permanent capital of the empire. Back to the good old days. The court and primary deities returned to Hatussa, and Tarhuntassa was likely demoted to a regional center governed by a vassal. Hattusili III's reign thus marked a renaissance for the old capital. He and his successors poured resources into rebuilding and beautifying Hatussa on a grand scale, perhaps both to reassert the city's supremacy, but also to stamp their own legacy on its story. In any case, Hatussa was well and truly back in business. The final major phase of construction at Hatussa took place under Tudalia IV, who lived around 1237 to 1209. He was the son of Hattusili III, by the way. Tudalia IV undertook what might be called an ancient urban renewal program. He strengthened Hatussa's defenses, refurbished older walls and towers, and added secondary ramparts in key areas. He basically created a double-line fortification around much of the upper city. He commissioned the carving of monumental inscriptions in Luwian hieroglyphs, the indigenous Anatolian scripts on cliff faces and gate jambs, boldly proclaiming his building works and the favor of the gods. And, as described earlier, he oversaw the construction of numerous new temples and ceremonial structures, turning the upper city into a veritable temple district. Visitors to Hatussa in Tudalia IV's time would have seen a city humming with construction, crews hauling limestone blocks for new sanctuaries, sculptors chiseling reliefs of lions and sphinxes at the gateways, and priests consecrating one temple after the other. But it's a little bit ironic, because this era of urban splendor came exactly when the twilight of the Hittite kingdom was about to begin. Even as Tudalia built impressively, external pressures on the empire were mounting. It wasn't just for the Hittites either. The entire known world was about to fall to pieces. But for a brief period, Hatussa could truly boast of being one of the most splendid cities of the Near East, filled with statues of gods, gleaming temple facades, and massive fortifications, ones that overawed all that beheld them. So around 1200, calamity struck Hatussa and the Hittite Empire. As with many Bronze Age civilizations, the precise cause of the Hittite collapse remains a subject of study and debate. I did a video about it a little while ago. Perhaps you want to look at the Bronze Age collapse video. I have a few opinions of my own. Nothing too out there. Don't want to get controversial on you. Well, what is clear is that Hatussa did not escape the turmoil that swept across the Near East at the end of the 13th century. The last known Hittite king, Suppiluliuma II, left inscriptions indicating that he fought hard to defend the realm. One text boasts of a naval victory against attackers from Alashia, which is believed to be Cyprus. But even this capable monarch could not stem the tide of collapse. The Hittite capital was ultimately destroyed, and it was completely abandoned, marking an abrupt end to its roughly 5 centuries of importance. Archaeological evidence suggests that Hatussa's fall was not a single cataclysmic event, but a process that unfolded over several years. Signs of fire and devastation are found in the final occupation layer. But there are also indications that long before the final burning, the city's population had begun to dwindle. Many valuables and portable objects were removed from the temples and palaces, and crucial state archives were deliberately emptied or hidden away. But here's something tantalizing. Historians do still wonder if some royal records were spirited off to a different location, yet to be found. Now that's the fascinating part. This is why I do archaeological review every month. Maybe one month we'll find those records. Well, all of this suggests that the Hittite elite saw the end coming, and they evacuated in an orderly manner, possibly fleeing to safer regions or seeking refuge with the allied kingdoms. In any case, by the time the hostile forces arrived to deliver the final blow, Hatussa might have already been a veritable ghost town, left hollowed out, with only a skeleton crew or no inhabitants at all. Who ultimately burned Hatussa is not definitely known. Some scholars point to the Kashgans, those northern tribes, likely culprits since they'd harried Hati's northern borders for centuries and would have seized upon a weakened, near-empty city. Others consider the general upheavals of the era, the so-called Sea People migrations and raids that affected the eastern Mediterranean around 1200, or even internal revolts and uprisings. Climate change might have played a role too. Evidence from the paleoclimate studies hints at a regional drought in the late 13th century, which could have led to crop failures, famine, and a social breakdown, exacerbating the vulnerability of the empire. But in any case, by around 1180, give or take a few decades, the great capital lay in ruin. The collapse of the Hittite state was so complete that no new empire rose in central Anatolia to claim their legacy. The site remained largely deserted, apart from a small fortress or village established centuries later by the Phrygians, early Iron Age people, or other newcomers. And indeed, archaeologists have found traces of Phrygian pottery and defensive walls on the hill dating to around the 8th century BCE, a faint postscript and epilogue to the story of Hatussa. Meanwhile, in the lands to the south, a few Neo-Hittite successor kingdoms such as Carchemish and Melid lingered on, keeping some Hittite cultural traditions alive for a time. These small principalities, ruled by descendants of the Hittite royalty, preserved the Luwian hieroglyphic writing and some aspects of the Hittite art into the Iron Age. But Hatussa itself faded from memory. Within a few generations, no one in the Near East remembered that a mighty empire had once ruled from that wind-swept citadel. Well, the Greeks who later traveled through Anatolia had no idea that the overgrown mounds near Bogaskale concealed a royal city. Herodotus and other classical writers made only vague references to ancient Syrian or Anatolian kingdoms in the area. They never knew that they were passing right over the tomb of an empire. And so, for 2,000 years, Hatussa slept, known only as a set of ruins and local legends. Its very name was forgotten. The world's knowledge of the Hittites vanished so completely that by the 19th century, the Hittites were little more than obscure figures, mentioned in the Bible, and a few ancient Egyptian inscriptions. The resurrection of Hatussa began with curious travelers and scholars. It was in the year 1834 that the French archaeologist Charles Texier visited Bogaskoy, the local name for the area, and was astonished to find massive stone ruins. He mapped walls, gateways, and strange relief carvings of warriors on rocks. Texier published his findings, igniting European interest in the ruins of Bogoskoy. Over the following decades, other explorers investigated. In 1858, the German geographer Heinrich Barth made careful sketches, and a few years later, in 1861, the Frenchman Georges Perrault conducted small excavations of his own, uncovering relief sculptures at Yazilikaya. It was Perrault who first boldly suggested in 1886 that these might be the remains of the lost Hittite capital of Hatussa, based on the size and style of the artifacts, which seemed to match the scant hints about Hittites from outside sources. But still, definitive proof was lacking. The breakthrough came only with systematic excavations. In 1905, the first formal digging was carried out by Hugo Winkler, a German archaeologist, and Theodore Macready, a Turkish Ottoman archaeologist on behalf of the German Orient Society. They returned in 1906 and focused on the high mound of Buyukale. What they found soon changed our understanding of ancient history. The remains of a palace storeroom. They unearthed hundreds of clay tablet fragments. By the end of that season, Winkler had recovered over 2,500 clay tablets or pieces thereof. Many were written in a then unknown language, but a few were in Akkadian and contained tantalizing names and titles, crucially references to a country called Hatti and a king named Muatali. These corresponded perfectly to names in Egyptian records. Ramesses II's foe at Kadesh was a king Muatali of Hatti, confirming that Bogoskoi was indeed the royal capital of the Hittite Empire. The lost city of Hatussa had been found, and its own records were speaking at last. As more tablets were unearthed and scholars began deciphering them, the entire chronology and culture of the Hittites emerged from oblivion. The tablets from Hatussa's archive proved to be the key to unlocking the long-lost Hittite language and history. In 1915, a Czech linguist named Bedřich Hrozný famously deciphered the Hittite language by recognizing it as Indo-European. He examined a tablet and read the words Nu Ninda An Ezateni Watar Ma Ukuteni, which, pardon my poor Hittite, translated as, Now you will eat bread and drink water, noting that Ninda, bread, resembled Latin panis, and watar, water, was akin to the English water. This breakthrough in understanding showed that a seemingly alien Hittite spoke a language related to Latin and Sanskrit, making Hittite the oldest attested Indo-European language. The confirmation that Hittite was part of the Indo-European family revolutionized linguistics and validated comparative language theories. It was now clear that the inscriptions from Hatussa constituted a vast treasury of historical texts, royal decrees, myths, prayers, treaties, and more, all from a people who had been reduced to a biblical footnote. The rediscovery of Hatussa vindicated ancient references that had puzzled scholars for years. All of a sudden, these Hittites, mentioned passingly in the Hebrew Bible and a few Egyptian chronicles, stood revealed as the powerful kings of a Bronze Age empire. Well, in a sense, the Hittites had never completely vanished from the human record. Those obscure biblical Hittites, such as the warrior Uriah or the merchants of Canaan, and the references in Egyptian and Assyrian inscriptions were echoes of this once great people. But the problem was, without Hatussa, those echoes were heard but misunderstood. But now the true picture came into focus. The Hittites were not a minor tribe at all, but they were the lords of an advanced civilization, and Hatussa was indeed their throne city. So throughout the 20th and into the 21st century, excavations at Hatussa have continued under the direction of the German Archaeological Institute in cooperation with Turkish authorities. Generations of archaeologists, such as Kurt Bittel, who led post-war digs from the 30s to the 70s, Peter Neve, 1970s to 90s, and Jürgen Seer, 1990s to 2000s, expanded the excavation trenches to cover Hatussa's temples, fortifications, and residential areas. Today, under the director Andreas Schnatcher, that is Schachner, excuse me, Andreas Schachner. Archaeological work still proceeds, focusing on uncovering remaining domestic quarters and conserving the exposed structures. These efforts have revealed new facets of Hatussa. For example, in 1986, a remarkable discovery was made west of the Sphinx Gate. A large bronze tablet inscribed with a treaty between Tudalia IV and his cousin Kuranta of Tarhuntassa, shedding light on the Hittite political arrangements in the late empire. In 1991, a bronze sword of Mycenaean Greek make was found at the site, bearing an Akkadian inscription that read, "As Tudalia the great king destroyed the land of Asua, the western lands that is, he dedicated these swords to the storm god." This artifact dramatically illustrated the Hittites' far-reaching campaigns and the cosmopolitan nature of their spoils. Another excavation season uncovered a cache of 3,400 clay ceilings in a burned building, apparently the remnants of a Hittite record office. Now, each one sealed a document or container, many pertaining to land grants and administration, providing insight into how Hatussa managed its estates. In any case, each little find, it just enriches our understanding of what was going on. But perhaps most importantly, Hatussa's excavation has given us access to the voices of the Hittites themselves, allowing us to reconstruct a long-lost chapter of the late Bronze Age in a rather intimate detail. We now have correspondence between Hittite kings and their contemporaries, legal disputes and verdicts, inventory lists of palace warehouses, and even school texts where apprentice scribes copied proverbs. For example, one clay tablet is a royal letter in which a Hittite queen complains to the pharaoh of Egypt about delays in sending her fine linen garments, an amusing glimpse of international communication. Another tablet contains the provisions of a treaty and ends with a list of divine witnesses and curses. The Hittites, long just a name in ancient scriptures, have come alive through these kind of records. And so, today, Hatussa is a UNESCO World Heritage Site, recognized for its outstanding universal value as a well-preserved Bronze Age capital. Visitors can walk along a stretch of reconstructed city walls, pass through the weathered Lion Gate as people did 3,300 years ago, and stand atop the citadel, where kings brokered alliances and plotted wars. The nearby Bogoskoye Museum displays many artifacts from the site, including cuneiform tablets, seals, and ceramics. Notably, the pair of Sphinx statues from the Sphinx Gate, one of which had been taken to Germany in 1917, as we mentioned, now reunited, flanking the museum's entrance. History comes full circle, In Ankara''s Museum of Anatolian Civilizations, you can see the bronze tablet of Tudalia Kurunta Treaty, and in Istanbul's Archaeological Museum, a clay tablet copy of the Treaty of Kadesh is proudly exhibited. These tangible pieces allow us to connect directly with the world of Hatussa's people. And, well, for historians and the public alike, the rediscovery of Hatussa had been quite revelatory. It revealed a critical blank in the map of the ancient Near East. Suddenly, around 1906, we gained evidence of that lost empire. Hatussa has provided many firsts to modern scholarship. The earliest known Indo-European written language, one of the earliest comprehensive law codes, the first recorded international peace treaty, and extensive archives that have illuminated Bronze Age politics, religion, and society. All in all, what a place. Well, perhaps one day we can all get ourselves over to Hatussa and really soak it all in. I hope so. I have not been to Turkey yet, but I will get there eventually. Now, I would like to thank the top-tier patrons and supporters of the channel: Kimberly, Christine, Sally, Ember, Susan, Cameron, Gary, Charlene, Lynn, Therese, Katiana, Nicholas, Ulfednir, Alexander, Charles, Christine, Dr. Neuro Nerd, Aaron, Jaden, Jim, Jeffrey, Jessica, Madeline, Melissa, Orthodox Review, Scott, Shell, Wendy, Josie, Sarah, Ryan, Thor, Cameron, Stefan, Kevin, HMSHH, Crystal, Anthony, Lucy, Brandon, Gugu Bubonic, Nicholas, Craig, Nephthys, Alexander, Gokhan, Dorsey, Venita, Claire, Courtesy, Carol, Robert, Mary, Bridget, Nefertari, Yvette, Miss Mochi, 11, Allison, Free American, David, Jennifer, Brittany, Cody, Brian, Are You My Mum, Rhonda, Carrie, KTP, Lovely, Poma, Kevin, Marissa, Altazakin, Lucy, Julianne, Rosie, Tivolo, Chris, Apocalyptic, Brandy, Wolfsbane, Dude, Brinny, Aiden, Fabian, Michael, Agworm, Prince of Persia, River, Indian Trail, Catherine, Alexa, Big Gun 101, Brandy, Bestie Hun, Stevie, Jessica, Scott, Gail, Emily, Jade, Jake, Demon's Toe, Mason, John, Magenta, Dumpster, Tracy, Mossy Frog, Catherine, Ezio's Art, Autumn, Monica, Jennifer, White Rags, Gertrude, Rose, Formal Horse, Sandpiper, Mike, Darth Mel, Daryl, Michelle, Ezio, Melissa, Joy, Jennifer, Lindsay, Leah, Jax, Chayla, DRD, Neon Binary, Skull Kid, Max, Virginiast, Tater, Tessa, Kyrene, Debbie, Chadwick, Catherine, Lily, Foodie, Scariness, Haldor, Last Hurrah, Heather, and Lindsay. In popular memory, the Hittites are those mighty warriors, the foes of the pharaohs. But behind all of the grand battles and the treaties that we have left hanging up in the UN to this very day were the ordinary people of the Hittite Empire, the ones who lived out their daily routines in the towns and villages of Anatolia. What was life like for them? What did they do all day? What did they believe? What did they eat? What did they wear? That's what we're here to talk about today. Very normal matters of very normal people. Hello and welcome. I hope you are enjoying the Daily Life series as much as we are enjoying doing it for you. And thank you once again to those supporting on the Patreon, YouTube memberships, donations, and the merch store, keeping everything ad-free. Links are in the description. Otherwise, give it a like, comment, and subscribe. Boosts us up in the algorithm. Really does help. Any case, with all that being said and done, let's waste no more time and get straight into it. First off, like in a lot of other places, Hittite Anatolia's daily life was shaped by the geography and climate. Look at it like this. The Hittite heartland in central Anatolia is a bit unique. It's a high plateau ringed by mountains. The summers, hot and dry, but the winters brought biting cold and a bit of snow from time to time, conditions mentioned in Hittite texts and still familiar in modern Turkey. Now, these extremes meant that the agricultural cycles and daily routines had to adjust to seasonal rhythms. When spring came, the melting snow swelled the streams, and farmers raced to plow and sow the fields. In autumn, communities gathered to harvest before the winter's onset. The landscape itself was a mix of forests, rocky highlands, and fertile river valleys. Scattered across this terrain were villages and towns built of mud brick and stone, with Hatussa, the great city, as the bustling royal capital. Now, we did another video specifically on Hatussa. If you want to see that, you can just search it up. You'll find it. Now, most Hittites lived in small agrarian villages rather than cities. Traveling between settlements, though, that could be quite arduous. Dirt roads, where there were roads, winding down mountain passes. Not ideal. Life for many was locally centered because of this, in tight-knit communities, often bound by kinship. Ethnically and linguistically, the Hittite world was also quite diverse. The ruling class spoke Hittite, the language, an Indo-European branch of languages, but they coexisted with many other groups. Names in use suggest that people of Luwian and Hurrian heritage lived among the Hittite stock. The empire had grown by conquest and diplomacy, absorbing the older Hattian people of Anatolia, and later ruling over Hurrians, Luwians, and others. Thus, a typical Hittite town might have a mix of traditions, a reflection of centuries of cultural blending. Despite this diversity, inhabitants shared a strong identity as people of Hatti, loyal to the great king in Hatussa. In fact, one could be Hittite by allegiance, even if you weren't by blood. A person in the late Bronze Age Anatolian region might call the storm god Tarhunna in Hittite, Teshub in Hurrian, or if you were in a little local village, you might have a different name. But it's all for the same deity, and all in the same prayer. What really bound people together was the imperial administration and the Hittite state laws and institutions that applied to everyone. What this managed to do was foster a sense of order across the land, as much as can be in realistic terms for the time. Socially, Hittite society was hierarchical, but not rigidly caste-bound. At the top, there was the king. He was titled in Hittite Tabarna or Labarna, who was not only the head of the state, but also chief priest of the realm. You'll find this in many other Bronze Age cultures. The king's extended family and the nobility formed an elite class, living in palaces or large estates. Just below them were the officials and regional governors, for example, the chief of the royal bodyguards, the chief of scribes, and the chief of wine stewards, each with different duties. These positions show that governance was somewhat decentralized. You see, even a great king like Suppiluliuma I or Hattusili III relied on bureaucracy of literate administrators and skilled professionals. Common free citizens did form the bulk of the population, of course, that goes without saying. The farmers, herders, craftsmen, soldiers, and merchants who sustained the economy. They were the foundation of Hittite society. And they were typically bound by duty to the king. But they could also own land or businesses, as long as they paid their taxes and did their proper military service, that is. But below that were the bottom of the social ladder, the slaves and the war captives. Hittite slaves were often prisoners taken in foreign campaigns, or their descendants. However, Hittite laws granted slaves some protections and freedoms that might surprise us today. For instance, slaves in Hatti could marry whom they chose. They could even own property. And if they managed to save up enough money, they could purchase their freedom. This relatively humane treatment, noted by scholars, reflects the practical, family-centered outlook of Hittite law. It was a society stratified by rank and wealth, yet one where even those of low status had certain rights under the law. The population density of Hittite Anatolia was not high, at least by modern standards. Villages might consist of a few dozen families. Towns, perhaps a few thousand people. The capital, Hatussa, in its heyday around the 13th century BCE, covered a vast area behind its defensive walls. Archaeologists have traced a circuit of over 8 kilometers of fortifications, but much of the enclosed space was taken up by temples, palaces, storerooms, and open ground. Scholars estimate Hatussa's population may have been in the tens of thousands at most. And that means that even the big city of the Hittite Empire would feel more like a modest town by modern comparison. But of course, we're not going to be judging it by that, aren't we? Streets were winding and unpaved, lined with mud brick dwellings. Livestock roamed the outskirts. Nevertheless, Hatussa impressed visitors with its massive stone walls and gates carved with lions and sphinxes. Monumental gates like the famous Lion Gate, flanked by snarling sculptures, and King's Gate, showed the might of the state. But just inside these gates lay the ordinary city quarters where bakers, potters, and scribes went about their daily business. Life in the countryside, however, revolved around the village. A typical Hittite village consisted of mud brick homes with courtyards, clustered on a hillside or near a stream. Each household might have a small garden or orchard and keep a few animals, goats, sheep, that is the plural, maybe a cow or two. Cows, of course, were a little bit more valuable than the smaller livestock. The surrounding fields, collectively worked, produced the staples: emmer wheat and barley for bread and beer, flax for linen and fodder for animals. The Hittites were indeed primarily farmers and herders, and they knew the uncertainties of their environment. Droughts, crop blights, or early frosts could bring hardship. One Hittite prayer text dramatically describes a plague that ravaged the land for 20 years in the reign of King Mursili II, a grim reminder of how vulnerable even a great kingdom was to disease and famine. No one gets away with that. But in normal times, villagers were largely self-sufficient. Neighbors would help each other with big tasks like harvesting or building, and bartering. Let's have the evening on my mind. Bartering of goods was common. So in these close communities, everyone knew everybody else, and social life often centered on extended families and seasonal festivals. But all this being said, it's important to note that much of what we know about Hittite daily life is reconstructed from pretty scant evidence. We just have to do our best with what we have. But, everyone is doing their best, so lucky for us. The Hittites left behind tens of thousands of clay tablets, sure, but most of them are royal archives. Treaties, laws, religious rituals, oracle reports. No one was really writing down the personal diaries or letters about daily chores. We do catch occasional glimpses, though. A letter complaining about a shortage of beer, an inventory in a noble's household, or a king's instructions to his farmers. As for the other details, archaeology needs to fill those in. The remains of houses, tools, pottery, and even the bones of meals. Now, from these pieces we assemble the mosaic of everyday Hittite existence. So, with that background of land and society in mind, let's walk through the facets of daily lives, and we'll see if we can get a little picture in our mind. The typical Hittite home was modest by modern standards, usually a single-story structure of mud brick walls on stone foundations. Roofs were flat and made of timber beams covered with reeds and clay. Well, you didn't really have windows, but you did have small openings, designed to keep out the winter cold and summer heat. Floors were often packed earth, though there were a few wealthier homes that might have stone paving. Furnishings were pretty few. Woven mats or low wooden stools, a couple clay jars for storage, maybe a wooden chest. Most people slept on mats or blankets laid on the floor, or on simple wooden bedsteads, if they could afford them. A Hittite household was usually extended family in structure. Several generations might live under one roof, or in adjacent houses around a shared courtyard. Maybe Granddad was living there who had cleared the land earlier, his grown sons and wives with him, and a gaggle of children that could easily number up to 10 to 15 people, plus a dependent relative or a hired servant. It wasn't uncommon for 10 or 20 more people to share a household compound, especially if the family was prosperous and had farm laborers or slaves living in. In the evenings, such a household would gather for the main meal, seated in a circle if space allowed, sharing food from common bowls. And Hittites valued highly family bonds too, Sons and daughters were both cherished. One Hittite instruction text advises the head of the household to treat children well and raise them to be honorable, showing an expectation that each generation would have to care for the next. Childhood could be pretty precarious. Infant mortality was high, as in, all ancient societies, so surviving past the age of 5 was a cause for a quiet celebration. By the age of 6 or 7, children were expected to start learning the skills they would need as adults. A boy might accompany his father to the fields or workshop, gradually taking on chores like fetching water, herding sheep, or kneading clay for pottery. As for a girl, she might shadow her mother in domestic tasks, learning to spin wool or weave cloth on the upright loom, not to mention cooking basic meals. And speaking of education, in its formal sense, was quite reserved for a select few. Only a minority of Hittites, mostly the children of elite families or professional scribes, became literate. For those lucky enough to attend a scribal school, the curriculum was pretty harsh. They had to master not only Hittite language, but also Akkadian and Sumerian, and the complex cuneiform writing system. Royal edicts mention chief of the scribes as an important official, which implies a whole scribal apparatus of trainers and apprentices. A literate boy might start as a trainee around, 7 or 8 years old. He'd spend years copying tablets, and only in his late teens or 20s would he become a full-fledged scribe. And that was a big deal, of course. Literacy truly was a specialized career path, often hereditary. For the average child, however, education was practical and on the job. The family profession, that was the classroom. If your dad was a farmer, you were a farmer. But women played vital roles too within the family and beyond. A Hittite woman typically married in her teens, and upon marriage she donned a veil if she was of the free class. Veiling signified her married status, a custom also seen in some neighboring cultures. Women usually took charge of running the household. They cooked, cleaned, fetched water, and cared for children. And they also managed the storage of food, which of course is, if you starve to death, it's all over, isn't it? So of course it's very important. They were also often involved in the family's economic activity. For example, women were the primary weavers and cloth makers, a central industry in Hatti. In farm families, women milked animals, made butter and cheese, and tended vegetable gardens. Despite a clear patriarchal structure, the father, husband, was typically the head of the household, Hittite laws indicate that women had significant rights of their own. For example, a wife could own dowry property and maintain control over it, and widows could inherit their husband's estate. That's if there were no adult sons. We even have one text that implies daughters could inherit if a man had no sons, that is, which was not unheard of in the ancient Near East. There's a few other cultures, Akkadian culture as well as one of them, which has this kind of rule. Furthermore, some women served in official or semi-official capacities. There were priestesses, prophetesses, and in the royal court, you had the queen, of course, and she wielded considerable power, the top job for any woman of Hittite society. She'd also act as a high priestess, and sometimes a co-regent with the king, especially if the king was young, a little bit too young before his coming of age to be considered wise enough to make good decisions. Now, notably, Queen Pudaepa in the 13th century BCE corresponded as an equal with Pharaoh Ramesses II and took part in state treaties, evidence that elite women could be very influential. While the average Hittite woman led a life centered on home and family, she was far from powerless. In daily life, the partnership of husband and wife was crucial for survival. The inscription suggests mutual respect. A husband was expected to provide and protect for the wife, and in turn, the wives are described as running the house diligently. Now, the next part we're going to talk about is a bit of clothing and appearance standards. How do you spot a Hittite among the crowd? Their clothing reflected both their practical needs but also social customs. Surviving art and texts give us a fairly detailed idea of how they dressed. As for the men, they typically wore a kilt or a tunic as the basic garment. A common style was a knee-length tunic with short sleeves, belted at the waist with a strip of cloth or leather. In warm weather, a simple wraparound kilt, a bit like a skirt made of a rectangle of fabric, might be worn instead. The fabric was usually wool for cooler seasons, perhaps flax linen for summer. Women wore longer dresses, generally reaching the ankles. A woman's dress could be a wraparound garment, a sewn gown with sleeves perhaps. One typical depiction shows women in a kind of long tunic dress cinched with a belt, sometimes with a short cape or shawl over their shoulders. Importantly, a married woman veiled her hair in public. One Hittite word for a married woman was even synonymous with veiled one. As for this veil, it might have been a light cloth draped over the head and tied or simply left hanging, serving to signify her marital status, but also her modesty. As for the unmarried girls, they probably didn't cover their heads fully, but they might wear headscarves or headbands. Both men and women might don cloaks in colder weather, heavy woolen cloaks or mantles that could be pinned at the shoulder. There's evidence of colorful dyes being used as well. Hittite texts mention red, yellow, blue, green, black, and white garments. The wealthy could afford bright dyes, and even imported the coveted purple cloth from the region of Lesbos or the Levant, a luxury item in that era. And indeed it was. Actually, it was the most expensive. It's very difficult to get purple dye. Well, not these days. But back in those days, it certainly was. The Hittites certainly had their own distinctive flair in dress. One famous item noted by historians is the shoe with the upturned toes. Hittite shoes or boots often had a curled-up tip, almost like think of it like a small horn at the toe. It could be seen on statues and carvings. These upturned shoes might have helped keep the toes from snagging on uneven ground. Or they might have simply just been a fashion statement of the time. I suppose we'll never know. Later, Greek legend even attributed such shoes to Trojan style, which likely derived from Hittite-influenced Anatolia. For practical daily use, footwear would be sturdy leather, or kind of low boots. The upturned feature perhaps more pronounced in the formal or elite attire, but the day-to-day was pretty much a sandal-type shoe. As for the men, they were usually clean-shaven, or they had short beards, according to Egyptian depictions of the Hittites and Hittite seal images. By the 13th century BCE, Hittite kings are shown with no beard at all, unlike many Mesopotamian kings, a trend that suggests clean-shavenness was preferred for a more dignified look. As for the hair, they kept that around shoulder length, sometimes with a ribbon or a band. Hittite women are shown with their hair very long, often reaching past the shoulders, either braided or gathered under a veil or scarf. Jewelry and adornment were pretty popular among most social classes. Everyone liked to display a bit of finery if they could afford it. Common people might wear simple strings of beads or copper bangles, whereas the upper class had access to things like gold, silver, precious stones. Excavations in Hittite levels have uncovered lots of faience and glass beads, carnelian and agate stones, and also bronze pins and earrings. The variety is pretty impressive. A typical Hittite woman of means might wear a necklace of beads, large hoop earrings, and pins to fasten her clothing, sometimes with decorative heads, etc., shaped like, flowers or animals, things like this. As for the men of higher status, they wore seal rings or pendants. The cylinder seal or stamp used to sign documents often hung on a cord round the neck or wrist. Hittite seals were beautifully engraved and served as both identification and jewelry. But clothing also denoted profession or role at times. For example, Hittite priests and priestesses wore distinctive garb during ceremonies, often long white robes, sometimes with peculiar hats too. There's also one famous Hittite image from a rock sanctuary. It shows gods and goddesses, and by extension the priests representing them. And they've all got these tall, kind of conical hats and long robes. It's quite cool. Now, in daily life, a farmer might throw on a broad-brimmed hat of felt against the sun. Or a soldier might don a leather helmet or a cloak before a journey. Practical concerns. A striking point is, however, how purely decorative clothing we see. Almost everything had a purpose. The layers of wool, the headscarves, the stout belts and shoes, they were all suited to a land of harsh weather, and for the majority of people, harsh work. So let's get away from that now and talk about the Hittite diet. And at the core of that was bread. So central, in fact, that the Hittite word for bread, ninda, simply meant food in general. Every Hittite household, all the way from the farmstead to the palace, was baking bread regularly. The grain of choice was wheat, especially emmer wheat. But if you couldn't get that, you'd make it out of barley. Dough was often leavened and baked in dome-shaped clay ovens. Flatbreads were also made on griddles and hot stones. There were many varieties of bread, as ancient Hittite texts do tell us. Sometimes mentioned include sour bread, perhaps made with a sourdough starter, flat bread, honey bread, and others with intriguing names like moon bread or spear bread. These last names hint at shapes. You can imagine spear bread, I suppose, as a kind of like a baguette, and moon bread as like a crescent-shaped roll, like a croissant, which actually means crescent, by the way. Well, another reminder too that even back then the bakers were getting creative. Bread could also be made from lentils or beans mixed into flour, yielding a different kind of loaf with a bit of extra nutrition. Such innovations might have been especially useful in years when grain was scarce, but legumes were plentiful. To accompany the bread, they also had a wide range of fruits and vegetables. From tablets, and archaeobotanical, that's a big word, archaeobotanical remains, we know that they had olives, grapes, figs, and pomegranates, Mediterranean staples that flourished in Anatolia's climate. They grew pulses like lentils, chickpeas, peas, and beans, which were crucial sources of nutrition. You could also put them into porridges and stews. Vegetables mentioned in records include cucumbers, leeks, onions, and garlic. A Hittite farmer's garden likely had leafy greens and herbs as well, though specifics are pretty scarce. One text refers to giant carrots, which might actually mean a type of thick parsnip or root. True orange carrots were a later development, by the way, but some root vegetables akin to carrots were present. These vegetables would be eaten in season to preserve them. Hittites could dry fruits like figs and grapes, making raisins, or store onions and garlic for months. Olives were pressed for their oil. Olive oil served for cooking, lamp fuel, and also ritual anointing. A pretty valuable commodity. Tablets list oil rations for workers or offerings to gods. Animal products rounded out the diet. The Hittites raised livestock such as cattle, goats, pigs, and sheep. From cows and goats they got milk, which they churned into butter, and likely made into cheese, though few specific descriptions of cheese survive. The ubiquity of dairying implies cheese or yogurt was a staple for storage of milk. Sheep and goats also provided meat, but meat was not an everyday fare for commoners. More often, animals were kept for their secondary products: wool, milk. Well, you'd only slaughter them occasionally for festivals, sacrifices, or if they got too old. Still, when meat was on the menu, it could be mutton, goat, beef, or pork, as well as any wild game. Hunting supplemented the diet. The forests were filled with deer, boar, and wild fowl. The Hittites enjoyed hunting, and their nobility organized hunts for sport, for example, chasing deer or lions with spears. Common folk might set simple traps for birds or rabbits. There's evidence that even fish from rivers and lakes were consumed, though fish is rarely mentioned in texts. The region's rivers had carp and trout, which could be caught regularly too. With these ingredients, grains, vegetables, dairy, and meat, Hittite cooking created simple but pretty nourishing dishes. And then there was another thing too: the spices and the flavorings. In Hittite cuisine they had coriander and cumin as two notable examples. And one other example, of course, is honey. That played a special role as a sweetener. Honey was abundant enough in Hatti that it was not an overtly expensive thing. Indeed, an Old Kingdom law notes that honey bread sold for the same price as a portion of butter or lard, indicating that honey was readily available. The Hittites were skilled beekeepers too, so much that they have the earliest known laws for beekeeping. One law sternly decrees that if anyone steals a beehive, in former times the punishment was to expose the thief to bee stings, but now the penalty is a fine. A colorful law, that's for sure. Wouldn't want to be on the end of that one. Not only a quirky old punishment, but, also a later reform to a monetary fine. Perhaps a little bit of social progress. Still, it's pretty consistent with the Hittite tendency to replace these capital punishment with more fines and gentler ways of correcting people's unlawful behavior. For drinks, the Hittites had several options. Water was the default, drawn from wells or springs, but it was often unsafe or unpalatable alone, so people turned to brewed beverages. And like many of their Mesopotamians, beer was chief among them. They'd brew this from barley and emmer wheat. But the beer wasn't like our normal beer in modern times. This was pretty thick, almost like a porridge, sometimes drunk with a pretty thick straw, perhaps lightly fermented, a nourished beverage that could even children could consume in a diluted form, and the alcohol content wasn't really enough to affect anybody unless you really drank the whole thing, but your stomach could usually get full before you felt that. And then there was wine, too. That was common especially in the later period, when the Hittites controlled vineyards in Syria and Anatolia's Mediterranean coast. The Hittite word for wine, wiana, even entered other languages. They made red wine from grapes and stored it in large pottery jars. The average villager might only taste wine on special occasions, whereas the palace and temple stored vast quantities of it for feasts. Now, interestingly, texts refer to something called beer wine, which, sounds like a bit of a mix between the two, or perhaps a stage of fermentation. Scholars aren't entirely sure what it was. It could have been a barley beer, brewed with a bit of grapes for flavour, or a term for mead or a cereal ale that had wine-like qualities. In any case, both beer and wine were beloved. A sober society the Hittites were not. Drinking to a bit of excess with wine was part of hospitality and ritual. There is evidence that they also drank milk, especially goat or sheep milk, and made it into yogurt-like drinks. For the more affluent, imported luxuries like oil of sesame for flavoring food or date syrup from Mesopotamia might be added to the pantry for a little bit of more exciting flavors. But you would tend to stick to the local stuff. Next, let's consider a few work occupations. Most Hittites, as we've seen, were farmers by necessity, but there were a few other occupations too. Let's start right at the top of that with the farmer. He, and often she as well, since women did labor in the fields, would rise at dawn. The cows need milking. The sheep need to be let out to graze early. Hittite farmers typically managed mixed farms, fields of grain or orchards plus herds of livestock. After the morning chores of feeding animals, a farmer might spend the day plowing if it's spring, weeding or irrigating in summer, harvesting in the late summer, or repairing tools or tending to vineyards in autumn. Seasonal rhythms dictated tasks: plow and sow by March, harvest by August, thresh by September. If he was fortunate to have hired help or slaves, those extra hands would join the work. In some cases, groups of farmers pooled labor. Well, they'd work in decent cooperation, much that is seen in a lot of traditional villages to this day. The Hittite farmer's toolkit included wooden plows, flint-bladed sickles, and axes for woodcutting. But he also had to be wary of pests too. Birds descending on ripened grain, or locust swarms. That could be quite the onion in the ointment, as we say. In any case, it was a tough life, but a respected one. One text calls farmers the backbone of the realm. And well, that's still true to this modern day. Next we have the weaver. In Hittite society, weaving and textile production were predominantly women's work, but crucial to the economy. A Hittite weaver, perhaps a housewife with her daughters or a group of women in a palace workshop, would spend hours each day spinning fibers and working the loom. The main fibers were wool from sheep and linen from flax. Spindle whorls, that is, small weights for a spinning thread, and loom weights for tension on upright looms, are among the most common artifacts you can find in Hittite ruins, showing just how ubiquitous this activity really was. A skilled weaver could produce fine cloth for garments or blankets, and maybe even more elaborate textiles for trade or temple offerings, things like that. Women might dye the yarn using natural dyes, madder root for red, indigo or woad for blue, onion skins or safflower for yellow, etc. Since texts do mention colored clothes, we know that they were doing this. In a typical day, a weaver could spin a few spools of thread and weave a few inches of fabric on a loom. Progress was pretty slow, so large orders, say for a new tapestry or a tent, would take weeks or months. Some women weavers worked under palace supervision, turning out standardized textiles as a form of tax obligation or labor service, kind of like how you'd give away a portion of your crop as a tax. Yet even in a small village, a woman's woven cloth could be a trade item. Surplus textiles might be bartered for food or metal tools. Notably, weaving was considered the quintessential female craft, and even mythology shows us the Hittite goddess Hanahana, perhaps analogous to the mother goddess, associated with weaving. It gave women a sphere of economic power. They ran what were essentially small businesses from their homes. Hittite laws fixed the prices of certain quality textiles, so as not to cheat weavers or customers. The existence of price controls showed that textiles were significant commodities, and Hittite weavers were skilled enough to produce surplus for market. So next we have the scribe, and only a few could proudly wear that title. A scribe's daily work depended on whom he served. In the town administration, a scribe might sit in the local governor's office and record grain deliveries, write letters about tax collection or troop movements, even draft legal contracts. Scribes were also vital in temples, documenting ritual events and managing inventories of offerings. So imagine a scribe at a desk, which in those days likely meant a board on his lap or a floor, with a lump of fresh clay and a stylus, often a trimmed reed in hand. He's composing an official letter to a neighboring town, inscribing cuneiform signs, line by line. Another tablet awaits him that might contain a marriage agreement or a court deposition that needs copying. The Hittite scribes wrote in several languages. They used Akkadian cuneiform for international letters, Hittite for domestic records, and even kept Sumerian logograms alive for certain religious or legal terms. This multilingual juggling was their expertise, but it was also quite a burden. The scribe's toolkit included clay tablets and a container of water to moisten the clay, as well as a wooden case, with waxed writing boards, for quick notes, or accounts, that is. Indeed, Hittites also wrote on wooden tablets coated with wax, which haven't survived, unfortunately, but we've got mentions of them in texts. These might have been used for ephemeral records or teaching, since they could be erased and reused. The life of a scribe could be relatively comfortable. They were literate, thus somewhat elite, and might receive rations from the state. But it was also a life of meticulous labor and sometimes tedium. As far as we know from a charming detail, scribes, after exchanging many letters, would sometimes scribble personal greetings to each other at the bottom of official correspondence, asking about each other's health, things like that. Kind of an ancient pen pal phenomenon. It does show that the scribes formed a community across distances, injecting moments of humanity into their clay documents. The best scribes could rise pretty high, too. For instance, the chief scribe at the capital oversaw the royal archives and was thus pretty close to the king. But even an ordinary scribe in a provincial town held status. Villagers would seek him out or to read or write on their behalf. Whether it be a contract for land or an omen for the gods, everything was important. And very luckily for us, we have the scribes to thank for much of our insights into Hittite culture. Next we have the artisan and merchant. Hittite Anatolia had a range of craftspeople: potters, metalworkers, carpenters, leatherworkers, etc. A potter would dig clay from riverbanks, refine it, and shape vessels on a simple turntable or wheel. And yes, the fast potter's wheel was known and used for finer wares. We found a few of them in archaeological digs. Then came the drying and firing of the pots in a kiln. Pottery found at Hittite sites range from plain cooking pots to beautifully burnished and painted ware. One common product was the pithos, a large storage jar which every household needed. So potters were never idle. There were always more orders coming in. Metal workers were also crucial. Bronze was the main metal, an alloy of copper and tin. It was used for weapons, tools, and jewelry. The Hittites are famous for early iron working as well, although in the Bronze Age iron was still rare and mostly for prestigious objects. In a workshop in Hatussa's lower city, a bronzesmith, might spend his day casting axe heads or forging a new sword for a noble. Small workshops likely dotted the city, seal engravers carving delicate designs onto stones, woodworkers building wagon wheels or furniture, things like that. And then there was trade, too. That was part of daily life. The goods had to go somewhere, right? Merchants organized caravans that carried goods between cities and beyond the kingdom's borders. The Hittites conducted commerce via barter and weighted metals. Silver was a common medium of exchange. Also, ingots or rings were used to measure it out. A merchant in Hittite Anatolia could deal in anything from textiles to copper ore. Caravans of donkeys and ox carts laden with goods trudged along the roads, stopping at way stations. One of the earlier chapters of Anatolian history, the Old Assyrian colony period, around about 19th century BCE, had seen Assyrian merchants living in Kanesh, trading tin and textiles for Anatolian silver. By the Hittite Empire period, those trade networks evolved, but continued. Hittites imported tin for bronze, luxury goods, and exported wine, olive oil. They all started flowing in, perhaps a few fine-crafted items as well. So a day in the life of a Hittite trader might involve haggling in a market, supervising pack animals, and carefully recording debts on clay tablets. And indeed, merchants could be literate, at least to a certain extent, practicalities concerned. Sometimes they'd hire scribes if they needed big jobs done. They might use metal weights, or coin-like chunks of silver by weight for transactions, since coinage was not quite around yet. Next up we have the soldier. Now, we gotta say with this that there wasn't really a permanent standing army in a modern sense, but there were professional corps troops and a feudal levy system. A Hittite soldier could be a commoner called up from his lands to fight for a season. If he was infantry, his daily life when not campaigning was similar to any farmer's. But when the campaign season was on, he trained and marched with his unit. If he was part of the chariot corps, well, he was an elite warrior, possibly from the noble class or specially trained. Training to be a charioteer involved learning to handle horses. There was a remarkable Hittite text by a horse trainer named Kikuli that details the 184-day training regimen for war horses. Indirectly, it also tells us about the rider's discipline. On a campaign, a soldier's day might start before dawn, packing gear, and marching off with bow, spear, or sword in hand. When not active in war, soldiers participated in royal hunts, or served as laborers on building projects. The Hittites placed great emphasis on order and obedience in their military ranks. One tablet of instructions to the royal bodyguard, for example, specifies their duties at night, likely to patrol and keep watch in shifts. Off the battlefield, the warrior's life included guarding border garrisons, perhaps escorting caravans to protect against bandits. It was a duty to the state that many took pride in. Hittite rulers praised loyal soldiers in records. But there was also a spiritual aspect. Before battle, soldiers partook in rituals to secure the gods' favor. And after the battle, they observed the purification, if exposed to bloodshed. That is, Hittites were very concerned about ritual purity. Thus, the soldier's daily regimen blended the physical and the ritual together. And next is a rather unique one, just to finish off this section. The wise woman, or the old woman, Munusugu in Hittite tablets as they call it, who was essentially a professional ritual practitioner and healer. Now, despite the name, she didn't have to be elderly. It was a title for a woman skilled in magic and divination. Her day might be called into action when a household had a misfortune, or when someone fell ill in a way thought to be caused by a curse or an evil spell. An old woman would arrive on the with a kit of ritual paraphernalia, maybe figurines, knotted cords, herbs, and sacrificial animals. She would perform ceremonies. For example, to cure a sick child, she might cut symbolic strings, recite incantations, and transfer the illness into a surrogate object, like a wax figure or a sacrificed animal. If a family was haunted by bad luck, she could conduct a ritual to banish witchcraft, which might involve burning certain, ingredients or hiding protective amulets around the house, this kind of thing. Old women also played major roles in state rituals. They were present at royal funerals and oaths, and kings consulted them for oracles. It is recorded that these old women could, quote, lift the spell from a bewitched army, or ensure that a plague would end by appeasing the gods. Thus, while on an average day, an old woman might be helping quarreling spouses with a domestic charm, on another day she could be leading a purification ritual for the king himself. These women had high status. They were learned in traditions, often literate in ritual texts, and highly respected. Essentially, they formed a guild of female clergy alongside the male priests. A day in their life was far removed from field labor. It was more about mental and spiritual labor. They fasted, they prayed, and they prepared elaborate rites. It just goes to show how work in Hittite society wasn't all manual or commercial. There were other spiritual concerns. Well, I think from these snapshots, we can see that Hittite occupations were quite diverse. Now, but one other interesting aspect is the use of forced or corvée labor for state projects. Hittite kings would draft the villagers to help build fortifications or roads. For example, constructing the great walls of Hatussa or digging ditches required thousands of hands. Tax records show that communities were expected to send a certain number of laborers periodically. While this was a burden on daily life, it was normalized as part of the duty to the crown. And in exchange, everyone would get fed, so you give a little, you get a little. Alright, just before we go, let's talk a bit more about Hittite religion. We'll do a full video on it, but we can't really go past daily life without that. It's kind of a big deal. Now, the Hittites famously called their land the realm of 1,000 gods. It's kind of going to give you a bit of a hint as to whether or not they were polytheistic. Religion pervaded every aspect of life, not in a separate and pious compartment, but really woven into everyday routines, seasonal activities, and state affairs. To a Hittite, the natural world was alive with divinity. Every river, mountain, forest, and even every household hearth had a spirit or minor god, and they all deserved respect. At the popular level, the Hittites maintained household shrines, or at least sacred objects at home. Excavations in domestic areas have found small clay idols and libation vessels, which were likely used in private worship. A typical family might have a figurine of the storm god, since he was the one who brought the rain for the crops, or the sun goddess, perhaps an ancestral god also called the gods of the father or the mother. These would be honored with small offerings, a bit of beer poured out, a piece of bread, especially at mealtimes or on special occasions, the passage of a loved one from sickness to health, or the birth of a child, or even the completion of a house might prompt a family to sacrifice a small animal like a chicken or a pigeon in thanks, though the text more often mentioned larger state sacrifices. It's logical that in villages minor sacrifices happened too. And then there were dreams. You see, dreams were taken quite seriously. If you had a troubling dream, you might seek a ritual to avert whatever ill it portended. Might go back to that old woman we talked about. Pretty good job for her. Well, conversely, a good dream could be a direct message from the gods, and that's all good news. There's no need to panic in that case. Public worship centered on temples and festivals. Every city and town had temples. Hatussa boasted over 30 of them at its peak, including the huge temple of the storm god in the lower city. These temples were not just religious centers, but also hubs for economic matters. They were the ones who stored the grain and the oil, but they also employed the scribes, the musicians, the craftsmen, and, of course, the priests. Now, speaking of priests, a priest's daily life in a temple involved numerous rituals: morning and evening libations to the deity, care for a cult statue, and tending the sacred fire and oil lamps. Hittite religion was very ritualistic. They believed that properly performed rituals maintained cosmic order and the favor of the gods. There was improperly ones, well, you know what that's like. For example, each day at the temple of the storm god, priests would pour out libations of beer and wine, present bread and meat on the altar, and recite hymns or prayers written on clay tablets. The gods were thought to consume the essence of these offerings, after which the priests and temple staff often got to eat the remaining food. So the temple doubled as kind of a communal kitchen, I suppose, especially during big festivals. Now, what about the pantheon? Well, that was a rich tapestry of Hittite, Hurrian, Hattian, and even Mesopotamian deities. The chief deity was traditionally the storm god of Hatti and his consort, the sun goddess of Arina. But there were literally hundreds more. Gods of the underworld, agricultural gods, war gods, love goddesses, tutelary deities of gates, mountains. You name it, they had it. A common person probably didn't worship all 1,000 individually. Time would not permit it. They would focus on a few local and personal patron deities. For instance, a farmer might be particularly devoted to Telepinu, a god of farming and fertility, praying to him for good crops. A soldier might favor the storm god of battle, for victory in war. That was a Teshub or Tarunt. Mothers revered Hanahana, when we had mentioned the mother goddess for protection of children, and so forth. But religion was not exclusive. The same person might make an offering to a river god before a journey, and then sacrifice to a household god at home, and also attend the city festival for the storm god. The Hittites were remarkably inclusive, even syncretistic. They identified foreign gods with their own and often adopted new gods from other cultures, earning them that moniker of the people of 1,000 gods. Well, next up we got festivals. They were quite the highlight of the religious calendar, and indeed, the highlight of the year for most citizens. The Hittite calendar had numerous festival days. Texts refer to 165 festivals in a year. Some big, most kind of small. Some were local village festivals. Others were empire-wide. Among the grandest were these spring festivals, one called Antassum, possibly the Crocus or Spring Festival, and the Puruli Festival, to celebrate spring's triumph over winter. In the fall, they had a harvest or festival of haste, which they likely gave thanks for the crops. And there was a gatehouse festival in autumn as well, whose details are obscure, but might have marked the year's end or purification of the city gates. During these major festivals, normal work stopped or was reduced. People prepared special foods. The gold statues of gods were paraded outside their temples in lavish processions. For example, during a storm god festival, the statue of the deity, a golden or wooden idol, would be taken out on a chariot, accompanied by priests, musicians playing lyres and drums, and perhaps dancers in costume. The whole community gathered to watch and participate. Great feasts were held. Oxen, sheep, and goats were sacrificed in numbers, and everyone got to eat a little bit of protein. Barrels of beer and wine were opened freely. The texts mention music, dance, and even sports contests at these festivals. One can imagine a lively scene, youths competing in foot races or wrestling matches to entertain the crowd and honor the gods, while families picnic on the grassy fields outside the city. For many commoners, the festivals were not only sacred events, but rare opportunities for leisure and celebration. And finally, magic and divination. They were another part of daily life. When confronted with uncertainty, the Hittites turned to oracular methods. They had professional augurs and diviners who could read omens from the flight of birds or the entrails of sacred animals. A clay liver model found in Hatussa shows how priests would inspect a sheep's liver for odd marks, interpreting them as messages from the gods. For commoners, perhaps a simpler form of divination was used, tossing bread or observing the behavior of sacred birds kept at temples. The outcome of such divinations could directly affect the daily plans, i.e. someone would say, well, the omens say it's unlucky to plant today, so I suppose we'll just wait until tomorrow. It's a very interesting way of getting yourself out of work for the day, isn't it? Well, the Hittite belief in dreams as omens we mentioned meant that if a person had a vivid or disturbing one, they might go to a temple and report it to get a priest's interpretation. In some recorded cases, kings had dreams that they thought were communications from gods and adjusted their policies accordingly. We can be sure villagers likewise paid heed to such things, attributing a nightmare perhaps to an angry ancestor or a god requiring just that little bit more attention. Everyone loves a good meal, but some people take it a little bit too far. Cannibalism, the practice of humans consuming other humans, is perhaps one of the most haunting and taboo topics in history. But as shocking as it sounds, careful scientific research shows us that cannibalism was indeed part of our human story in prehistoric times. So today we're going to talk about it, a tale that spans nearly 1.5 million years of human evolution, a story not gleaned from written records or legend, but rather from archaeology, the silent testimony of bones and tools. That's what we're relying on. It's a world very different to our own, yet inhabited by people recognizably human, and I think we can confront them together and repiece this uncomfortable chapter of our collective past. Hello everyone and welcome. Firstly, let's just thank our top-tier patrons and supporters keeping everything ad-free. Links are available in the pinned comment and description. If you cannot do that, give a like, comment, and subscribe. Anyway, let's get into it. Now, quick caveat. First of all, it's important to say that cannibalism did not end in prehistoric times. In fact, we have it coming all the way up to the modern era, which is quite unfortunate, and perhaps that is a story for another time. But our focus today is going to be on the prehistoric era, going back to as early as we can find through archaeological record. So what exactly do we mean by cannibalism in a prehistoric context? Well, of course, we've already went through the definition. It's humans eating other human beings, but that can take many forms, and it also can have many motivations. Anthropologists often distinguish between endo-cannibalism, that is, eating members of one's own social group, sometimes as a funerary or sacred rite, and exo-cannibalism, eating outsiders or enemies, often as a result of warfare or aggression. In the archaeological record, however, it's hard to directly read people's motives. We have to infer them from context. What we can identify are physical traces on human remains that indicate that they were treated in the same way as animal carcasses, typically when they are processed for consumption. So how exactly does an archaeologist recognize cannibalism? The key evidence comes from taphonomy, which is the study of what happens to bones after death. When prehistoric peoples butchered animals for food, they left a characteristic signature on the bones. You can tell they've got cut marks from stone knives where flesh was sliced away, percussion damage where bones were cracked open, usually to extract nutritious marrow or brain, and sometimes burning or pot polishing on bones if they were roasted or boiled. If human bones show the same patterns, the cut marks in anatomically logical places for dismemberment and defleshing, smashed long bones with marrow and cavities exposed, signs of cookings, or even human tooth marks from chewing, can't get more obvious than that, then cannibalism is certainly a strong interpretation. But here's the important thing. Archaeologists must rule out other processes that can mimic these marks. Think about it. Carnivores gnawing or trampling, things like that. But modern analytical techniques, including microscopic analysis and comparisons with experimental butchery, have become pretty adept at telling these apart. But we should also note that not all treatment of bodies involves cutting or dismemberment as cannibalism. Some cultures might cut or deflesh their dead as part of mortuary rituals, secondary burial practices, and that doesn't mean that they consume the flesh. Therefore, a scientist has to approach each discovery carefully. You must ask, were these bodies processed to be eaten, or for some other purpose? It often takes a convergence of evidence, the patterns of cut marks, the breakage consistent with meat removal, and sometimes the presence of human remains in cooking contexts. That's what we need to confidently say that cannibalism occurred. And when that evidence does appear, we are confronted with the reality that prehistoric people on occasion used human bodies as a food resource, or perhaps as part of a symbolic ritual that included the consumption of flesh. So, with those quick definitions in mind, let's proceed to the archaeological record itself. Of course, this is as of 2026, so depending on where you're watching this, archaeology might change, as it's one of those areas of science that are racing forward at Mach speed. Let's take a chronological approach and look at the key discoveries across the globe. To find the earliest hints of cannibalism, we're going to go back about 1.5 million years, deep into the early Paleolithic period. In northern Kenya, paleoanthropologists recently identified what may be the oldest evidence of cannibalism among our ancestral human relatives. The find was a fragment of a fossilized shin bone, a tibia from a homonym, possibly an early form of Homo erectus, or another early human species. Astonishingly, this 1.45 million-year-old bone bears clear cut marks that indicate it was deliberately butchered with stone tools. The cuts are oriented in the same direction, as if someone held the leg and sliced off the flesh in successive strokes. This suggests that a human ancestor was carving meat from the leg bone much as one would butcher an animal. What species were these butchers and their unlikely victims? Well, researchers can't say for sure, I'm afraid. At that time in East Africa, the species could have been Homo erectus, but it might also have been a smaller-brained homonym like the Homo habilis or even the robust Paranthropus, the Australopithecine, as they call it. If it was another species eating another, say Homo erectus eating Paranthropus, some purists wouldn't call it cannibalism, which technically implies eating one's own species, but rather anthropophagy, eating another homonym. However, in practical terms, these were closely related human ancestors, and evidently someone ended up as dinner. The researchers who made the discovery have pointed out that such an ancient date, the act was likely born of simple hunger. Unlike later humans, these distant ancestors probably attached no ritual significance to the act. They were hungry omnivores who, on occasions, had to eat the bodies of their own kind. It was just opportunistic. In a landscape full of predators and scarce resources, a hominin carcass might have been just seen as another source of food. Slightly later in time, about 800,000 years ago, we find more extensive evidence of cannibalism in Europe. One of the most famous sites is Gran Dolina, a cave in the Sierra de Atapuerca of northern Spain. Here, archaeologists uncovered a large assemblage of bones dating to around 800,000 years before present, give or take, I assume, attributed to a species called Homo antecessor, considered a possible common ancestor of modern humans and Neanderthals, or at least a close relative on that lineage. The remains of at least 6 individuals, male and female, adults and children, were recovered in a single layer known as the aurora stratum. These human fossils were intermixed with animal bones and stone tools, all in a rather haphazard pile, with no special arrangement, as you might expect from deliberate burials. Anatomic analysis showed that the human bones, just like animal bones, had been intensively processed. They exhibit numerous cut marks from flint knives, indicating systematic skinning and carving of flesh. The long bones were broken, many displaying the telltale green bone spiral fractures and percussion pits from being hammered open while fresh, presumably to extract marrow. Some bones even show a peculiar peeling or bending break, which happens when you twist and tear apart a fresh limb, a method sometimes seen when butchering large game. But what's especially telling is that the treatment of human remains was virtually identical to that of deer and other other animals found at the site. The early humans at Grandolina were butchering and consuming members of their own species as thoroughly as they were other prey. As a matter of fact, cut mark studies revealed that about 30% of all bones in that cave layer, including fauna, bear butcher marks. A significant number of the stone tools had residue and use wear consistent with processing carcasses. In other words, cannibalism at Grandolina was not a one-time aberration. It seems to be repeated behavior. One of the vertebrae discovered belonging to a child around 2 to 5 years old even had cut marks indicative of decapitation, implying that the head was removed, possibly to access the brain or simply as part of dismemberment. Researchers like Dr. Palmyra Saliday, a co-director of the excavations, have noted that every part of the body was treated like prey, and nothing indicates a special ritual or funeral practice. It appears that the Homo antecessor groups at Grandolina engaged in cannibalism as a means of subsistence. They were literally hunting and killing and eating other human beings. But why would they do this? There's a few different theories. Some suggest it could be nutritional cannibalism in times of food stress and competition. Eating rivals, even of the same species, would provide protein and eliminate competition for resources. Others have proposed territorial reasons. Perhaps newcomers or neighboring groups were killed and consumed as a form of extreme aggression, a kind of warning to others. But this touches on what might be an early form of warfare, or at least violent conflict among hominin groups. Whatever the reason, the Grandolina evidence firmly establishes that by the early Pleistocene in Europe, cannibalism was well within the behavioral repertoire of our human ancestors. These findings were so robust that scientists described the pattern as the oldest definitive example of prehistoric cannibalism known, and for many years Grandolina held the title for the earliest known cannibalism, until the Kenyan shin bone discovery pushed the timeline further back, albeit with a little less clarity on species. But before we go on, it's worth pausing to consider how shocking this evidence was when first uncovered in the 90s. I mean, it's not your normal exciting archaeological find. Anthropologists had long debated whether early humans might have eaten each other, but they just didn't have any proof. When Grandolina was discovered, well, the entire conversation changed. The fossils were so well preserved that even human bite marks were reportedly identified on some bones, an unmistakable sign that flesh was being chewed off by human teeth. The presence of bite marks is something that no secondary burial or animal scavenging scenario would possibly create. Thus, from this remote cave in Spain, we can learn that cannibalism is not a recent aberration, but rather a practice with deep roots in our evolutionary history. And of course, I'm sure we'll find another cave or pit somewhere out there. Well, let's jump ahead a little bit to the Middle Paleolithic, roughly 100,000 to 40,000 years ago, and we encounter a different kind of human, the Neanderthal, Homo neanderthalensis. Neanderthals lived across Europe and parts of Asia, and they were our closest human relative, occupying the landscape before modern Homo sapiens spread into those regions. For a long time, Neanderthals were stereotyped as brutish and primitive, but it's a little more complicated than that. Modern research shows that they made tools, controlled fire, possibly cared for their sick, and even buried their dead in some cases. Yet intriguingly, some Neanderthal sites provide compelling evidence that they too practiced cannibalism, just under certain circumstances. One of the earliest discoveries hinting at Neanderthal cannibalism came from a site in Croatia called Krapina. Over 100 years ago, excavated between 1899 and 1905, scientists uncovered an astounding assemblage of Neanderthal bones in a rock shelter at Krapina. The collection included remains of dozens of individuals, but almost all of the bones were highly fragmented and broken. Early on, the lead archaeologist, Dragutin Gorjanovic-Kramberger, noticed odd features: long bones split lengthwise, skulls smashed, and human remains mixed in with animal bones and stone tools. He hypothesized that cannibalism might be the cause. Perhaps Neanderthals butchered each other, explaining the broken skulls and the absence of any complete bones. He pointed out how no intact skull was found. Every cranium was in pieces, which he thought could be deliberate cracking open to get the brain tissue. Additionally, the pattern of breakage, broken femurs, tibias, etc., resembled what one would do to extract marrow. For decades, it was a controversial idea. Later researchers proposed other explanations. Maybe the breakage was due to the cave collapsing, or other natural processes. Maybe Neanderthals even defleshed their dead as a mortuary practice, and that doesn't imply eating them. One anthropologist in the 1980s suggested that the Krapina remains could have been secondary burials. The bodies might have decayed elsewhere, and then the bones were brought in and ritually broken or processed in some non-dietary way. There were even suggestions that rodent or carnivore activity after burial could have damaged the bones. However, more recent and detailed analysis of the Krapina material have bolstered the case for cannibalism. Cut marks consistent with butchery have been identified on several pieces, and careful study of breakage patterns supports that the bones were snapped while fresh, rather than old, dry bones breaking under pressure. Moreover, the burning on some bones indicates they were likely roasted or heated, not simply burned in a ceremonial fire. While some uncertainty remains, many anthropologists now accept that Krapina is at least a likely cause of Neanderthal cannibalism. And if so, it would mean that Neanderthals over 120,000 years ago might have occasionally nibbled on their own kind, maybe for survival, possibly for some other reason. The sheer number of individuals at Krapina, about 70 or more Neanderthals, by the way, suggests something beyond a single starvation event. Was Krapina a site where victims of violence were processed? or a long-term accumulation of intermittent cannibalistic episodes. Maybe we'll never know the full story about that, but Grappina certainly opened the door to considering Neanderthals as potential cannibals. Even more decisive evidence comes from other Neanderthal sites in Europe, discovered and analyzed with more modern methods. For example, the cave of Mola-Gersi in the Ardèche region of France preserves a chilling scene from around 100,000 years ago. Excavations there in the 1990s yielded the remains of at least 6 Neanderthal individuals, including adults, adolescents, and children. These bones told a very clear story, plenty of butchery marks, with cut marks indicating skinning, dismemberment at joints and defleshing of muscles. Long bones cracked open, and many fragments had the kind of impact notches one gets from hammerstone blows. The Neanderthal bones at Mola-Gersi were directly compared to the bones of deer found in that same layer. And guess what? They matched the treatment. The scientists concluded that the Neanderthals had processed their dead companions in the same way that they processed deer carcasses, and that left no doubt that cannibalism took place. Importantly, the context suggests it was likely nutritional cannibalism. There's no evidence of special burial or ritual. Instead, it appears these individuals were butchered and consumed, and then the remains were left in the cave. This site, reported in a prominent scientific journal, was widely accepted as proof of Neanderthal cannibalism, and helped overturn the notion that such behavior was just modern, or only found in extreme survival situations. Another striking case was found in El Cidrón, a cave in northern Spain, dated to about 49,000 years ago. This was late in Neanderthal times. Here, scientists found the jumbled bones of at least 12 Neanderthal individuals, ranging from young children to adults. The bones bore numerous cut marks and fracture patterns, indicating they were broken while fresh. Some had evidence of chewing, with actual Neanderthal teeth marks visible, suggesting flesh was gnawed off. Isotopic analysis and genetic work indicated that these individuals were likely members of the same kin group. So what happened? The evidence paints a grisly picture. Possibly these Neanderthals were killed and eaten by other Neanderthals. Whether it was an act of intergroup violence or an extreme case of starvation cannibalism among a family group is debated. One theory is that this was survival cannibalism. Maybe the group died during a harsh winter or food crisis, and the survivors consumed the others. Another theory suggests competition or warfare. An enemy Neanderthal group could have massacred and cannibalized the bodies, which might sound shocking, but that would eliminate the group and perhaps even be a way to ritually absorb their strength or simply nourish the victors, whatever their thought patterns were. Supporting the nutritional angle, chemical analysis at El Cidrón did not indicate that those people were malnourished before death, meaning it might not have been famine that drove them, lending weight to the conflict scenario. Regardless, El Cidrón adds to the pattern. By Neanderthal times, cannibalism occurred in various corners of Europe. But we can't go past Neanderthal cannibalism without highlighting Goyet Cave in Belgium. This site provided the first clear evidence of Neanderthal cannibalism in northern Europe. In a study published in 2016, researchers examined 99 Neanderthal bone fragments from the Goyet, dating roughly 45,000 years ago, and found that about a third of them had the trademark cut marks and percussion damage. The pattern was unambiguous. These Neanderthals had been butchered for meat and marrow. Additionally, several bones had been used as tools themselves. For instance, a Neanderthal femur and shin bone with wear marks, indicating they were used as hammers or scrapers in stone tool production. These are called retouchers. So imagine the scene. After consuming the flesh, the Neanderthals took the sturdy bones of their kin and repurposed them to sharpen their own stone knives. Well, I suppose we can say that's a pragmatic approach to the remains. Nothing went to waste. At Goyet, as at other sites, the human bones were treated much like the bones of animals such as horses or reindeer. Marrow extraction was clearly a goal, as evidenced by the crushed and splintered state of the long bones. The fact that we see this behavior across multiple Neanderthal sites from Spain to France to Belgium and possibly Croatia indicates that cannibalism was not an exceedingly rare or one-off event among Neanderthals. It happened in different times and different places, likely for somewhat different reasons each time, but there's no evidence that Neanderthals engaged in cannibalism as a standardized cultural practice, like a ritual they routinely performed. Rather, these were probably responses to particular pressures or situations, starvation episodes, or eliminating and consuming defeated rivals. Perhaps a ritualistic act in isolated instances, but that's a little harder to prove. But it's important to remember that Neanderthals also did something apparently opposite to cannibalism. In certain cases they buried their dead, such as La Chapelle-aux-Seine in France, or Shanidar in Iraq. This shows their behavior toward the dead was not uniform. They had a range that included reverent burial and occasionally consumption. Which one would you like? Well, human behavior, even in prehistory, was complex, and it was all dependent on the context. Neanderthals, much like modern humans, could treat one deceased individual with care and another as dinner. It all depends on the circumstance. By around 40,000 years ago, anatomically modern humans, i.e. Homo sapiens, had spread throughout Europe and Asia, gradually replacing the Neanderthals. The Upper Paleolithic period, roughly 40,000 to 10,000 years ago, was a time of remarkable cultural fluorescence. We see cave paintings, sophisticated tools, personal ornaments, and more elaborate burial practices are among the more modern humans of the era. Did cannibalism just vanish with the arrival of the Homo sapien? No, of course not. The evidence shows that Upper Paleolithic hunter-gatherers also engaged in cannibalism at times. But intriguingly, there are cases where it seems to take on a more symbolic or ritualistic character. One of the most fascinating sites is Gough's Cave in Somerset, England. The remains here date to about 14,700 years ago, near the end of the Ice Age, and they provide an exceptionally detailed record of cannibalistic practices among a group of Magdalenians, late Upper Paleolithic people. The discoveries at Gough's Cave include bones from several humans, men, women, and children as young as about 3. These bones were a forensic treasure trove. Human chew marks on many of them, extensive cut marks from the stone tools, the smashed bones, and even the carefully modified skulls. Once again, all of our trademark signs. The evidence indicates that these people were butchering and consuming their dead. But here's what's striking about it. This one's a bit different because it's how meticulous the process was. The long bones and ribs at Gough's Cave were cracked open and scraped clean, suggesting marrow and grease were extracted. There are cut marks that even show that tongue and cheeks were removed. Muscle fillets were sliced off, and even the tough facial tissues were cut away. But then, we get a bit of a twist. 3 skulls were shaped into cups. That's right. Essentially, after defleshing, the people at Gough's Cave systematically removed the lower jaws, peeled away the facial bones, and then trimmed the edges of the cranial vaults to create bowl-like vessels from the top of the skull. These skull cups are among the earliest known directly dated examples in the world. They were so carefully made that it's clear that the intention was not simply to get at brain matter, which, as researchers noted, could have just been done by smashing the skull. Instead, they took their time, and they turned the skulls into usable containers. But what might they have used the human skull cups for? Anthropologically, we know that many cultures have used skull cups in ritual contexts, for drinking fluids, sometimes blood or alcohol in ceremonies, or as holy relics. At Goff's cave, we can't really be sure, but the careful manufacture suggests a ceremonial aspect. Indeed, the presence of these items, along with one especially interesting artifact, a human forearm bone engraved with a series of zigzag carvings, hints that cannibalism here was intertwined with ritual. The engraved human bone, discovered and analyzed by Dr. Silvia Bello and colleagues, is the oldest known engraved human bone. Microscopic analysis showed that this bone was first defleshed and likely had flesh gnawn off, and then it was deliberately engraved with a pattern of zigzag lines. Finally, the bone was broken open for marrow. The sequence, however, is crucial. They didn't engrave a clean, unused bone. They engraved it during the butchery process, after removing muscle, but before splitting for marrow. And this strongly implies that engraving was part of the whole ritual of processing the body, perhaps as a way to honor symbolically mark the individual being eaten. Moreover, Goff's cave yielded plenty of animal food remains, horses, red deer, etc., and that suggests that these people were not starving. There was ample animal meat around. Thus, the cannibalism wasn't purely about survival or desperation. The logical conclusion is that it had a cultural motive, possibly a funerary ritual, sometimes called mortuary cannibalism, wherein consuming the dead of one's group was a way to honor them or keep them with the group in some spiritual way. Some anthropologists have termed such practices endo-cannibalistic funerary rites. It's a good band name, actually. Well, this is known from recent historical accounts in places like Papua New Guinea or the Amazon, where a family might consume parts of a deceased relative out of respect or to absorb their spirit. It is plausible that the Magdalenians at Goff's cave had some belief system that made cannibalism a part of how they dealt with the dead. Supporting the idea that this was customary rather than an isolated act, similar skull cup finds have been documented at two other Magdalenian sites in Europe, Isturiz and La Placarde in France, and that indicates a broader pattern. The presence of these parallel finds suggests that late Ice Age cultures in Western Europe may have had widespread rituals involving cannibalism. These were sophisticated people in many respects, at least for the time. They produced art, they had organized hunting strategies, and clearly they had symbolic behaviors surrounding death. But of course, not all Upper Paleolithic cannibalism need to be ritualistic. There are examples that look more like survival-driven cases. For instance, at the site of Dolní Věstonice in the Czech Republic, famous for carvings and art, a few human bones with cut marks have been found, but the interpretation is pretty cautious. In another case, a Belgian cave called Goyet, the same site that had the Neanderthal cannibal evidence, interestingly, there are also Upper Paleolithic modern human remains with similar cut marks and breakage. The treatment in those cases could have been nutritional as well, perhaps driven by harsh cold spells or scarce resources in the Ice Age. We also have evidence that cannibalism could occur in extremely inhospitable environments as a desperate measure. Think of caves high in the Alps, or remote icy regions. If a band of Ice Age humans got trapped or faced starvation, they might turn to eating those who died first. I mean, we've all seen that movie with the plane crash, right? I can't remember what it was. It was that movie with the plane crash and they started eating each other. Yeah, you know what I mean. Maybe you do. Well, anyway, while direct evidence from such scenarios has hard to pinpoint, cut-marked human bones found in open sites or caves is sometimes interpreted as likely survival cannibalism. One such site, at Predmosti, also in Czechia by the way, where a mass of mammoth hunter skeletons was found. Some researchers speculated cannibalism, but the evidence is not as clear-cut as Gough's cave. What the Upper Paleolithic shows us is a bit of a spectrum, you see. Cannibalism as a ceremony, and cannibalism as a survival strategy. Early modern humans were entirely capable of both, and this should dispel any lingering notion that, quote, advanced humans didn't do such things. They did, and they sometimes attach deep meaning to it. Well, as we move out of the Paleolithic and into the Neolithic period, it's the era of early farming beginning around 10,000 years ago in some areas, human societies changed dramatically. People settled into villages, domesticated plants and animals, and formed larger communities than the old small bands of hunter-gatherers. But you might wonder, did cannibalism disappear as we advanced civilization? The archaeological record suggests that it did not. In fact, some of our most dramatic evidence for cannibalism comes from Neolithic sites. However, the contexts often seem to involve mass violence or intense ritual, rather than everyday dietary practice. One of the most sensational finds comes from the early Neolithic of Europe, a site called Herxheim, in what is now in southwestern Germany. Herxheim was a village or ritual center of the linear pottery culture, dating to about 7,000 years ago, or roughly 5,000 BCE. Excavations there uncovered several long pits filled with disarticulated jumbles of human bones, thousands of pieces, representing possibly more than 1,000 individuals. The sheer scale was baffling. Men, women, children, infants, all deposited within a short span of time. The deposit seemed to have been created in maybe just a few decades at the end of the site's occupation. When anthropologists analyzed the bones, they found a pattern of breakage and marking that left little doubt of cannibalistic processing. Bones at Herxheim show precision cuts and chops. For example, many skulls were deliberately struck and split in a nearly identical manner, often cleaved along the midline. Some skulls have cut marks indicating scalping or skinning of the head and removal of the tongue. Long bones and ribs exhibit cut marks for defleshing and are smashed for marrow. Many bones also have what looks like the classic bite marks and scraping in the marrow cavities, suggesting that even the last little bits of nutrition were gleaned. It appears bodies were systematically butchered soon after death. The fractures are perimortem, meaning that they happened when the bones were still fresh, not long after dying. There is also evidence of burning on certain bones, consistent with roasting flesh or perhaps cooking. And here's another detail. Herxheim also yielded skull cups, much like Gough's cave did a millennia earlier, and hints of flesh being roasted on spits. In fact, one analysis argued that bodies might have been spit-roasted whole over fires, given burn patterns. However, isotropic analysis of teeth showed Isotropic analysis of teeth showed that many of the individuals were not local to Herxheim. They came from varied regions. Now, what does that suggest? Well, Herxheim might have been a central place where people, perhaps war captives or ritual sacrifices, were brought from afar and then killed and eaten. There are a few hypotheses for exactly what transpired. One idea is that Herxheim was a ritual center for a death cult or a sacrificial ceremony. People from various communities could have gathered there for ceremonies that involved human sacrifices and cannibalistic feasting. Perhaps during a time of crisis, famine, disease, some kind of social upheaval, they resorted to large-scale human offerings to appease gods or seek renewal. The repetitive, standardized processing of heads and bodies might imply a kind of, let's say, a ceremonial protocol. Another theory suggests intertribal warfare on a massive scale. A victorious group might have systematically massacred members of surrounding communities and brought the bodies or living captives to Herxheim to celebrate by consuming them, an act of dominance and terror. The age and sex distribution of victims at Herxheim corresponds to a normal living population, which is what you'd expect if an entire defeated community was slaughtered, many women and children, along with the men. If it were just famine cannibalism, you might expect mostly weak individuals or a smaller subset, but here we are with a whole community dead. Either way, the archaeologists themselves noted that survival cannibalism is an unlikely explanation for Herxheim due to the sheer number of people and the organized, repeated nature of how they were processed. It all seems to be intentional and ritualized. Herxheim challenges the imagination. It suggests that early farming societies, usually thought of as peaceful village folk, could descend into episodes of extraordinary violence and ritualistic behavior. It's a reminder that prehistoric civilization had its own dark potential. Another notable Neolithic site is at Fontbrego Cave in southern France from the 5th millennium BCE. Here, archaeologists found a mix of domestic animal bones and human remains in what appeared to be a habitation or pastoral camp. The human remains, from perhaps a dozen individuals, were mixed in with butchered sheep, goat, and wild game, all showing the same cut mark patterns. The original excavators argued that the humans had been butchered and eaten just like the animals had been, essentially that cannibalism had occurred at Fontbrego. Skeptics later argued that it might have been some complicated burial rite, defleshing without eating. But after a bit of debate, many agree that cannibalism is the simpler and more likely explanation, because the treatment of human bones so closely paralleled that of animals. If people were just defleshing for burial, why bother intermixing the process, exactly like the food refuse? It just doesn't make sense, right? Fontbrego might be representing a smaller scale or perhaps occasional cannibalistic event, kind of a special time of the year, who knows? Possibly a family or small group that resorted to cannibalism either ritually or due to hunger. But beyond Europe, evidence of prehistoric cannibalism appears in other early farming contexts too. For example, Neolithic China. Here the straightforward evidence is rarer, but there are some human bone assemblages with cut marks. One Neolithic site in Shandong reportedly showed signs of butchery on human bones, possibly a form of ancestral ritual or punishment cannibalism. In the Near East, most Neolithic societies were transitioning to more formal burial practices. But even there, some sites show secondary burial with defleshing that could border on cannibalistic treatment. Though whether they were eaten or just cleaned, it's hard to tell, I suppose. One compelling case of Neolithic cannibalism comes from Atapuerca's El Mirador cave in Spain, around 5,700 years ago. Interestingly, the same hills gave us the 800,000-year-old Homo antecessor cannibals that we mentioned at the start. In 2025, a study was published detailing human remains from El Mirador that had been skinned, butchered, and cooked, with at least 11 individuals, including children, represented. The context suggests a violent clash between Neolithic herder communities, after which the losers were systematically eaten. Their bones had cut marks, chop marks, burn marks, and even human bite marks. Isotopic analysis showed that those individuals were local to the region, so it wasn't outside invaders that got eaten. Rather, it could have been local feuding or an internal conflict. The researchers explicitly concluded this was neither a funerary rite nor famine-driven. It was cannibalism as an act of aggression and annihilation. Essentially, a whole family group was wiped out and consumed. perhaps the ultimate act of dominance in a conflict. It's certainly a power move. Well, this find is startling because it shows that even in the late Neolithic, warfare could take on a gruesome cannibalistic dimension. It also ties into known instances of later prehistoric massacres, like the mass graves of Talheim in Germany or Schlitz in Austria, where entire communities were killed, though not obviously cannibalized. El Mirador shows cannibalism wasn't absent in these scenarios. It just doesn't always preserve or wasn't always done. Interestingly, El Mirador Cave also had an instance of cannibalism in the Bronze Age around 4,000 years ago, showing that at multiple points in time, the cave was a site of cannibalistic episodes. This recurrence suggests a cultural pattern, or a persistent readiness in these ancient societies to resort to the practice under dire circumstance or ritual mandates. In later prehistoric periods, Chalcolithic, Bronze, and Iron Ages, cannibalism becomes harder to detect in the Old World because written records start to appear, and while mortuary practices often involve burial and cremation, which leaves less evidence for bones. However, there are passing accounts and some archaeological hints. For example, an ancient Egyptian text, like the pyramid text of the Old Kingdom around 2400 BCE, contained the so-called cannibal hymn, describing a king consuming parts of gods. More a mythic metaphor than real cannibalism, but it shows the concept did exist. Actual episodes of cannibalism in historical times usually are associated with famines, and indeed, there are records of famine cannibalism in various ancient societies as much as modern, though these are out of the strictly prehistoric scope, since they're documented writing, so perhaps a story for another time. Now, so far we've focused on Africa, Asia, and Europe, where early humans and Neanderthals left their mark. But what about other parts of the world? Let's look at the Americas, where human societies arrived later, no earlier than about 15 to 20,000 years ago, after the last ice age. These populations did not develop writing until much later, and in some regions, not at all before European contact. So many cultures remained prehistoric, in the sense of having no written records until the last few centuries. Archaeology is our main tool to understand them, and it is revealed that cannibalism also occurred in the prehistoric Americas. And one of the most debated and illuminating cases comes from the ancestral Pueblan culture of the American Southwest, areas of modern Arizona, New Mexico, Colorado, and Utah. These were farming villagers and cliff dwellers, living around 900 to 1300 CE. Now remember, that is still prehistoric, as they had no written language. For decades, rumors of cannibalism in ancestral Pueblo sites were considered fringe. Early archaeologists hesitated to interpret cut-marked bones as evidence, partly out of respect for the descendant native peoples, and partly because of the legacy of colonial biases branding indigenous people as cannibals without any solid proof. But starting in the 1990s, detailed osteological studies began to strongly indicate that there were indeed a few episodes of cannibalism going on. Perhaps the most famous case is Cowboy Wash, a small settlement in southwestern Colorado dated to around 1150. Archaeologists found the remains of 12 people in and around pit house dwellings. 7 of these skeletons showed unmistakable signs of extreme violence and butchery. Bones cracked open, the cut marks lined the skulls and long bones, and body parts were dismembered. Some bones had been burned in a hearth. The cooking pot still had human bone residues. The scene looked like a massacre and a meal. To clinch the case, a dried human coprolite, which is fossilized human feces, was discovered in one of the hearths. In a remarkable bit of biochemical detective work, scientists analyzed this coprolite and found human muscle protein within it, myoglobin namely, essentially proving that whoever had defecated had consumed human flesh. Myoglobin is found in muscle tissue, and finding the human-specific variant in feces is a clear marker of cannibalism. This was the first direct biochemical proof of prehistoric cannibalism in the Americas, and it left little doubt about what happened at Cowboy Wash. The interpretation is that the inhabitants of Cowboy Wash fell victim to attackers who killed them, cooked parts of their bodies, and ate them, leaving the village abruptly afterwards. The site was abandoned suddenly, with tools and food stores left behind, likely due to fear or the demise of the community. But why did this happen? One hypothesis ties it to a period of prolonged drought and social turmoil in the 12th century in that region. As resources dwindled, some groups might have resorted to cannibalism, either out of desperation or a terror tactic to scare off competitors. Archaeologist Christy Turner, who extensively studied southwest human bone assemblages, proposed that cannibalism in the region might have been introduced by outsiders, perhaps bands of people from Mesoamerica, where human sacrifice and cannibalism were part of state rituals. We know that from Aztec and other cultures. Essentially, a form of terror warfare to destabilize communities. This outsider theory is controversial, but whether the perpetrators were local or foreign, it's clear that something dire was happening. Turner and others documented possible cannibalism at dozens of sites, often characterized by assemblages of broken and scorched bones, sometimes dubbed processing stations. The phenomenon even entered Pueblo oral tradition. Some native stories refer obliquely to witches or evil ones who ate people during that dark time. Moving further south in the Americas, we encounter the major civilizations like the Aztecs and the Maya. These societies did have writing, so strictly speaking they are historical, but it's worth noting their practices because they illustrate culturally sanctioned cannibalism. The Aztecs in the 15th and 16th centuries famously conducted large-scale human sacrifices atop their pyramids in Tenochtitlan, after which bodies of the victims were often butchered and distributed for ritual meals among the nobility. Spanish conquistadors provided good accounts of these feasts, though they were a little biased and understandably horrified. Their descriptions align with indigenous records, however, and archaeological evidence. The Aztecs believed that eating the flesh of sacrificial victims was a way to honor the gods and possibly absorb the life force of their enemies. Though the Aztecs are beyond prehistoric by definition, the example is quite instructive. It shows how a society can ritualize cannibalism on a grand scale, entwining it with religion and warfare. But if we go further back in Mesoamerica, we find the Maya and others also practice forms of ritual cannibalism. There is archaeological evidence that some captives were sacrificed and defleshed among the classic Maya, circa 250 to 900 CE. For instance, cut marks on human bones at certain temples indicate post-mortem processing. The scale was smaller than Aztecs, but it was certainly present. In the Andean region of South America, the Moche culture, circa 1st to the 7th century CE in Peru, left vivid pottery scenes depicting human sacrifice and possibly cannibalism. Archaeological finds at sites like Huaca de la Luna reveal that war captives were killed and their bodies dismembered. Chemical evidence from bones suggests that parts might have been consumed or used in some manner, blood drinking or flesh eating as a part of a warrior ceremony. Later Andean peoples like the Inca generally did not practice cannibalism as far as the record shows, aside from famine situations, but they had other rituals, such as the Capacocha child sacrifices, which did not involve cannibalism but different sacrificial rites. Lastly, looking at Oceania and other tribal societies. While not prehistoric in that European explorers eventually documented these practices in writing, many Pacific Island and Australian Aboriginal cultures did not have writings themselves and thus were in a prehistoric stage when cannibalism was observed. For example, Fiji was long known as the Cannibal Isles in the 19th century. Fijian chiefs occasionally consumed parts of enemies as a show of power. In parts of Papua New Guinea, certain groups practiced endo-cannibalism until the mid-20th century. Famously, the four people ritually ate their deceased kin's brains as an act of love and mourning, which tragically led to the spread of prion disease, kuru, a sort of human equivalent of mad cow disease. These practices, recorded by, where am I? I lost where I was reading. There I am. Recorded by anthropologists and missionaries, demonstrate that cannibalism can be embedded in belief systems to honor the dead or to take on vengeance on foes, even in fairly recent times. They likely had roots going back many centuries in those cultures prehistory. For instance, in New Guinea's highlands, archaeology suggests warfare and cannibalism were present well before contact. Some caves have deposits of human bones that seem to have been both butchered and discarded along with food refuse, dating back a couple thousand years. The Carib people of the Caribbean, from which the term cannibal is derived via the Spanish caribales, reportedly practiced ritual cannibalism of enemies at the time of Columbus's voyages, though that has been subject to debate about how much was really true versus the colonial propaganda. Still, skeletal remains from prehistoric Caribbean sites before European contact sometimes show cut marks consistent with cannibalism, lending a bit of credence that the practice had been part of their culture as well, likely a warrior rite. So whenever we have humans living in challenging environments, there's a potential for cannibalism. It was not ubiquitous. Countless ancient communities never left any evidence of cannibalistic behavior, but it was recurrent enough across time and space that we must accept it as one thread in the tapestry of human behavior, as unpleasant as it is. But here's one thing you got to remember, and that's that prehistoric people were not so different from us in their base feelings and needs. They generally cared for their kin. They felt fear and hunger. They loved and they fought. As for cannibalism, when it occurred, it likely evoked strong feelings, perhaps dread among those who partook or witnessed it, or maybe even spiritual awe in a ritual context. I don't think it was ever mundane or trivial. Even the act of cutting and consuming another person would have required a psychological framework or extreme duress to justify. By studying the evidence without any modern prejudice, archaeologists and anthropologists attempt to reconstruct these frameworks. Oh, and as we've discussed, the frameworks definitely range widely, from seeing the consumed person as an honored ancestor or a gift to the gods, or to seeing them as a hated enemy whose very corpse must be obliterated. One theme that emerges is that cannibalism often coincided with times of crisis or transition. Humans facing new environments, perhaps Neanderthals facing competition, farming communities dealing with crowding and conflict, or societies encountering drought and societal collapse. These are moments when norms can break down, or new extreme rituals arise. Now think of that in modern times. The famines we've had in the past 200 years, these are terrible events, the wars and all the rest, cannibalism creeps in. It's just one of those things that, no matter the time or the place, oh, and no matter how civilized one is, with quotation marks around that word, it can always happen. It all comes down to desperation. Anyway, I hope you've walked away learning a few enlightening things. I'm sure you have the assurance that you've learned things seldom discussed in ordinary histories. Well, perhaps a few little facts there. In any case, I hope you've enjoyed. Thank you very much to those supporting on the Patreon and YouTube memberships, keeping everything ad-free. And thank you very much for liking and subscribing as well, leaving a little comment with your thoughts. Now we have a list of the supporters. Thank you very much to them. And that's it. Thank you, everyone, and I'll see you next time. Good night, and farewell for now.